If you were there, you told me. Here's the greatest ever. I wasn't here. The greatest ever. I ain't got my long. No, that's not true. Yes, it is true. That's good. Yeah, you have got that middle. Well, good. Yeah. He was down. He was down in the week actually. Came down with his new lady friend. No, he was really, really in good shape. No, I'm okay. I will have to say. I'm only saying it. I'm only saying it. It's very, very pleasing on the eye. 46 years. 46? Yeah, I did 46. Oh. I am 64. One of my boys is playing. Oh, Charlie, yeah. He's done well. No, I thought his time was limited, you know, with he's done really well. How are you, Cole? Always taking well. Well, I sort of, I played for 21, and I coached for like 22. Similar sort of but I finished in October. And I'm just, yeah, no, I'm a member of Good Boys. Right. I have a handicap of 14, which I I've worked with a young man, and I've got my first race.
Oh, you're playing proper golf.
Well, it's not proper golf, but it's all right.
One housekeeping item as a reminder of the interest and respect for all spectators that smoking and vaping is strictly forbidden within the viewing sitting areas of the stadium, including our hospitality areas. Given the very dry conditions, obviously the grass is susceptible to fire hazard, so please, it is only allowed on the perimeter road around the ground. Once again, smoking and vaping is strictly forbidden within the viewing sitting areas of the stadium.
But also,
When they take a penalty, they just run up and take a penalty. They take the house and
but also because your expectations are high, you get actually my short game, I think that comes from it's quite good. So if I'm getting away with it,
I tell you what, the only thing you because he knows that he can find his and there's 40 behind this. Like I say, it's not in this hole. Oh, look, where we play? Not we played it out, then we don't. Right, we don't, then we got those, right? But really, to be honest.
For those who may not have heard the earlier announcement from Hampshire won the toss and will bat first. I'll run through the two teams quickly. Scorecards are available around the ground. As to go through the two teams in no particular order, starting with our visitors from Hampshire, wearing 27, Alice Moore, wearing 15, Toby Albert, wearing 33, captain today for Hampshire, James Lehman, wearing 24, Tom Prest, wearing 77, Ashutosh Sharma, wearing 10, Ben Brown, wearing 17, Andrew Neal, wearing 87, Kyle Abbott, wearing 91, Ollie Jack, wearing 21, Ben Mays, wearing number 20, Ollie Williams. And for the Sussex Sharks, wearing 28, Charlie Tier, wearing 20, Tom Haynes, wearing 64, George Thomas, wearing 11, Ollie Carter, wearing 34, Jack Leaning, wearing number 9, John Simpson, wearing number 40, Dan Ibrahim, wearing 16, Jack Carson, wearing 25, Ollie Robinson, and wearing number 15, Montez Oosthuizen. And finally, just interrupted there, wearing 39, Ollie Kirkland.
well, and actually all those courses and struggle.
I can't compete with that, but we are going to make £100. Did you see that? No. 25 quid a night. 25 quid a night. On the fucking winters. But no, we've done that thing, but we did that's pretty. We Exactly the same. Spark, what else do you do? Somebody goes to check in front of you. What do you want to do?
So where are you now? Which is the one that has the 18, where you basically teal bits in the sky and then bit back to find it. And that's it.
With the cliffs.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
I'll get many balls to do. That is great, unbelievable finishing.
Yeah, it is. Amazing. And you think, oh my God, I hit that Mars. Oh no, I haven't. It's just down
It
there.
doesn't fly at the moment, though, the way it's going down.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I'm the same. Because, so Goodwood has two courses, park course and also the downs. And the downs is beautiful, but every fairway is slight. So you hit it there and then you.
Please welcome to the field our match umpires Nigel Long and James Treadwell.
Oh yeah. Last time I played the dog must have been you're talking about years ago. Chris Watt. Somebody was stabbed in the club.
For the final time in this year's Metrobank One Day Cup, for the men at least, it's a very warm welcome from the county ground Hove. Today's match, of course, Sussex Sharks versus Hampshire. And we're almost set for our 11 o'clock start here. My name is Sam Keir. Alongside me, I'm delighted to say, back after missing the Friday night game against Worcestershire, is Andrew Rayburn. Hi, Andrew. Great to have you back.
Hi, Sam. Good to be here. And yes, Mr. Another Classic.
Yeah.
They are becoming a regular feature of Sussex Metrobank One Day Cup feat matches, really, aren't they? These close games, these close finishes.
Certainly the ones we've worked on together.
Yes,
but that was
including last year, we had a few excellent matches.
No, I was very sad to miss you, but great to have you back here. And obviously, Dan did a good job filling in. But it's Sam and Andrew here with you today to bring you up to speed with what has happened before play today. It was Hampshire that won the toss. They have elected to bat, as you can see on your screens there. The opening batters, Ali Orr, formerly of Sussex, of course, and then Ben Mays, who is in for the usual Hampshire captain, Nick Gubbins, who is celebrating the birth of a child. So that's the second new dad we've commentated or had some involvement with in this tournament after... who was it for Essex that had their child? Tom Wesley? No, he was playing. Someone... Oh, sorry, he was back having had a baby.
Yes. All I'll say is there's not a lot that cricketers do during the winter.
That's true.
That's all I'll say on that.
And maybe they decide that the One Day Cup is the tournament to target when it comes to a couple of weeks or a few days of paternity leave.
The heady combination of not a lot to do in the winter and I jest, of course. Cricketers have an awful lot to do in the winter. I am well aware.
So we're underway here at Hove with Ollie Robinson bowling to his former teammate Ali Orr. 2 slips. And guided out to the man at backward point. So yes, to give you the state of each team's competition so far, Hampshire just about still in the hunt. A bit like Worcestershire on Friday night, they need to win today to keep those hopes of progressing to the knockout stages alive. For Sussex, as has been the case for a little while now, they are out. They're playing for pride, just a 1 win from their 6 matches so far. So this is their penultimate game before they head to Middlesex for the final game. Hampshire coming off the back of a good win against Glamorgan. They have 3 wins and 3 defeats from their 6 games so far. First 10 overs, of course, are power play 1 during this time. No more than 2 fielders permitted outside the 30-yard circle. Those 2 fielders are a third and a fine leg. Couple of changes for Sussex. 3 changes for Sussex from Friday night. Dan Ibrahim comes in for the quote, rested Finn Hudson-Prentice. Don't know if that has anything to do with the fact that his new or his future employers, Hampshire, are the opponents. Can't see why it would be, but he is rested. First runs of the match for Ali Orr. Then we have 2 seamers coming in as well. So, as I said, Dan Ibrahim in for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Then Nantes Oosthuizen and Ollie Kirtley coming in for Freddie Price and Henry Crocombe, respectively, or whichever way around you like. Henry Crocombe back with his 100 franchise, London Spirit, after a couple of games for the Sharks. Right-handed Mays on strike, with no shirt number. Obviously a Hampshire player, but they haven't had the time to print his one-day cup shirt. He's another 100 refugee down here, having I think Trent Rockets is his team, making his first appearance of this year's one-day cup. And the other change for Hampshire, yes, so Ben Mays comes in for new dad, or certainly, don't know how many children Nick Gubbins has got, but he's got another one now, so that's why he's not here, and Ben Mays is. Just a little straight from Robinson, and that'll race over to that long boundary down at square leg to bring Ben Mays 4. And then Manny Lumsden, who was on secondment from the 100 in Hampshire's last game, bowled really nicely in the win against Glamorgan. He's back with My London, and Ollie Williams comes in. So there we go. Those are the 2 teams. Same wicket that produced a very high-scoring game against Worcestershire on Friday night. Almost, well, not far short of 700 runs in that game. Great game. And 5 more runs on this wicket for the first over of the game. Hampshire 5 without loss after 1.
Yes, and shame that Nick Gubbins isn't playing. About 10 years ago, I was on the Middlesex beat for West London Sport, including the season they won the county championship title, and also in a year when they played a T20 match, a London derby against Surrey, full house at Lord's. He took a catch in the deep, turned round to the crowd to celebrate, and then as he went to turn back, his spikes caught in the turf, and he stacked it and landed flat on his face. So
I do remember it was televised, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've told that story on commentary several times, but it just makes me laugh every time. If you look it up, I think you can still see it on the West London Sport website. So Ollie Kirtley, son of James, on the money first up. And bowling to Ali Orr. As Sam quite rightly said, once of this parish.
Do you know, I avoided using that phrase.
Oh, have I ticked off part of the bingo card?
Yeah, it's formerly of this parish is very much commentary bingo, isn't it? I suppose what you could have an updated version. You could say formerly of this hood or these ends.
Speaking of parishes, I noticed that the church around the corner, there's a coffee festival or something going on, and there's loads of people queuing. I'm not sure what's going on.
Coffee festival,
something like that. Well,
Hove is the place to have a coffee festival, I reckon.
Yeah. Cricketers as hot drinks. No, let's not start too early. 2 slips in for both Robinson and Kirtley.
Good start for Ollie Kirtley, 3 dots. He's played how many games so far? Just one.
Oh,
nice delivery.
Yeah, very much on the money on that one as well. Good over this as we watch that replay. Yeah, genuine kind of indeterminate prod from Alior. Tried to pull his bat inside the line, but had nobody forward. That was well after the ball had beaten it.
That's the perfect line, isn't it, for the right armour pushing it across the left-handed batter, forcing him to follow it outside his off stump.
That one, though, punched through the covers, and that will bring a boundary for all. So both Hampshire openers have a boundary to their name. That one just a little bit too full, a little bit too wide, and dispatched on the full toss, basically, to that extra cover boundary.
This is Ollie Kirtley's 3rd appearance of the tournament. I forgot about him playing up at Neath. Played in front of you, Andrew, against Yorkshire.
He did indeed. And yes, he none for 14 off of 3 overs against Glamorgan on what was his professional debut, as the Australians would say, debut.
Yeah, yet to get a professional wicket, so another chance to do that today. Great to see plenty, well, a fair few in today's, perhaps not as many as we had for the other 2 games here at Hove, and certainly not as many as we had at Arundel, which was a great crowd.
Yeah, Kirtley's figures none for 59 off 7 against Yorkshire.
So lots of players coming and going from the 100. I think it's a good thing that even this age of new third-party involvement in the 100, there's still that understanding that counties and players want to be involved in the One Day Cup, and that those franchises are happy to let them come and do that, because I guess if they were being stubborn, they could say, well, they're our asset for this month. But I'm not sure how politically sensible that would be.
And one thing that my colleague and our mutual friend Adrian Harms will be looking out for when the county championship resumes, Ollie Robinson is, well, it might of course come in Test cricket, I suppose, but it depends on whether he's selected. But Ollie Rob is 1 wicket away from 500 first-class wickets.
Yeah, we were discussing that on Friday. The obviously the good news that Ollie Robinson is in that Test squad for Ollie Robinson and for English cricket, in my opinion. But not so good for Sussex in their championship run-in.
No, and it depends obviously with his fitness whether England choose to. He could end up being in that limbo of being in the squad, but not possibly not in the team, because sometimes they rotate the bowlers selected.
Mays doesn't quite time that one, and so it'll be cut off by the Sussex captain out there on the boundary. They come back for 2.
Good smattering of applause for that chasing down by Carson.
People love a good chase, don't they? Commitment. Don't quite know what they expect. Player just to get, I don't fancy it. A shout for caught behind, but I think it's come off the pad of Ben Mays, the numberless Ben Mays. Had a couple of numberless players this season, Hampshire. I saw James Fuller, who is not playing today, had no number. Obviously, they are full squad members, but I guess the kit man or woman thought, I don't think they'll be involved. Sussex have been quite good at getting shirts printed up for last-minute additions, as that's lofted into the onside and the long boundary down there, but it'll race away for another boundary.
It's good use, excuse me, good use of the power play, that, because you would feel that outside of it there would be a fielder patrolling that area. But right now, plenty of vacant real estate in that area.
Yes, so like we said, same pitch as Friday, and we did see the comparative distance of the two boundaries playing a role in how teams bowled and batted. Much shorter boundary down to Ali Orr's offside from the pictures you're looking at now. In fact, we can tell you exactly how far.
Well, I was going to say, Sam, it looks about 17 metres difference to me.
Do you know, I think you're spot on. It's actually, I think it's 16.7.
No, hello.
51.3 metres down to the big scoreboard at the east of the ground. So the offside for Ali Orr, as he's facing as a left-hander. And then 68 metres to the pavilion. So quite a big difference. And one that certainly was a big factor in how teams went about things. That's what impressed me so much about that wonderful knock from Worcestershire's Jake Libby on Friday night, match winning in every sense of the word. Because I think if Sussex had got him,
yes,
almost at any point, they'd have become strong favourites. But he scored such a low percentage of his runs in boundaries. He just ran so well and manipulated the field. It was a stunning innings. And whilst
good tumbling stop.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you have to credit Jake Libby for that.
We did say at the halfway point of that match, given how many starts there were for Sussex, Paul Farbrace, we discussed, Andrew, at Arundel, how keen he was for people to make better decisions. There was a lot of people getting in and then getting out. And whilst 3-3-3 looks like a good score on any wicket, it just felt that wasn't out of sight by any stretch of the imagination.
I'm going to take you, as I like to do sometimes, behind the scenes here in the commentary box, because this is where you need commentary cam. I was referring to the scorecard that we have given to us pre-match earlier. Ball lofted down the ground. That's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, and into the advertising hoardings. It's a good shot, that one. I was going to say to you, Sam, actually, that yeah, really good shot, lofted down the ground from Ali Orr. The first 2 or 3 overs have been good, but there's always been one ball that's released the pressure. That, I think, is probably a really good shot from a decent delivery. There was nothing wrong with that delivery from Ollie Kirtley. And good comeback as well.
Excellent comeback.
End of that over, then 19 without loss. Yeah, so I'm looking around for this scorecard. I'm thinking, well, hang on a minute. I literally just looked at it. Where's it gone? I mean, it's not under the. It might have blown off under the table, or it might have knocked it off. It might be behind my laptop. No, nowhere. I'm literally, as you're talking, going, well, hang on a minute. This is ridiculous. I can't find it anywhere. And when I went to check behind my bag, I stood up and realised I'd been sitting on it,
keeping it warm.
Yeah, and it's now it now looks like that, which is not helpful for reading it. What it does tell you is that there's some stats at the top of it which I quite like from previous matches. Tells me that in all List A matches, Sussex have won 23 and have lost 35 of the 59 played. So Hampshire ahead in the head-to-head. In fact, they haven't lost against Sussex since 2009, when Sussex squeaked home by 4 runs against Hampshire at Arundel.
Still 2 slips for Ollie Robson. Were you there at that game, Andrew?
I wasn't. No. Arundel, funny enough, is not a ground until I started. Oh, I went to one game, Arundel. Who was that? I can't remember who that was against now. I have a vivid memory of walking across in between innings, walking across the outfield. You were allowed to do it. It's not. Weren't the other day, but you were then. And with one of these cool bags, classic cricket watching fare. But I can't for the life of me think who it was against. And then the other times I've been to Arundel, I've been working on comms. But Arundel, not a ground that I've been to Hove many times. Went to Eastbourne when they played there. Eastbourne's my hometown, but coming west was not always on my agenda.
A little change in the field here with the man at fine leg coming up into the ring on the 45. A deep square going back as the second man out of the ring. And now just 1 slip. I think Ollie Robson looking to perhaps target a little straighter to see if he can bring the LBW into play. No real movement through the air off the pitch so far. Not that you usually get a huge amount with these white kookaburras, especially when it's so dry.
Yeah, this looks some good batting conditions, doesn't it, all in all?
So just the 1 slip, a bit like we saw on Friday. He's quite wide for a first slip.
Yeah, sort of 1.5 slip or even second slip, possibly.
Yeah. And I think the thinking for that is there aren't going to be many feathers through or fine edges.
It's going to be genuine nicks, isn't it?
It's going to be someone having a
good go.
A good go at one, yeah.
The last thing you want is is a genuine first slip and it flying through sort of third man. They do have a man at
and also
thirders.
No great pace on show. Ollie Robinson, obviously a sort of low 80s bowler, and a wicket where I don't think people are going to be beaten for pace. There we go. It's targeting that middle and leg, middle stump line. Doesn't quite get it right, and that'll be the first extra. Sussex fulfill. They gave a few too many runs away through wides on Friday night, and in the end it did prove to be a factor in the difference between the sides. Just a reminder that as ever, the chat on the YouTube stream is open. We'd love for you to get involved. Always good to see some regular faces or names, handles on there, but whether you're it's a better line of length from Robinson to finish the over, just that wide from it. 20 for naught after 5, so a pretty decent start for Sussex. Yeah, whether you're a regular viewer to the live stream or whether you are tuning in for the first time, or if you're a Hampshire fan who is with us today, great to have you here with us. Do let us know where you're tuning in from. Always good to hear the various exotic and some less exotic places that people are watching from. So please do feel free to let us know where you're tuning in from to get us underway on the chat.
This won't be a too difficult question, I don't suppose, for those who know their cricket, but where do you think, which place do you think, or which ground do you think hosted the first 2 times that Hampshire hosted Sussex in List A cricket?
Hampshire, the home team.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what it was called, but their ground prior to Utilita Bowl. No.
So it was. You're sort of still saying Southampton area. No.
What was it called? Their ground before. Hampshire fans on the on the chat
going crazy.
I think, come on, guys. I never went there.
It was
good stuff from Ollie Kirtley.
I do, because the Rose Bowl opened in 2000, didn't it? I think 2001.
Okay, well, I'm going to go for is it the United Services ground at Portsmouth for one of these two?
No, very good shout.
Okay, Isle of Wight.
It was just the county ground apparently. And
Oh, okay. Well, it had a road name, I think. Aggression from Ben Mays as he pulls that through that vacant area between long off and deep extra cover. Conscious you're over, but you're doing some heavy research.
I am.
Here,
Well,
Andrew.
On your behalf, because this isn't even the answer to the question. But the ends were the city end and the Northlands Road end at the old ground.
Northlands Road, yeah, that rings a bell.
But no, it wasn't in Southampton, and it wasn't on the Isle of Wight either.
Okay.
These matches were
Aldershot.
It's a very good guess, but no.
Well, don't give me the answer yet.
Okay. Well, I wasn't. I was
thought you
going
were
to
about
say
to.
these games were in 1971 and 1982.
That's a wide delivery there. Second wide of the innings.
Hampshire didn't play Sussex in a list day game in Southampton until 1996.
Gosh. Do feel free to guess on the chat as well. The guesses aren't flooding in. I'm just going to think of some Hampshire towns now. Are they in Hampshire?
Let me know when you want a clue.
Okay.
It's on the
I do love a quiz.
wrong half of the bat, that one. Yes, so we often get the Sussex Cricket Museum quiz, which is, put it this way, it's playing cricket trivia on hard level. And it's always about the opposition, or it's to do with the opposition, the opposition that day. So it could be about, head-to-head matches. It could be about... It's this sort of question, actually, but it's also a lot harder. It's who was captain in 1899 when...
Yeah, I'm not interested in that stuff. Sorry.
So they're very good questions, we should say, from the Sussex Cricket Museum. They do a good job.
Too difficult.
We should put together a cricket quiz of our own, Sam, at some point. This is the last time we're working together this year.
Yeah, short but sweet, isn't it? The One-Day Cup, the home matches in the One-Day Cup.
Well, it is when you don't qualify for the knockout stages.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, we've got a guess in on the chat, Andrew. Paul Hawley says...
No, it's not in Paul. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's in Dorset.
Yes, I'd recommend it to anyone. Boom, boom, the old joke.
Stoneham Lane?
Um,
Where's that? Is that in... I've never heard of Stoneham Lane.
I've heard of Stoneham as a football team. It's in Hampshire somewhere. It's but the answer is still no. Oh, that's Eastleigh way, isn't it? Stoneham. Yeah.
Paul also...
How many guesses he had?
He's had two guesses.
Right.
Stoneham Lane's wrong. He says Hambledon, but I think we could probably go back to the 1700s.
Yeah, that's the very first match, isn't it? Hambledon or something.
Scott... So they're definitely in Hampshire. So it's not Bournemouth.
It is Bournemouth.
Ah, okay. Well done, Scott, who got that right. You told me they were in Hampshire.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
At that point, I said, "Let me know when you want a clue." No, I didn't say that. To now, hang on, because, and there'll be people shouting this out right now. Bournemouth was in Hampshire at that point.
Huh. That's
It has moved. I mean, not moved clearly, but the boundary line has moved.
Robinson beginning his fourth over. Tom Haynes at slip to the left-handed oar is even wider now. Simon. Mays Bounty and Basingstoke?
I mean, it's still wrong because we've given the answer.
You said the first two. Oh, it's the same ground.
Same ground, yeah.
Oh, Bournemouth, okay. Well, Simon says the wonderful Mays Bounty in Basingstoke is where he saw his first Sunday League game against Somerset. I do know Basingstoke reasonably well. Lovely shot from Ali Orr. Cutaway for 4. He moves on to 14 to match his opening partner, Ben Mays. Both batters on 14. Hampshire 30 without loss. Just a little wide. You can see what Robertson's trying to do there. A bit short and wide to the left-handed oar.
Yeah, there's been at least one of those and over, hasn't there, where the bowling's been quite good.
I'd say the bowling's been excellent apart from those those loose deliveries, but the run rate below 5 in the power play, they'll be reasonably content with that.
And always a good response as well after a boundary, I've noticed. They tend to tighten up things a bit.
Skipper at Skipper781 says they still play one game a year at Mays Bounty in Basingstoke. I didn't know that. I didn't realise they still went out to Basingstoke. Take your word for it, Skipper. Mays Bounty in Basingstoke. Oh, my only bit of trivia about Basingstoke is there's a bit of sort of public architecture artwork, or taps up into the onside for one. When you sort of enter the town, they've got this kind of metalwork archway, and it's the same. I think it's the same design, or certainly the same designer as what the metal kind of archway into Baghdad was.
Right.
Don't know if it still is.
So,
Baghdad.
do you know what? That I wasn't the word Baghdad wasn't the next one I expected you to say at that point.
That'll be another wide. 3 wides in the first 6.4 overs. Not something Sussex will definitely want to tighten up on. Good radio this, or commentary. Andrew's showing me a picture of what I think is the metal archway into Basingstoke. Can you Google Basingstoke Baghdad Arch?
I can.
Good stuff from Robinson. And he kicks the ball away, I think, slightly in frustration at the loose won the ball before, but he was back on the money there.
So parts of Saddam Hussein's famous victory arch in Baghdad, specifically the giant metal hands and arms holding crossed swords, were actually cast in a foundry located in Basingstoke in the late 1980s.
So I wasn't quite right, but there is that connection. So there you go. Twinned with Baghdad, Iraq. Oh, a full shot from Mays, and a good bit of work from Charlie Tier to pick that up and just make sure Alior is kept on his toes.
Fielding, I think, has been very good from Sussex through this competition by and large. There's been one blinder of a catch that Finn Hudson-Prentice took here in the game against Yorkshire, and then also a really smart run out that day. A couple of good catches, wasn't there, at Arundel?
Yeah, and the ground fielding was good on a sort of, still a pretty decent outfield, but certainly not one with the Bays-like appearance of Hove. You can see it's lush green grass here, which is a rare sight currently across the south-east.
Yeah, the outfield's beautiful. Been kept really, really well. Ollie Kirtley continues, 33 without loss after 7. Straying a little bit onto the hips. Allows Mays to work that out for a single.
So I wonder how the deal came about for the Basingstoke Foundry to produce Saddam's victory arch.
Good question.
Job's a job.
Well, absolutely, yeah. So who is that client then that you... Oh, that's not really worth going into. No, he just... let's not think about it. Shorter. And hooked away and just beats the dive of Charlie Tier. Sort of might have dived over it, I'm not sure, but it was banged in short from Kirtley, but of course, as you said, no real pace in the pitch, and that's allowed Orr to swivel on it. Yeah, and it was just too much on it really for Tier. No harm done.
Charlie Tier did a lot of work out there on Friday night, a lot of acreage covered, and did it very well.
Again on the leg side, and this might be the same result. Tier racing round, and another boundary. So short and pulled for 4, and pitched up and driven for 4. But again, both of those deliveries are in Alior's strength zones. Alior born up the road in Eastbourne. And Ollie Kirtley from that neck of the woods as well. Eastbourne on Eastbourne action.
Eastbourne on Eastbourne action, yeah. So it was the Morris Singer foundry that created the hands for the Victory Arch in Baghdad. Relocated to Basingstoke in 1967.
There you go. If I hadn't asked you the question about Bournemouth, we'd never be on to Baghdad. They're only going to get a single there. Ollie Carter doing the heavy lifting in the field. 10 from this over so far. Productive one for Hampshire, the most productive of the innings so far.
I'm on the Public Statues and Sculptures Association website.
Because of course you are. Why wouldn't you be 8 overs into a game? That is a super shot, over pitched from Ollie Kirtley, and it's got the treatment from Mays. Yep, just a little bit of movement through the air, but in the slot and dispatched to the boundary rope. So 3 boundaries in the over, a very productive one for Hampshire, 14 off it, and at the end of the 8th, that run rate now up towards a run of ball as they're 47 without loss.
Yeah, we're going to get a bowling change after Ollie Robinson's 4 over spell from the Cromwell Road end. It's going to be Nantes Oosthuizen, a product of Seaford College under the tutelage of former Sussex captain Chris Adams, who's certainly, I think certainly was the master in charge of cricket at Seaford, and I think it was he that recommended Oosthuizen to Paul Farbrace. And he is bowling to Ali Orr and bowls short and just about gets away with that. Ollie Kirtley fumbles it, but no harm done, just a single. Second game of the tournament for Nantes Oosthuizen. He took 1 for 41 off 5 overs against Durham up at Chesterley Street.
A bit of a change in the field. Third man coming up on the 45 inside the circle.
Yeah, a bit of protection for that cut shot, in case Oosthuizen drags down, which is what he did there, but Mays elected to try and go through the onside because it came onto him pretty slowly, so looking to drag it through the onside, but doesn't get anything past Jack Leaning there at a wideish mid-on.
Just thinking about cricket squad numbers.
Swivels that one from Mays and comes back for 2. He moves on to 22 off 26. Hampshire bring up their 50 partnership for the first wicket in the 9th over. Or 25 off 25. Mays 22 off 26. So a good start from the visiting opening pair.
Building a platform, aren't they? What would your, obviously, they're unlike football where they might bear relation to a position sometimes. What would your squad number be? What's your favourite number if you were given the option?
When I went on a school cricket tour in 2002 to South Africa, I had number 12, which I think was probably reflected my lack of self-confidence. It was a bit of a self-deprecating 12th man, yeah. So nice. I've always had a soft spot for 12.
I wonder if that's a bit like, obviously 13 is unlucky anywhere, but football squads don't tend to have a 13. I wonder if 12 is similarly unlucky for cricket, whether people don't want to wear 12 for the very connotations it has.
Another wide and a single on top of that as well. Good running from Well, Ali Orr predominantly, who saw the opportunity. Sussex will want to just make sure they're not giving away too many of these freebies. 87 is an unlucky number for Australians, isn't it? Because it's 100 minus 13.
Yeah, you'd be mad, wouldn't you, if you're an Australian and went, I want 87 on my back.
Yeah.
That would be insane.
Yeah, short, wide, 4. Ali Orr won't need a second invite to a delivery like that. And a bit of fielding in the Spen Karma Pavilion. Not a great delivery from Oosthuizen. Just drags that down, and Ali Orr giving it the treatment. Lots of chat on the YouTube stream, which is great. If you're joining us for the first time today, welcome. You're watching live pictures of this Metrobank One Day Cup match between Sussex and Hampshire from Hove, with me, Sam Keir, and next to me, Andrew Rayburn. Oh, and that's a good ball. Good comeback from Nantes Oosthuizen to finish the over with one that lifts and leaves Ali Orr.
Is most of the chat now all about dictators and where they funneled money into British companies?
Well, there was a little bit of chat. So at BC Historia says the Sheffield Forge Masters produced the Iraqi super gun. I don't know what the Iraqi super gun is, but it doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't, does it?
And at Slane's Axe says people forget that the West were bosom buddies with Saddam in the 80s.
Yes.
Forget or never knew, depending on your age.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the same with I think the same with the Taliban at one point as well, when they were looking to overthrow a regime we didn't like. We were friends with them and things like that. So there was always those sort of deals going on. And yeah,
real politic.
Yeah, that's very much the case. In the 70s and 80s, there were perhaps people that we shouldn't have been friends with that we were. Another wide. That's that one now. The 4th, 5th, 6th.
Too many, whichever way you look at it. Can I quickly finish? Having visited the Public Statues and Sculptures Association website,
you might as well go deep.
We were talking about the the Singer Foundry, Morris Singer Foundry in Basingstoke, which produced the arch, the Victory Arch in Baghdad, and most of the foundry's work has been in bronze, although some important pieces have been cast in aluminium, e.g. Jacob Epstein's Les Majestas, Llandaff Cathedral. I think that's for Llandaff Cathedral. And then, of course, Mario Armengault's 10 6.75 metre high figures for the Expo 67, which are now in Calgary in Canada. No mention of the Victory Arch in Baghdad on the Public Statues and Sculpture Association website. But there we go.
That is going to race away for 4 as well. Sussex having made a good start. In fact, ever since we praised the bowling and the 4.5 run rate, the bowling has suddenly started to leak runs.
Yeah, although that was a good shot from Ali Orr, because I could say it was an intelligent bit of bowling from Kirtley, who I think just rolled his fingers across the seam and kind of a floaty Yorker, but Ali Orr watched it right onto the bat and then just tucked it away to that long boundary down in front of the pavilion. Ali Orr hasn't had a fantastic campaign so far. In fact, I think this is his top score of the competition so far. I will just confirm that.
He made 31 against Middlesex,
Yeah,
so yes.
And that shot through the onside has prompted Kirtley to change his angle of attack to the left-hander.
31 against Middlesex, 30 against Yorkshire, 27 against Worcestershire. So, yeah, he's made starts. You want to move on from here because, I mean, if he was out here, for example, that would, even though it's the highest of the competition, that would still mark a bit of a disappointment for him because he'll want to go on and get a score.
Must give a shout out to at Nafas00 on the chat, who plays for Chichester under 14s and has a Sussex trial this month. Leg spinner with a mean googly, and he's hoping to play for Sussex under 14s. So on behalf of all of us on the live stream, good luck to you, Nafas.
Is it dark humour to say he might be in the team next season?
Well, who knows? Someone did make another wide. Someone did mention that they'd be looking forward to watching you take wickets on the stream one day. They didn't say next year, but
I mean, under 14, it could be the fact that Sussex need a mystery spinner in their ranks next season in the first team.
Chichester Priory is where Nafas plays. Well, great to have you with us, Nafas, and good luck with your trial. Do let us know how you get on. Nafas getting lots of good luck messages on the chat, so that's great to see.
Well, everyone starts somewhere, and this is really the crux of this competition for Sussex. Oh,
that looked worth a shout to me.
Yeah, Kirtley didn't seem that interested himself, but
No.
others did. Have a look on the replay again here. Full
That's out,
dug
isn't it?
in.
That's plumb, isn't it? Am I missing something?
Did he hit it? Maybe drifting down. There was a drifting down, I reckon.
It was very full. I think that was worth a shout, Ollie Kirtley. Always worth going up for.
Well, he sort of half stuck an arm up. Maybe second 11 cricket is politer.
I thought that John Simpson behind the stumps was saying, hang on, why aren't you appealing? Maybe not. Yeah, possibly drifting down. That's definitely worth a shout.
I think from the umpire's angle, we've got a good angle on that other replay there. From the umpire's angle, he's got to be confident, really, hasn't he? This sort of angle.
He is very wide of the crease.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now I look at that, the way where Kirtley is releasing that ball so wide on the crease.
The umpire has to be certain that it's out.
I think probably a good decision. Cover for that shot. Dan Ibrahim down at fine leg, so just the single.
63 without loss, I didn't say at the end of the over for the end of the power play.
Oh yeah, of course, 63 without loss.
Worth noting.
So we can have 4 fielders out after the 10th over in both innings, and those 4 men for the start of power play 2 for Sussex are Dan Ibrahim down at fine leg, Charlie Tier, as ever, boundary riding at deep square for the left-handed oar. Another wide. Ollie Kirtley down at fine leg for the left-handed oar. And then, who's that on the cover boundary?
Charlie Tier, is it out there?
I was saying that it was Charlie Tier on the...
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
No, but you might be right. Anyway,
No, sorry,
there
I
are
was...
2 boundary riders, one on the cover boundary, one on the square leg boundary. So a third, a fine leg, deep square leg, and deep cover are the 4 men that Sussex have decided to post out on the boundary.
That's George Thomas over there.
Fine, I got the wrong way round. So Thomas at deep square and Tier at deep cover. Thank you, Andrew.
Tier just that bit shorter than Thomas. But they're both far away, to borrow the Father Ted gag.
Tier's got, Thomas has got his trademark tubey grips on his arms. Or an undershirt, you know, those white, which on most grounds this season, I would say are essential to stop you shaving the skin off your elbows. But
yes,
here at Hove, we like jumping into a bed of bed of feathers or something like that. It looks very soft and.
Yeah, I don't know though. Having played a bit of cricket, you don't want to. Anywhere you're diving, you want to be a bit careful. But players are either wearing long sleeves, aren't they? Or if they're wearing short sleeves, they got the something on them.
Ooh,
Good bit of cricket all round there. Good fielding, good throw, good running.
Direct hit, and I think he might have been in trouble. John Simpson let it, I think, aware that Ollie Carter was backing up. Let it go through in case it was going to take the stumps, because I think then all would have been in trouble. But in the end, they come back for 2. Good bit of fielding from Thomas. One-handed pick up on that boundary. A good throw as well. First 6 of the innings goes to Ali Orr, who moves on to 41 from just 36 balls. Really good on anything short, Ali Orr.
Yeah, and from a watchful start, these two are starting to, well, certainly Ali Orr is starting to motor.
Talking motoring, those in the hospitality box there were forced into evasive action, with the ball honing in on their mimosas or whatever it would be early on in proceedings.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, Sam. Oh,
very wide this time, and Sussex's discipline with their line is proving costly. Wide number 8.
It's actually on the quiet. That's quite a good grab, that, from Simpson.
Yes.
Go a long way, because it started wide and got wider.
Yeah, that might have even been a wide to a right-handed batter.
Well, I think it's definitely. I think it's a wide in red ball cricket as well.
Yeah, Oosthuizen just struggling to find his radar, and that would have been a wide if Orr hadn't got some bat on it, but he did, and he turned it around the corner for 4. So an expensive over from Nantes Oosthuizen. 15 off it. And that was a bit of a problem Sussex had on Friday night, is that 5th bowler leaking runs. In that instance, it was Freddie Price. However, he did come back really well. I was very impressed with how Freddie Price came back, having been, I think, taken for 20 off and over. Jack Carson didn't have any other options, and Freddie Price showed some great character. He's not playing today, so it'll be down to Nantes Oosthuizen to show that character, coming back from an expensive early over.
Remember a period a few years ago when Sussex had only won, or more, had gone a long time, maybe almost a year, without winning a championship game in Division 2. And it was a very, very young side, and Dan Ibrahim hit the winning runs in a game against Derbyshire, I think it was. Lancastrian by birth, Dan Ibrahim. And the second youngest Sussex debutant. I think James Coles is the youngest, isn't he? He was 16 years old and 16 years and 299 days old when he made a half century on day 2 at Headingley, and the youngest cricketer to make a half century in the history of the county championship, Dan Ibrahim.
So there we go for Nafas on the YouTube chat. You could be playing for Sussex before you know it.
Absolutely, 16 and change. Well, I mean, if he's playing under 14s, that's 3 years away then, maybe. Who knows? Opportunities will be there if you're good enough. You're old/young enough. Dan Ibrahim in this competition has bowled on a couple of times. 0 for 19 against Yorkshire, 1 for 23 against Essex at Arundel. Excuse me, that was may have heard me coughing in the background. Ibrahim's played at some lovely places in the last few months, not just Arundel. He's played up at Chester Street, obviously against Durham, Neath, Horsham, Radlett. Some good outground cricket on his CV in the last few months. Some of that second 11 cricket, of course.
No Basingstoke.
Not recently. Good tidy over that one, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff from Dan Ibrahim, just bowling wicket to wicket, bringing a bit of control back to proceedings.
Yeah, just the one run conceded.
The Cromwell Road End, wearing shirt 16, and Sussex captain Jack Carson.
Yeah, no surprise that we're going to get a bowling change at the Cromwell Road End out of the first power play, of course, and Oosthuizen proving expensive, so Jack Carson comes into the attack, who bowled nicely on Friday night. Hasn't had the greatest competition with the ball, but he did pick up a few wickets on Friday night and look back to something resembling his best. Good variation with his flight and his angles.
There's 8 runs conceded from wides, but that would have only been 7 deliveries, wouldn't it? Because they took a single off one of them. So seven actual wides, if you like, which in the first 12 overs is not what Sussex will have been wanting.
No, well, it's over 10% of Hampshire's runs so far. Jack Carson with 2 for 60 on Friday night from his 10 overs, doubled his wicket tally for this year's One Day Cup. Yeah, do let us know where you're listening from. Looks like we've got plenty of Hampshire fans tuning in as well. We also had someone listening in from Huddersfield. That was Dr. Saeed Zaidi on the YouTube chat. Great to hear from you up in Huddersfield. Got a former schoolmate of Charlie Tier at TST698. A Hampshire fan, but went to school at Seaford with Charlie Tier and Luke Benkenstein of Essex. So 2 former Seaford College pupils playing today. Tier and Oosthuizen. Bob is with us from Hastings, a regular viewer is Bob. Good to have you with us again, tuning in from Hastings, Bob. Ali Orr on 45 off 39. Or someone very familiar with this team and kind of made his name as a professional cricketer in this competition for Sussex. In fact, has the highest list A score in history, in Sussex's history at least, when he made a double century against Somerset back in 2022, I want to say. Yeah, 2022. And he made 206. And that was the year that Sussex made it through to the semi-final of this competition. And slim pickings really since then. Good over though from Jack Carson. Again, 2 good overs from Ibrahim and Carson just to slow things down as we see the great and the good of Sussex enjoying their day out here. Final One Day Cup match at home for Sussex, and worst places to be on a Sunday, Andrew.
Absolutely, Sam, quite right too. Ibrahim continuing, just 1 run from his first over, and a run conceded there. Yeah, Sussex, you mentioned slim picking since that 2022 semi-final. I mean, it's group stage exits other than that, and they finished bottom 4 times out of those 10 group stage exits. We're looking possibly at 5 out of 11, maybe. But we'll see. Still got the game at Middlesex. Middlesex's turnaround in white ball form is incredible. They've been useless at it in the last few years, particularly T20.
I suppose what that does do in T20 cricket is mean you don't lose many players to the 100. I'm trying to think who they would have lost from their first choice white ball 11 to the 100. It can't be many. They've got some exciting young players coming through with the ball, haven't they? Adi Sharma has been bowling well for them. Villian in South Africa tuning in, cheering on Nantes Oosthuizen. Are you connected to Nantes, Villian? We've got at DJ Rudog 1158, aka Grant, listening in from the pool near Nîmes in the south of France.
Oh, very nice too.
That sounds nice. What's the weather like in Nîmes, Grant? And what are you doing there? I guess holidaying. Paul's in Hayling Island. Hampshire fan, I assume.
Round the wicket for Ibrahim. Trying to straighten up that line. Been a bit too straight and single for Orr. He moves on to 48 from 43, 84 without loss. One more ball to bowl in the 14th.
At BC Historia is listening in from Chard in Somerset, birthplace of Margaret Bonfield, who moved to Hove as a teenager and became the first female cabinet minister.
Yeah.
Thank you, at BC Historia. Very interesting. What was her role in the cabinet, and whose cabinet was it?
Shot. Oh, a tumble there. Is he okay?
Doesn't look good, does it?
No.
For George Thomas. Let's see if we can see what happens on the replay. It's a great shot.
Yeah, he picked it up well, dispatched it, but there is a little bit of concern here. That's why I was slightly distracted, because it obviously went for 6. Is it?
He's gone over on his ankle.
Yes,
it's
isn't
painful to watch. He's in really significant difficulty, I think, here. Yeah, and you can see that
he's holding the back of his knee.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wonder if while going over on that ankle, he's done something to those knee ligaments.
perhaps it's as the spikes have kind of caught in the ground, maybe. Well, this is the second injury we've been in the field that we've seen on commentary after Jack Leaning took a.
This doesn't look good at all for George Thomas.
Really doesn't. Physio is out.
Don't know whether he, in running round, had his ankle turned over by the boundary rope, but you could see on that replay that that left leg just went from underneath him as the ball crashed into the scoreboard there. He's in serious discomfort and pain here. And avert your eyes if you're squeamish, because that's really unpleasant to see. Poor guy. And John Morale, the physio, is out there. Looks like we're going to have a significant delay here. George Thomas in difficulty, and Nigel Long, the umpire, has been down there to see what's going on, and I think maybe now requesting some more significant or another medical input. I think we're going to see the Hampshire physio make their way down the steps and maybe head over as well. Often you do see, in the case of a significant injury, both teams, medical teams, getting involved.
He's now sat up, which is more promising. Oh, and he's now up on his feet.
Yeah, well, that's some good news. He's putting some weight on that left leg.
There we go. We can see him now.
He's taking that shoe off. He's getting some support from John Morales, the Sussex physio. Some helpful words of encouragement from those supporters there as well.
Joe Johnson has come onto the field.
Poor George Thomas. Does seem to be putting more and more weight onto that left leg, which is a good sign.
Yeah, but he doesn't need the support of the physio now. But it's about whether he can actually play a further part significantly, because he's obviously got to run around in the field for a little bit longer if he's obviously going to get some treatment first, I imagine. But anyway, we are going to get back underway. That was the end of the over at 6. Took Hampshire to 90 without loss. Carson continues.
Ali Orr is on 48 off 43. Make that 49 off 44.
Can tell you a little bit about Margaret Bonfield if you want to, unless you want to leave that for the chat contributors.
No. Margaret Bonfield was the first cabinet minister from Chard, Somerset, which is where at BC Historia lives, and she moved to Hove.
Yes, and she She served as an apprenticeship to an embroideress and worked as a shop assistant in Brighton. She was shocked by the working conditions of shop staff and became an active member of the Shop Workers Union and began to move in socialist circles. And this, to tell you when it was, in 1898.
A little short from Carson. The first bad ball he's really bowled. It didn't come out quite how he wanted, and Ben Mays wasn't going to let that opportunity pass him by. Just a little short and turned down the leg side, and all Mays had to do was give it a bit of encouragement on its way down to that fine leg boundary. He moves to 37 off 43. Hampshire 95 without loss. Sorry, go on, Andrew.
Well, I'll wait because Ali Orr has a chance of his half century here, so I'll make sure I don't interrupt that.
So Ali Orr, one run away from his first 50 of this year's One Day Cup against his former side here at Hove. Jack Carson, the bowler. There it is, 50 off 45 balls for Ali Orr. And a particularly warm round of applause from the Hove crowd for their former son. 45 balls, 8 fours, 1 6.
It's the 10th time he's gone past 50 in List A cricket. 5 times he's converted into a big un.
That's a good conversion rate, isn't it? So of his 9 scores of 50 more or more before this, 5 of them are hundreds. Yeah, very good. And one of them's a double hundred.
And this is his 32nd List A match, so goes past 50 every 3 List A innings.
Certainly likes batting here, as we see a shot of the Aerotron branding on the dressing room steps. Aerotron, our match sponsor today. Big thank you to Aerotron for their support at today's match, and in the same vein for the live stream here. So a big thank you to Aerotron, today's match sponsor.
Margaret Bonfield, 1898, was appointed Assistant Secretary of the National Amalgamated Union of Shop Assistants, Warehousemen and Clerks. She was later prominent in several women's socialist movements. She helped to found the Women's Labour League in 1906 and was chair of the Adult Suffrage Society. And she became an MP for Wallsend, which is miles away. See Ibrahim with wicketkeeper Simpson up to the stumps. Yeah, she was MP for Wallsend in 1926 to 1931. Oh, that was, and previously had been MP for Northampton. 1923 to 1924. But she was Minister of Labour under Ramsay MacDonald, 1929 to 1931. And June 1929 was, as we said, became the first female cabinet member.
Well, there you go. Neil on the chat saying, I wonder if she has a Brighton and Hove bus named after her, as a lot of local people of note have.
I would imagine she might do. Again, there is a list of those somewhere.
Hampshire 99 without loss. And with another wide, make that 100 without loss. 100 partnership for Hampshire's opening wicket. Good start for the visitors. 15.2 overs.
It seems appropriate, doesn't it, that the 100 should come up with a wide. It has been a theme.
Yeah, 92 balls for that 100, but then when you add on the 10 deliveries that have been called wide and 11 runs, is that right?
Yes, Margaret Bonfield does have a name on a bus in Brighton.
And as Jeffrey Jackson on the chat says, that is 10% in extras, which is a percentage, a proportion that Sussex will want to bring down significantly as the innings progresses. Jeffrey Hawes watching from Southend-on-Sea, hoping to tune in to the Essex stream, but it's raining in Darlington. Not words certainly this summer we've said very often.
No, do not. Well, we had in the Yorkshire game, we had a brief rain delay of about 20 minutes right at the start of the match. I think it's quite nice, by the way, that a city has its buses honouring famous people from the area.
I'm trying to think who I can remember off the top of my head is on a Brighton and Hove bus. Norman Cook, I would guess. Fatboy Slim. He's got to have one, hasn't he?
It's an interesting question.
Bit of old school fielding, fast bowlers fielding from Ollie Robinson down on the boundary there, just sticking out the old size 12s.
He used to, apparently.
Oh. That's a bit of a blast from the past when your big fast bowler just sticks a boot out. Did the job there. A couple of the snappers on duty today.
So Norman Cook, who I'll bring up again in a minute, but yeah, he had a bus with his name on it in September 1999 until April 2004, when the bus, August 2004, when the bus was sold.
Carson continuing. 10 runs off his 2 overs so far.
Norman Cook, of course, in the House Martins, and there was a whole evening on BBC Two last night dedicated to Paul Heaton, bandmate of Norman Cook in the House Martins.
And then went on to form the Beautiful South?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And was performing some solo stuff as part of a duo, if you follow me. His own work, but with Jackie Abbott from the Beautiful South as a pair. And then is now doing live stuff with a Scottish singer that he saw performing on his songs on social media. He saw her doing her cover of Rotterdam and said, "Do you fancy performing with me?" And that was during lockdown, I think.
Good start to this Carson over from his point of view. It'll be 2 runs thanks to the good running of Ben Mays, who the moment he set off had every intention of coming back for 2, and that gets a warm round of applause from a very generous and fair-minded Hove crowd. Neil Hartley says Des Lynam, Steve Ovett and Bob Copper for a few on the bus names. I know Des Lynam and I know Steve Ovett. I don't know Bob Copper.
Again, Des Lynam, another one who did have one.
That must have clipped something on its way down the leg side, because Nigel Long, the umpire, gave it not as a wide. There was an appeal, so it suggests it did clip something, but it certainly wasn't bad. Good over from Jack Carson. Just 3 runs from it. Hampshire 106 without loss after 17.
Forgive me, I've forgotten the other names now in that list.
Steve Ovett, obviously
Steve Ovett, of course,
middle
yes.
distance runner.
He doesn't, apparently.
I think I've seen a Steve Ovett bus.
There's a full list here, and unless I'm spelling Ovett wrong, which is O-V-E-T-T,
Yeah.
then nope, never has, apparently.
The Mandela effect, because I'm pretty sure I've seen a Steve Ovett bus in Brighton and Hove.
I've got a list of current and former from the Brighton and Hove City Bus Company.
All right, Bob Copper.
Yes, and again, formerly on a bus.
Who's Bob Copper?
Folk singer.
Okay.
Won international renown for singing local folk songs.
Jack Hobbs. I have seen the Jack Hobbs one because he lived in Hove despite being a Surrey man.
Yes, the connections are sometimes tenuous.
Has anyone had their name on a bus and then had it taken away due to disgrace?
Possibly, but I'm not sure we ought to go into that. So Jack Hobbs still has his name on a bus.
I've seen the Jack Hobbs bus.
Frustration for Ibrahim. Just tilted his head back after that one. He realises he got his line wrong there. Oh, more frustration. More frustration for Ibrahim. Back-to-back boundaries, and this time that was more fortuitous, really. Inside edge, past the stumps. Ibrahim was disappointed in himself, but that's genuine, for the previous ball, that's genuine frustration there that he didn't get the wicket.
Ali Orr lucky that didn't crash into his leg stump.
Yeah, the question, I suppose, is then wherever you're listening, who should be on buses in your area? Who are the famous people in your neck of the woods that you'd like to see honoured? And we will be Googling names before you try and set us up for something.
Bob comes up with a good suggestion. Sussex legendary players Tony and Mike Buss should be on the bus. That Steve Ovett one's funny. I was certain I'd seen Steve Ovett on a bus, but
I mean, the man himself might have been on a bus, but does he live in Canada now?
I don't know. There's a statue of him, isn't there, on the seafront down on Madeira Drive. Jeffrey Jackson was like Robin Smith on a bus in Southampton.
We're going to get a lot of cricketing suggestions, aren't we? It doesn't have to be cricketers; it can be other people.
Yeah, who would be the Hampshire bus? Not necessarily cricketers, but yeah. If you're wondering, in Brighton and Hove, all the buses have a famous local person assigned to the bus. Bob would like John Logie Baird, the father of television, of course. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, on a Hastings bus.
Yes, because Bexhill. Well, Bexhill is supposedly his neck of the woods, I think.
Yeah, there's more cricketers. We had Jack Hobbs mentioned, CB Fry and Dubit Sinji also on Brighton and Hove buses, according to Neil Hartley. BC Historia, who's in charge Somerset and told us about Maggie Bonfield, the first female cabinet minister, and her connection with both Chard and Hove would like her on a bus.
Well, she's got one.
What, here in Hove?
Margaret Bonfield, yeah.
No, this is for Chard. He's talking about what he'd like.
Oh, right, he'd like one for Chard. So he wants her to be honoured twice. Okay, that's fine.
John Stringfellow, first ever powered heavier than air flight, and James Gillingham, the prosthetics pioneer. Those are the Chard.
The Chard, right? They are the Chard. So Chard is in Somerset. I don't know how far it is. Forgive my Somerset knowledge. How far is it from Frome? Because isn't that where Jensen Button's from? Frome.
Testing my knowledge of Somerset. Apparently, Mr. Blobby is from Chard as well. Didn't realise Mr. Blobby.
I did say we'd.
Well, no, that's BC Historia, who I reckon is a reliable source.
Jensen Button is from Frome. Do you know? I think Jensen Button and Joss Butler are very alike.
Do you?
Well, they've got these sort of. Both got these sort of. I don't mean look alike. They've both got these sort of indeterminate accents.
I see, right.
You know, Joss Butler's voice, I can't place anywhere for any, like, it's not, it's sort of a very, I think they've both got very kind of, indeterminate voices, really. But yeah, Jensen Button is from Frome.
May's looking to use his feet against Carson that last delivery. And come through for a single. And
almost
going to get away with a bit of a wayward throw from Ollie Kirtley, and Ollie Robinson probably wasn't expecting to have to back that up, and thus wasn't, but didn't cost Sussex anything extra. Just the 2 runs off the over so far. Apart from that second over he bowled, which went for 8, Jack Carson's been excellent. He's got 0 for 15 from his 3.5 overs. And that'll be 0 for 16 off 4. So he's going at 4 and over. The overall run rate 6.2 for Hampshire. They're 118 for 0 off 19 overs. 19 overs that have flown by.
Well, it's the chat, isn't it? It's the bus / dictator chat that Frome and Chard are quite a fair distance away. They're takes about an hour to drive it.
Jeffrey Jackson says, for Hampshire buses, Florence Nightingale or Craig David. A real toss-up between the two.
It's the classic dilemma, isn't it? Florence Nightingale or Craig David. So often you have to choose between the two. Yeah, Craig David, of course, from Southampton. I therefore assume the Lady of the Lamp is as well. There must be other good people from Southampton, though. It's a big enough place.
At Luke Plays Game 6276 says Rob Bransgrove deserves 1-2. The obviously former chair of Hampshire.
Recently stepped down. Dispatched for 4. Sat up nicely and just swiveled and put away. And Mays is now on the verge of a half century as well. And he reaches that half century from 58 deliveries. Ben Mays, 6 fours and a maximum 58 balls it's taken him to reach what is a 3rd list A half century. 15 matches. Matches the half century he made in the T20 match against Sussex here last month.
Yeah, happy hunting ground for Ben Mays, who people are very excited about as a young talent. Hampshire fans won't need me to tell them that. Of course, on secondment from Trent Rockets in the 100, playing his first game of the tournament.
Good use of the word secondment. I like that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Top scorer in this year's Under-19 World Cup for England. Beaten finalists against India. He scored 191 off 117 balls in that tournament against Scotland. In fact, Hampshire had both the leading wicket taker and run scorer in that Under-19 World Cup. Manny Lumsden, who played in their most recent game against Glamorgan, but is now back with My London in the 100, was the top wicket taker. So producing some good young cricketers at Hampshire.
End of that over, 6 from it, 124 without loss. We've had 20 overs. We can see the summary of proceedings there. Or 64 not out, Mays 50 not out. Carson and Robinson keeping things tight with the experience. And there's Mays' wagon wheel with that 1-6. And Ali Orr likewise predominantly dealing in boundaries, Ali Orr there really.
Jack Carson will continue. He's been good so far, really the Sussex bowler who's exerted the most control. Still wicketless. Just targeting that leg stump of the right-handed Mays, hoping to turn it across him, or away from him I should say. Bring that front pad into play, and just evades the diving Carson. Benny Hill apparently is from Southampton. I'm not sure if he has a bus, but at Slane's Act says he shouldn't have a bus because instead of a horn every time someone pressed the or I let someone on, they'd have to play the Benny Hill music, which I'm not sure that would be a good idea.
He's buried in Southampton, yeah, born there, he's buried there. Hollybrook Cemetery.
Yeah, Luke has corrected me. It's Southern Brave that Manny Lumsden has returned to. Yeah, that's right, because he's the only Hampshire player at Southern Brave, I think, which has caused people a little bit of consternation.
Imagine.
Eddie Jack, who's playing in this match, is at My London. That's where I was getting confused. And then, of course, Ben Mays, Trent Rockets. Thank you, Luke, for correcting me there. Lovely delivery from Jack Carson, beating the outside edge of Ali Orr. Flight and turn. Did see a bit of turn on Friday as well, and now of course this pitch with 100 overs on it and another hot day yesterday. Spinners could play an important part. Not that Sussex have a huge armoury of spinners. Jack Carson and of course Jack Leaning, who did bowl a few overs up at Arundel. Yeah, I suppose it is up at Arundel, across at Arundel, before he landed awkwardly on his side. So I don't know if that's going to stop him bowling. I don't think it looked like the kind of injury that would stop him bowling. Tom Haynes, who played his first game of the tournament on Friday, didn't bowl. Not a spinner, of course, but someone who can take the pace off a little bit. And that's probably because he was recovering from a side strain that had kept him out of the tournament so far. That is an injury that will stop you from bowling. There's another tidy over from Jack Carson goes by. 21 overs bowled, Hampshire 127 without loss.
There are a few. I'm going to talk about buses again. This is boring, isn't it, for a lot of people? There are a few cricketers who have names on Brighton and Hove buses. KS Dulip Sinji has one. Dennis Foreman, good Sussex name, Foreman, of course. Play for Sussex. He was the first non-white South African to play first-class cricket in England. Dennis Foreman played for Sussex from 52 to 67. CB Fry, another one. Mentioned Jack Hobbs earlier. John Langridge, of course, has one. Jim and James Parks are on one together. Rupert Webb, John Wisden. All with names on Brighton Hove City buses, as we see Ollie Robinson, this time from the C end. You sense it's Jack Carson trying to just exert a little control back on that run rate, which is a runner ball now. Has been slightly higher, but score predictor, which started out at 310 based on previous match data, is now up at 359. That'll be quite the target.
Yeah, well, 333 wasn't enough on Friday night for Sussex to defend. So you think something fairly significantly higher than 300 will be the target for Hampshire. I think as much as trying to get control of the run rate, Jack Carson desperate to break this partnership. That'll help with that run rate, of course. So turning back to his strike bowler.
Leg bite. $129 without loss.
Jack Leaning is going through some shoulder loosening exercises and then a little shadow bowl as well, so maybe we will see some spin from him.
Yep, he's either been given the nod or it's the equivalent of a substitute warming up right in front of the manager. Going,
Yeah.
right. I'm here, you know. I can do a job.
Yeah, Jack Leaning currently at mid-on and going through some warm-ups. I think Jack Carson would have been encouraged by the turn he was getting. Jack Leaning did take a wicket, didn't he, at Arundel, before he had to go off injured?
Might have been with his first ball, or certainly in his first over. He removed the Centurion, didn't he? Because he'd put him down earlier in the right at the very start of his innings.
Noah Thane.
Noah Thane, yeah, and was then brought on relatively late in proceedings and promptly got him out.
Yeah, Noah Thane, of course, the tournament's leading run scorer at the moment. His maiden professional 100 at Arundel.
Excellent innings it was too.
Yeah, despite being dropped on 3. In the end, though, it wasn't enough. Sussex winning that game, their only win of the tournament so far.
End of a tidy over. And Hampshire 131 without loss after 22. So for the first time in a little while, that run rate coming down to below a runner ball. Andrew Rayburn in the comms box with Sam Keir. Thanks for joining us today.
Great to have your company on this sunny Sunday on the South Coast. Big thanks once again to Aerotron, our match sponsor. You can see their logo there on the screen, making today's stream possible, and of course putting their name to today's fixture as well. So big thanks to Aerotron, long-time supporter of Sussex cricket. Carved out. And as we see in list A cricket, sides that do well with the bat are as adept as at rotating the strike and picking up ones and twos as they are as finding the boundary. Jake Libby with a masterclass for Worcestershire on Friday in that respect. Carson coming over the wicket to the right-handed Mays. The 4 men out for Sussex are a long off, a long on, a deep square and a deep cover. Fairly conventional field for the off-spin of Jack Carson. You've got a man on the 45 on the offside and the onside. Backward point cover mid-wicket. And then for the left-handed oar, the mirror image pretty much, with Carson still coming round to the left-hander, so same angle of attack. Slip comes in though, because of course the off-spinner spinning it away from the left-hander, and that is a Jaffa. Yeah, no wonder Jack Leading fancies a bowl. If obviously not quite in the same league as Jack Carson as an off-spinner, but plenty of turn on offer. That was a lovely ball from Jack Carson. He'd be disappointed not to have got anything on that in terms of Ali Orr's bat.
Yeah, turned too much, really.
Yeah, beauty. Just in that length as well, where the batter isn't quite sure whether you come forward or come back or go back, and get caught in two minds with the ball spinning past the outside edge when you don't quite get to the pitch of the ball. One ball to come in, another good over from Jack Carson, just two from it.
Oh, sharp single.
Yeah, it was a sharp single. I think if Ollie Kirtley's momentum hadn't slightly offset his balance, he'd have fancied a shy at the stumps there. Anyway, 3 runs from the over. Jack Carson bowling very nicely indeed. Still no wicket though for Sussex. Hampshire 134 without loss. There we go.
Picture of happiness there.
Absolutely. What's the book, I wonder? Not sure. Sun cream? Tick. Sun visor? Tick. Pint of Harvey's or Thatcher's? Tick.
Oh, well left. Good line from Robinson. Ollie Robinson bowling to Ali Orr. Feels like a county championship sort of encounter, doesn't it? Sort of, you can just imagine, in whites. And they've made a very good fist of it. Hampshire so far, 68 for Orr, 55 for Mays. And that'll be another single to Orr. Got plenty on it, but straight to the man patrolling that part of the boundary. 135 without loss.
Yeah, 23 balls now since the last boundary, so Sussex will be pleased about that. But Hampshire still able to just rotate the strike. That's why 300 becomes sort of your bare minimum these days, right? Because you don't need loads of boundaries to score a run a ball.
Well, Paul Farbrae said after the Yorkshire game, he said, you know, that target should have been achievable because, you know, a run a ball is not challenging for white ball cricketers these days. And especially when we've had, you know, good batting conditions. Scores are higher than last year. Yeah, they've stemmed the flow of boundaries. Pulled that run rate down a little. But Hampshire are building a platform. That's what they'll want to do. It's this sort of period, isn't it? It's that consolidation period between sort of 20 and 40 overs. And then you go for it in the final 10. Is that going to be a boundary? Yes, it is. So there you go. First boundary, and how many balls now?
I think that was the 27th ball since the last boundary.
And that's the problem with, for Sussex anyway, with Hampshire making this sort of start. Even just one boundary and over just keeps up that pressure on the bowling side. Wickets are needed for Sussex. Hampshire want to continue this momentum. Or a slower one from Robinson. Worked into the leg side.
Yeah, well watched by Ali Orr. Good bit of bowling from Ollie Robinson. See on the replay here, just that side of the hand delivery that kind of hovers, or seems to hover for dipping on the batter, but Ali Orr watching it.
The other day was the 21st anniversary of that Steve Harmison slower ball to Michael Clarke in the Ashes, which put Mark Nicholas into a state of complete.
Stephen Harmison with the slower ball.
One of the great balls.
Given the moment, given the match, that is a staggering gamble.
There you go. He's seen it a few times, hasn't he?
Oh, wow, yeah. Do you remember that? Was it third evening at Old Trafford where Clarke was just getting going?
Edgbaston, I think, wasn't it? Because it was the 2 runs.
Edgbaston, sorry, yeah.
It was the second test. It's amazing how late that test match ran in that year. In terms of the calendar, we're not used to test matches, second test in August now.
Yeah, they needed 107 to win, 2 wickets in hand.
Going into the final day.
Yeah, of course, Michael Clarke
was out on the final evening of the previous day.
Still nearly blew it, but...
Yes. Well, I think that because Michael Clarke obviously was the last set batter, in terms of...
And you went to bed that night thinking it's in the bag.
Yeah. And people were queuing around the block. This is the strange thing about cricket. Oh, dear, that's a tad unfortunate.
Yeah, just
you're over, Sam. You can describe that one.
Yeah, just overran it, didn't he? And Jack Carson will be cross about that because that's the pressure released early in the over. Yeah, doesn't quite get down to it. Does Jack leaning? And
it deflected slightly, I think, off something, and either him or the ground, and then bamboozled the guy behind him. So Harmison removing Clarke was deemed to be the key thing, and then thousands of people queued round the block, all hoping, of course,
that it would last 2 balls.
That they'd only see 2 balls.
Yeah. Well, I suppose in hindsight, they got their money's worth.
They absolutely did in the end, and that shot from Brett Lee, which went with 3 to win, which went straight to the boundary fielder. He absolutely cut it.
Imagine the pressure
on all money there.
Don't want to misfield that, and then there was Simon Jones spilling one tough chance down the boundary.
I think Michael Vaughan has since said that he thought the game had gone, and he thought the series had gone because they'd lost the first match at Lord's heavily, and the old sort of because he picked a team, that didn't carry the scars. Including, of course, choosing Kevin Peterson over Graham Thorpe. And
quicker delivery from Carson. 4 runs off the over, halfway through, and Hampshire 145 for naught with a great platform for a big total here at Hove.
Yeah, and obviously, and then they'd regrouped after Lords, and they said, right, we're going to pick the same team, but we're just going to do things differently. We're going to attack the Australians. Including Warne. And they'd done that brilliantly on the first day and scored 400. As the players take drinks, there's the situation in this match, before we talk about old times again, me and Sam. Or 76 not out, Mays 58 not out, from similar sort of use of the match. And there is the Manhattan, which shows a couple of really big overs. But what's noticeable about that, Sam, is quite consistent run scoring, sort of lots of 6 and overs rather than big uns.
Yeah, and crucially, barely a chance. It's a good batting wicket this, and you've got to be disciplined. It's like Worcestershire did well with the ball, even though they conceded 333. They didn't bowl too many loose deliveries.
Well, there's the bowling figures, and what stands out there is the control of Robinson and particularly Carson. 7 overs, none for 26 for Jack Carson. Robinson, none for 29 from his spell, and the Worm on a steady incline, I would say. Flattened out a little bit after sort of 11 or 12 overs. There was a spell where Sussex got some control back, but it's been a steady climb through. As we see, partnerships plural at the top, but there's just been one, and this 145 stand at the top between Orr and Mays is doing some damage.
27th of August, when Sussex take on Somerset in the county championship running at the end of the season. We play due to start at 11 a.m. each morning. For more information and ticket purchase opportunities,
Run rate has just taken a little decline in the last sort of 10 overs or so, just coming below runner ball. And that's how we stand. 145 without loss. Yeah, just thinking back to 2005 and Michael Vaughan later admitting, as I say, when those runs were being ticked off, and particularly when Shane Warne was in, of course, he's trodden his own stumps. If that hadn't happened, things might have been different. But and plenty of Australians will tell you, and quite rightly so, that Kasparovich shouldn't have been out either, because he had his hand off his bat when he was given out. But yeah, they'd done so well to match the Australians and made 400 on the first day or whatever, and you know, when you come that close to really outplaying Australia, and if Australia had still won and gone 2-0 up, I think then who knows, we may still be waiting for an Ashes victory because confidence would have been knocked out of English cricket for good, I think. But what a fabulous series of Test cricket that was. There's been some great series that England have been involved in recent years. But just in terms of what that did for cricket in general in both England and Australia. Obviously in England it was at sensible viewing times, but lots of people say, don't they, Sam, that they were inspired to take up cricket by watching that 2005 Ashes series, crucially on terrestrial television on Channel 4. In the air, and 4, I think. Yes, just bounced in front of the rope. It's away from Ibrahim down there. Briefly, I think Mays might have wondered whether he might have been in trouble.
Yeah, Ibrahim in off the rope, obviously been asked to do that, be a few yards in. If he had been right on the rope, he might have got round to it, but well picked up by Mays. Hampshire 149 without loss now.
Short. Well bowled.
Well taken by John Simpson.
Yeah, especially up at the stumps like that. And especially unless you've been given a little signal from your bowler that that's what he's going to try. You're not necessarily ready for it. Was it, again, harking back to 20 odd years ago? Shane Warne bowled a bouncer to Kevin Peterson once, didn't he, I think? Of course, that Hampshire man, Shane Warne.
He'd have a bus, wouldn't
he? In Southampton, yeah, almost certainly. You'd want to have
give him a bus, yeah.
You'd give him a bus, former Hampshire captain.
Jake Lehman, of course, captaining Hampshire today in Nick Gubbins' absence, so another Australian in charge of Hampshire. Might be the first Australian to captain Hampshire since Shane Warne, I don't know.
You'll soon be told on the stream. Edge down to third man. 150 up for Hampshire, coming towards the end of the 26th over. Crowd just cottoning on to that. It's good that they're attentive, I think, the crowd. and making the applause before any announcement. It's like they always use the phrase at the Crucible Theatre, don't they? They always talk about a knowledgeable crowd.
Yeah. Yeah, widely regarded as the most knowledgeable crowd, isn't it?
You feel there's a knowledgeable crowd here at Hove?
Yeah, not a bad crowd here. It has filled up a bit since start of proceedings today. Imagine a lovely warm day here that we'll get a few more in as the day goes by.
Yeah, it's not clear blue sky like it has been. No threat of rain. The white clouds are quite high.
So Jack Carson continuing. Yeah, those are the clouds. Very nice clouds. Jack Carson into his 8th over. He'll be desperate for a wicket. He's getting some turn, some significant turn. It's not. People talk about slow turn and fast turn. I think it's probably on the slower turn side of things. He's beaten the bat a few times, but without really causing too many alarms. Certainly not been giving runs away either, which is obviously very important. But if he could break this partnership with the 2.5 overs he has remaining, then he feel like he's done a very good job for his team indeed, Jack Carson. Aggression from Orr, picks that gap and gets 4. And gosh, another moment of alarm down on the boundary for a Sussex fielder, of course. George Thomas off the pitch after rolling an ankle and hurting his knee, it looked like, down there. This time, my word, that was Ollie Kirtley, wasn't it? Down there, who certainly giving his all. Subfielder is Joe Johnson, who in the game he played at Arundel that we saw was electric in the field, so not a bad sub to have on.
Don't think he had a shirt number, did he, assigned on that day, but I think he has one now.
Joe Johnson?
I think I heard him announced as a number.
38, I think.
38.
Yeah. Mays obviously likes, or Sussex Field likes to play that, use his feet and play that cut shot. Oh, he certainly used his feet there and he nearly ran straight past it. Simpson with a shy at the stumps and a great bit of backing up to prevent any overthrows, because John Simpson felt like he had a chance of running out Ben Mays. Brilliant bit of backing up from that man we were just discussing, Joe Johnson, who now moves back into point to the left-handed Orr. Slip in for him as well. Tom Haynes at slip. And that will evade Joe Johnson, but there is that cover down on the boundary, eventually. Bit of a fumble.
I think it's clear, though, that they evidently rate Johnson as a fielder from the positions that they put him in. They're very responsible, if you like, outfield positions. He starts close in the ring, and if he has to field, he will no doubt go in the final 10 overs. He'll no doubt go out on the rope. That's where you ended up.
Flighted, that's up in the air, but it's well wide of the man at deep square leg, and it's 4 runs, the second boundary of the over. This time to Ben Mays. So actually an expensive over, a rare expensive over from Jack Carson today, as Hampshire move up to 164 without loss. 14 runs off that over, 13 off the bat and a leg by.
164 now, the Hampshire score, and again the run rate now nudging past the 6 and over mark. 365 the score predictor saying now.
Well, you'd think from here Hampshire would see that almost, sounds ridiculous, but it sounds the minimum, because Robinson's only got 3 overs left, Carson's only got 2.
And that's interesting. I wonder if that, I mean, we know it talks about batting resources, the sort of score predictor. I wonder if it takes that into account. That
Yeah, who's got overs left?
That the tighter bowlers have got fewer overs. Oosthuizen back into the attack. He was expensive in his first 2, but he'll be looking to make amends second time round.
Yeah, similar situation that Freddie Price found himself in on Friday night, where got some serious tap in his first spell, showed some real strength of character to come back and bowl some decent middle overs. I think that's what Paul Farbrace and the bowling coach James Kirtley will be looking very closely at, how these young bowlers deal with pressure and batters coming after them.
It's given us a wide. So look here, how wide was it? Outside the blue line, just. Frustration for Oosthuizen.
Yeah, so obviously Robinson, with 3 overs remaining, being held back for later in the innings.
Just to say that Oosthuizen wasn't even born in that Ashes series we were talking about.
Wow.
That's mad when you think about it, isn't it?
Imagine
Shows how long ago it was.
Fair few players in this competition. Ben Mays, obviously, only 18.
You just have to read about it in, well, I was going to say in history books, but not many of them knocking about either these days. I have to catch up with it on YouTube.
I was watching highlights of the 1997 Ashes on YouTube the other day.
Do you know what I was about to say? At least we've moved on in an era from the last time we were talking about old cricket, because that was the World Cups of 96 and 99, but now you've taken us back to the 90s. It's been another wide.
Yeah, just when you mentioned the 2005 series getting so many people into cricket, bizarrely, it was the 97 Ashes that really convinced me that I love this sport. And I was trying to think back to that series, and the things I remember are bowling Australia out for 118 at Edgbaston.
Yes, that was Andy Caddick, I think.
He got 5, yeah. And then Hussain and Thorpe giving England a huge lead. Hussain, that 207, I remember it vividly. I was 11 years old. I remember it, break time and lunchtime at school, putting the TV on in the classroom to watch it. But then bizarrely, I don't remember any of the second, third, fourth, fifth tests, which were either lost or drawn, because England won that
selected memory.
But I do remember Tufnell playing his part in England winning that sixth test.
And Mark Butcher, was it in the final innings in the sixth test? I think he got a big score.
I just remember Tufnell. And from then,
or am I thinking of 2001? I might be
he scored that amazing 100 at Headingley in 2001. The one game England won in that series.
Yeah, that might be what I'm thinking of.
There you go. There's a topic for the live stream chat. Let us know which series it was that first ignited your love of cricket. Another huge wide from Oosthuizen, who is really struggling with his radar. That's the third wide of what is turning into a very long over.
Yeah, because the win over the win at Edgbaston was the first Test match England had beaten Australia in a live context since winning down under in 86, 87, yeah. I think
it got a lot of people's hopes up, but normal service was soon resumed in that second test at Lord's.
Yeah, I remember. I do remember that. I remember not. I remember the names. I don't remember the actual action, but I remember being interested in as early as the '92 World Cup, and well, not the World Cup actually, but that was, I don't remember, but the home series against Pakistan. And I definitely remember the '93 Ashes. I remember Shane Warne bowling that ball to Mike Gatting. Devon Malcolm's 9-for against South Africa the following year in '94. Dominic Cork's hat-trick against the West Indies in '95. So those are my sort of formative memories of cricket.
Yeah, well, let us know which series it was that got you into this wonderful sport, which has led you to be tuning on a sunny Sunday afternoon to the live stream from the county ground Hove. Jack Carson bowling his penultimate over. More slow turn, tucked away by Ali Orr, who is on 89 off 88 balls. Very happy return to his former workplace for the left-hander.
Is he of this parish? Formerly of this parish.
He is formerly of this parish.
As we were discussing earlier.
On the payroll. Disgruntled former employee.
We're trying to come up with as many different ways of saying it.
Mays, meanwhile, 69 off 81, with a lot of cover then on the offside. That sort of looks like a rugby back line, and trying to evade them. Mays looks to lap that behind him on the leg side, but he misses it. But what he does get is another wide. How many wides is that now?
Now let me have
Andrew?
a look. Hang on a second.
16 extras in total, most of them wides.
Yeah, so 14 runs from wide, so one of them included an extra run single.
Well run by Hampshire's opening pair, showing their fitness and commitment.
So there's 13 extra deliveries as well to be bowled in there. That's one of the other. It's two whole overs of extra deliveries.
Seem to remember Ali Orr from his Sussex days always being touted as someone who's extremely fit. Did a lot of running. Certainly, it's a hot day. You need to be fit. 50 over cricket, a real test of your stamina, because you are scoring a high proportion of your runs between the wickets, if you see what I mean.
We will have, I imagine we'll have more away support in the ground today. Obviously, a good trip along the coast. There is a Hampshire flag I can see over in front of the first drop. Whatever you want to call that type of building. Ooh.
Innovation from Mays. Brings him another 2. Jack leading does the fielding, coming round from fine leg. Yeah, because of the field that Sussex have got set on the offside, protecting that short boundary, Ben Mays is having to think a little harder about where he places the ball rather than trying to cut.
Which could in turn induce a full shot on the wicket. I think that's part of the Sussex plan.
Yeah, so on that offside, Sussex have those 3 men in a line at mid-off, cover and backward point, or it's almost 45 on the offside, and then a man at deep point.
It was 4 at one point, wasn't it? Inside the circle. I'm not sure where they've moved one to.
And then you've got a conventional mid-wicket, a wideish long on, a deep square, well, deep mid-wicket, a conventional square, and a fine leg as the over comes to a close. Reasonably productive for Hampshire without having to take any big risks or play any particularly aggressive shots. Still plenty of turn for Carson, but it's slow turn. It's not causing Hampshire too many difficulties. And that was the if he'd taken the stumps,
yeah.
I'm not sure if the umpire would have been able to give that out on field. I have to say that was the delivery where we were congratulating Hampshire on their running. That was tight. If Carson had whipped the bells off, whether umpire Nigel Long would have felt confident enough with the naked eye to give it out would have been another matter.
It stays and continues. There was an incredibly tight one given against Yorkshire, which on many replays we still couldn't establish whether it was out or not. And then, of course, there was one at Arundel where there was a run out that wasn't given. if you recall, late in the proceedings. Ustazen driven back. Oh, it's hit the stumps and has deflected away rather handily for Hampshire. Well, I say handily for Hampshire. It might have gone for 4, I suppose, had it split the field, although Leaning was coming round to cover. They've got a single out of it anyway. That reminds me of that wicket England took when, who was that, driving it off the non-striker's bat and it landing in, was it Jack Leach's hands?
Right,
and he didn't know whether that was actually out or not, and somebody had to tell him. That was a weird dismissal, that one.
It was almost a weird dismissal for Ali Orr as he chopped that down onto his glove, then onto the ground, and then started scrabbling around with his feet to try and stop it rolling onto the stumps. I don't think he was ever in any real danger, but I'm not sure he knew 100% where the ball was. It's
35 years today, I saw earlier, since the famous leg over moment in 1991 with Jonathan Agnew's commentary. That has everybody in stitches. Ian Botham losing balance and trying to hop over the stumps and caught the bails with the inner part of his thigh, as Brian Johnston remarked, and Jonathan Agnew then innocently tried to say he couldn't quite get his leg over, which
I'm sure it was very funny at the time, but I've heard it enough.
Yeah,
that it starts to wear a bit thin. Don't want to sound curmudgeonly.
Look it up if you haven't seen it. There'll be some people who haven't. That's bisected fielders and has gone for another 4 for Ali Orr, who is into the 90s, onto 94, and has an eye on another List A century. Useful little late cut, that. Right in front of that Hampshire flag. So 94 off 92 and for Orr, and May's 74 off 87. So they faced a similar number of deliveries. Orr swivels on that one and only be a single. 95 now for Ali Orr. At the end of the over, the end of the 30th. So you say double it, don't you, at 30 overs? Well, in that case, Hampshire are looking at, 370 around that mark.
Yeah, and the single off the last ball, making sure that Ali Orr keeps the strike. So a few of your first, or the cricketing moments that secured a lifetime of interest. Well, first of all, Paul Hawley was at that Edgbaston game in 97 on day 1, 98 for 8 at lunch, and the champagne already open. Got to enjoy it whilst it lasts, Paul. Jeffrey Jackson, 11-year-old in 1981. Black and white TV in his bedroom. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I do indeed.
Yeah, Charles and Diana's wedding. Oh.
So keen was Andrew to get that quip in. He unmuted himself, rushed back in. Jack Carson's final over. Ali Orr on 95. Turns that off the legs for a single. 96 for the former Sussex man. What Sussex would do for Ali Orr to be on their team with an innings like this today, but he's doing it for the team over the border in Hampshire. Ben May's also going well in his first game of this year's One Day Cup. Reverse swept and turns away from him. More turn from Jack Carson, which means that Mays can't get hold of that. Playing against the spin with the reverse sweep. Not sure that was a percentage shot given the field on the offside. He's trying to just disrupt Carson, which is what he is trying to do there again with the use of the feet. Brings Orr back onto strike. Matthew, 2009 Ashes was his earliest memory. Trott's debut 100 at the Oval. I was at that game. BC Historia, our friend from Chard in Somerset, sometime in the mid-70s, but always loved cricket. And Paul liked the Ashes in 72, cementing his love of the game. Or on 96. Picks out the man on that cover boundary. Just a single.
Was the 72 Ashes the one where Bob Massey came along and took a load of wickets with some swing bowling? I think it might have been 72. You'll be able to tell us, whoever that. What was it, Paul? Did you say, or did you say said remember the 72 Ashes?
Tossed up, swept hard, swept for 4. Great shot from Ben Mays, who's just been looking to pick Jack Carson off his line, and does that very nicely with that conventional sweep, taking a step out to the offside and reaching for a ball that I think Carson had put out there, thinking that that was a shot that Mays was going to play, but thanks to his footwork and his strong wrists, Mays was able to send that to the boundary. 1 ball remaining in Jack Carson's spell. A little bit expensive, more expensive in the final 2 overs after being very tidy. Wicketless for 51 runs off his 9.5 overs. Tossed up and bunted down the ground, to mean that Jack Carson finishes with 10 overs, none for 52. His job with the ball is done, but plenty to do as Sussex's captain, as they still look to break this mammoth partnership for the first wicket. And it was all smiles up on the Hampshire dressing room balcony. They'll be very happy with how their 2 openers have been going so far. Aerotron with their branding up there. Of course, Aerotron, the match sponsor of today's game here at Hove. Slightly more pensive looks on the faces of James Kirtley and the rest of the Sussex backroom staff, as James Kirtley will be thinking through the plans for his bowlers. See if he can spot anything that might prise Orr and Mays apart. So a lot to think about for Carson and for Sussex.
Yes, indeed, and it's one of those ones where you feel that a wicket will come through perhaps a lapse in concentration more than anything else at the moment for a Sussex perspective. Ali Orr not facing at the moment, but on 97, he got 3 centuries in this competition for Hampshire last season. Oh, edge, genuine edge, no slip, that'll be 4. Frustration builds from a Sussex perspective. That would have gone into that sort of second slip region, what we were talking about in about the 10th over. But nobody there now. It's exactly the sort of shot that you were talking about, Sam, earlier when we were pondering as to why it was a second slip and not a first. And that is precisely why. And that it could be... Oh, it's a really good tumbling stop. So it's... Oh, it's not. It's somehow gone through Ibrahim. Or has dropped it over the rope. He'd done all the hard work, I felt. And it's brought the 200 up, back-to-back boundaries. Quite sure what happened with this. We'll find out from this angle. He looked to have done all the hard work. He had it, and then didn't.
Spilt it in the tumble, didn't he? As Hampshire, like you say, reached that 200, a 200-run partnership as well from 189 balls. Highest partnership for Hampshire, highest opening partnership for Hampshire against Sussex, to 221.
Oh, just short this time. Good stop in the end from Carson, but frustration building in the outfield, you can tell.
221 between Gordon Greenwich and Paul Terry in 1985 here at Hove. A couple of names that form an important part of Hampshire history. Mays and Orr would love to go past them.
And the highest List A partnership for the first wicket for Hampshire, 269. They've got a little bit of way to go for that. John Stevenson and Jason Laney against Norfolk in 1996.
In that West Cup,
That West Trophy, yeah. The old 60 over comp, wasn't it? I think, or 55.
Yeah, first round was always minor counties involved, sort of a bit like the FA Cup, wasn't it?
I think one of them beat a very good Yorkshire side in the mid-90s. I'm trying to remember who that was. End of that over. 202 without loss. 32nd over. So Hampshire targeting 360, 370, something along those lines.
So we saw him warming up a little earlier on. Jack Leading is going to get a bowl, placing Jack Carson, his fellow off-spinner, having seen it turn from that Cromwell Road end. There's the Sussex Cricket Museum, very well worth a visit, whether you're a Sussex fan or not. Some great bits of history in there, and run by volunteers who do a great job in sourcing things and curating that museum. So Jack Leading on for his first over in the match. Ben Mays, the first batter to get a sight of the former Kent man. Tossed up, and Mays says, well, welcome to the attack. Go and fetch that. Good use of the feet. Slightly yorks himself, but just gets enough leverage. Send that straight back past Leading towards that ice cream van out there. Tossed up. Again, Mays uses his feet, but this time Leading does the fielding off his own bowling. Swept cover though out on the backward square leg boundary, long leg almost. So that brings Ali Orr onto strike with 97 off 96 balls. Chanceless innings so far. Part of this mammoth opening partnership with Ben Mays. Jack Leading just tinkering with his field. He's got a deep cover, a long off, a long on, deep mid wickets, 2 in the ring on the onside, 3 in the ring on the offside. Good stop in the end. Molly Carter keeps Ali Orr down at the striker's end. Jack Leading optimistically suggesting there might have been something on that. In any case, John Simpson couldn't hold on to it, and a wide given as well. Another wide goes in the extras column. Jack Leading was adamant that something was on that because he gave Nigel Long a filthy look as if to say, what are you widing me that for? But Nigel Long confident there was nothing on it. Ali Orr just struggling to pierced the field, with the balls overtaking his score, the balls he's faced overtaking his score for the first time in a long time, for sure. Big heave for Alior, who is eyeing up those 3 figures, was hoping to take advantage of the big expanse of open territory at Cow Corner, but doesn't get anything on it. And Jack leaning in agony as he thinks he's finally got rid of Alior, but he survives, still on 97 as the over goes by. 208 for naught off 33 overs.
Returning to bowl at the CN, Ollie Kirtley.
Ollie Kirtley coming back on from the CN, 208 without loss, 33 overs. Hampshire are going along very nicely. None for 35 from his first spell, Kirtley. Two is the call. Yes is the response after the first run. So the question is, who's going to get to the century first? Or 97, Mays 96. Stop in there. Brilliant that.
Yeah, this is already a list A best for Ben Mays. His previous best 74. So on the verge of a maiden list A 100.
Yeah, we didn't note that milestone when he passed it. This is third 50, looking to convert this one into a first list A ton. He does have one in first class cricket. Carson watches that, pulls out the long barrier and returns it to Simpson. Just a single. Takes him on to 97, matches up with his pal Alior at the other end. 99 balls Alior has taken to reach that. Mays just 4 more deliveries to his name. Mays has had a lot more of the strike then, hasn't he, in the last few overs than Orr. Single to Orr moves him on to 98.
Good over so far from Ollie Kirtley, who's finding those sort of wide Yorker lengths, which are A, hard for the batter to get too much leverage on, B, also relatively straightforward to set a field to. So he's come back strongly at the start of this second spell.
Mays on 97. Forces it away, goes for a quick single, shy at the stumps, misses. Both on 98 now. All from 100 deliveries, Mays from 104. We're at the end of the 34th over. 16 overs remain in the innings. 213. So, I mean, score predictor there says 370, Sam. What do you think is realistic? Or what is minimum, really, I suppose?
Well, with 10 wickets in hand, sky's kind of the limit, isn't it, for Hampshire here, I think. Well, 370 is
Looking at 10 and over from here.
So much batting to come, though. They can start to take some risks, but they haven't taken the wickets. But Sussex, at the moment, stopping that run rate climbing too dramatically, but they'll be well aware that when you have the whole rest of the batting order to come, people can start to really take some risks. Probably that'll come after these two reach the 100, if indeed they do, and that is not going to be it from Ben Mays, because there is a fielder there. He does get one, however, so he moves on to 99 as they edge their way to those three figures, these two Hampshire openers who've put on 214, Ali Orr 98 of 100 balls. Still won't get there. This could be it with a push out into the onside. He'll come back for two, and there it is, a century for Ali Orr against his former club, and look what it means to the man from Eastbourne. He takes that helmet off and salutes the crowd, who you have to say are very generous in their applause. Formerly one of their own, plenty of Hampshire fans here today. Ali Orr with his 6th list day 100 from 102 balls, including 13 fours and 1 6, and he's had a tough campaign in the One Day Cup, but he's put that right today with a fantastic century against his former teammates here at Hove.
And that takes him on to 101. And I was going to say, 3 centuries in this competition last season. Back amongst the runs this time round. Mays 99.
Yeah, back to haunt Sussex. Ben Mays now on the verge of his maiden list day century. And he'll get it as well. 2 Hampshire Centurions. The ball, or 2 balls after Ali Orr goes to 100. Ben Mays does the same. What an exciting young cricketer he is. 18 years of age, a maiden list day century, 106 balls, 12 fours, 1 6. Someone to get very excited about if you're a Hampshire fan, and indeed, if you're an English cricket fan. He looks to have an incredible future ahead. His first match in this year's One Day Cup, having been allowed to return to his county by his 100 franchise. He certainly made the most of that opportunity. And as we suggested, here comes a bit of aggression from Hampshire, having both made their centuries. These opening batters looking at now seriously building on this platform that they've put together, sort of a North Sea oil platform. Its sturdiness and its resilience. It's pretty good as far as platforms go. 2-2-2 without loss, Hampshire after 35 overs. That 35th over seeing both openers, Ali Orr and Ben Mays, reach their centuries.
Yeah, brilliant innings from the pair of them, which have, as you say, set this platform for Hampshire. And both of them using up similar resources. 105 off 104 for Ali Orr, 100 off 106 for Ben Mays.
Really nice to see Sussex supporters celebrating Ali Orr in particular. Both batters getting a warm round of applause, but Ali Orr, obviously someone who spent the first part of his, the whole of his pathway life here at Sussex, and then the first part of his professional career here as well. And there's always that sense of allegiance to a player, isn't there? And he certainly got plenty of warmth from...
As far as I'm aware, still lives this side of the border. Ooh, a little bit uppish, but they're going to come back for 2. Yeah, they're determined to make this one count, as you say, Sam. After passing those milestones, these two are living footloose and fancy free.
Yeah, I think you're right about Ali Orr. The last time I saw him away from a cricket ground was Boxing Day at a Lewis FC match. He was there with his family.
They got hammered yesterday on the opening day of the Isthmian Premier season at home to Enfield.
That passed me by, I have to say, Andrew.
Do you want non-league football chat? Come to me. Enfield relegated into that division from National League South, so they're going to be likely to be strong. At Lewis, yeah, losing I think 4 or 5-0 at home yesterday. 4-0, I think. At the Dripping Pan, one of the best named football grounds. Aerial. Is this an opportunity? It is. Ali Orr's innings comes to an end. Kirtley has the wicket. And there is the risk in trying to up the ante. And it's Joe Johnson, I think, who's taken the catch, is it?
Yeah, the subfielder on for George Thomas, a safe pair of hands. And of course, a first professional wicket for Ollie Kirtley.
Absolutely, congratulations to him. Really lost his shape or in that shot. It was a rather ugly way to get out in the end. Spooned it up in the air. Johnson took the catch coolly. He really is an excellent fielder. But congratulations to Ollie Kirtley for his first professional wicket. But even more so for Ali Orr, who takes the acclaim of Hampshire supporters. You can see there's also be Hampshire support staff. He'll pass on his way up and into the dressing room.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed that he didn't go on to make a mammoth score, but he'd earned the right to start swinging the bat, especially with no wickets down. Selfless in many respects, because if he had got hold of a few, then Hampshire could have been looking at an obscene score here. But a fantastic knock from Ali Orr, and you saw those Hampshire travelling fans there, the Hampshire ultras under the dressing room balcony on their feet, and I have to say much of the ground was doing exactly the same thing as well.
Indeed. The utilitultras, does that work? No, not really. Yeah, no, fantastic knock from Ali Orr.
And as Ali Orr departs, another man that Sussex will be very wary of comes to the crease. Toby Albert, only his third game of the tournament so far, but he's in good form in those 2 games that he has played. Scores of 46 against Glamorgan and then 89 against Durham. He was rested for the early part of the competition, but since his delayed introduction into this year's Men's Metrobank One Day Cup, 135 runs in 2 innings.
Right, just 5 in the T20 at Hove last month.
Good to see the Sussex fielders getting round Ollie Kirtley, aware that it's a big moment in any professional cricketer's life, that first professional wicket, and Ollie Kirtley will always remember that moment. Perhaps not what he imagined, maybe knocking back an off stump or nicking someone off, but caught in the deep, they all count.
Yeah, and obviously in white ball cricket, could stop there. In white ball cricket, you know that you're more likely to get one caught in the deep these days. They all, as you say, they all count. There was that ridiculous hat-trick, wasn't there, in a T20 game for the West Indies against England, where it was the last 3 balls of the innings, all caught in the deep. You think, that still counts as a hat-trick. It doesn't quite feel the same as knocking poles over or getting LBWs. That was the Dominic Cork hat-trick against the West Indies, which I think were certainly 2 LBWs in there. And it's the end of a successful first over for James. I'll start that again. The end of a successful over for Ollie Kirtley, his first professional wicket. And his dad James will be the happiest man in the whole of Sussex, I imagine, right now. On a personal and professional level, because it's got Sussex a wicket. Hasn't quite got them back into this match because Hampshire are still looking at a big total.
Jack leaning into his third over. Be interesting to see how Mays proceeds from here, whether he decides his job is to be there at the end and let people bat round him. He's someone who likes to play his shots from what we've seen so far, an explosive player, so interesting to see how he approaches things. Sussex can take another couple of quick wickets, and I'd say that they're starting to get a little bit more of a grip on this game, because batters have to come in and start from scratch, eat up deliveries. Tell you who would be looking forward to a situation of coming in for the last 5 or 6 overs is Hampshire's overseas player Ashutosh Sharma. It's the kind of role he plays in the IPL, blasting some runs at the back end of an innings. So far he hasn't really contributed massively with the bat for Hampshire. Contributed plenty with the ball, perhaps to a few people's surprise. 2 List A wickets before this competition, and he now has 16, having taken 14 for Hampshire. But no significant scores. That's up in the air, and Ollie Carter, I don't think was ever really in a hunt for a catch there, but he lost his footing and the ball sailed over his head, which made everyone think that maybe he'd spurned a chance, but I think it was significantly over his head in the end. Yeah, it's landed right on the edge of the 30-yard circle, but another bit of encouragement for Sussex. Toby Albert popping that one up. Ben Mays at the moment happy just to keep rotating that strike. 13 overs and 2 balls remaining in the innings, so with 9 wickets to go, you do think that Hampshire will be looking to play their shots given the resources that do remain. Still to come, Jack Lehman, Tom Press, Ben Brown, Ashutosh Sharma. Down the ground comes Albert. That's a lovely shot. Great use of the feet. 1 bounce 4. So there's a statement of intent from the new man. Neil at number 8, Jack at 9, Eddie Jack at 9, Carl Abbott at 10, and then Ollie Williams at 11. Dare say we'll see some rejigging to that order given where Hampshire find themselves. Ashutosh Sharma carded at number 7, but a notoriously strong finisher. Uppish from Albert, but into vacant space. Comes through for a single, another productive over for Hampshire. The scoreboard updates so quickly here at Hove that you barely get a chance to do your maths, but see if I can work it out. Certainly 10 or so runs off the over.
A bowling change and returning to the sea end.
People enjoying a lovely day out here at Hove. A lady there with some fuchsia pink hair dye to match the Sussex Sharks One Day Cup kit. Can't guarantee that that was a conscious choice to match. Toby Abbott wallops that back at Dan Ibrahim, who gets fingers to it, but nothing more. Yeah, came back quickly.
Yeah, difficult as he readjusts after his follow through, but it would have been a really good catch if he'd clung on. At Carson, you can hear giving the claps. He's right down by our effects mic. Let's hope he keeps it clean. Skipper offering support from his position at long on to Ibrahim bowling to the right-handed Albert. And that is swung away and will be 6 and well held. Oh no, it's dropped in the end. That's a shame. That's a shame. I thought he clung on in the hospitality there. Let's see how close he came to completing the catch. Had it? Well, maybe never did. I'm not sure. But a maximum. Another one for Hampshire. This time through the covers and 4. So 6 and 4 for Toby Albert. 245 for 1 the score now. Oh, just through. Is that going to create an extra run? It is. 6-4-2 from the last 3 deliveries. Let's help move Albert from 6 to 18 in double quick time. Two is the call, and will be 2. Really good fielding that occasion. But 14 off the over after 2 dots. 14 runs coming from it, and with 12 overs remaining, Hampshire are 249 for 1.
Yeah, Toby Albert realising his job here is to capitalise on that start that his openers gave him. Plenty of batting to come.
A bowling change and return to the Cromwell roller. That is
So Jack Leaning, after conceding 10 in his previous over, is going to get a rest. He has bowled 3 overs, none for 25. So expensive. Nantes Oosthuizen, who's also been expensive, returns this time though from the Cromwell Road end, none for 48 from his 5 overs. He's got a man at deep point, long leg, deep square leg, and long on. Hurries Mays there. High for any thought of a OBW shout. 11 balls remaining of power play 2 before Sussex can post another man out into the deep. This is where you feel like Hampshire were really targeting that short cover boundary to the right-hander from this end. That's nicely played by Mays, who is clearly a very fit young man because he has run really hard in the 2 hours 39 minutes that he's been at the crease. 250 comes up in the 39th over. Run rate a little over 6.5 and over.
There's Mays' wagon wheel, or just...
Albert takes a step out to the onside, and actually Oosthuizen does well to follow him so that he can't engineer anything other than a bumped out to Ollie Robinson at long on.
The Mays wagon wheel is back, which does show a predominance of leg side scoring, but accessing all sides for his boundaries.
Followed by Oosthuizen, as he saw Mays again looking to open up that offside, but in the end Mays playing it over his shoulder down to that man on the fine leg boundary. Slower ball. She doesn't get hold of. The man underneath it drops the catch. Well, he had joy just a few moments ago with his first professional wicket. A catch taken in almost that exact same position, but Ollie Kirtley drops, which you have to say is one of the simpler catches you will see. It was in, and then it was out. He didn't steady himself. It's interesting that he was still on the move, so perhaps he hadn't quite judged where to get to underneath that, but that is a soft chance to get rid of Toby Albert. But this could be the chance that get rid of Ben Mays. It is indeed. So Nantes Oosthuizen, who would have been so disappointed the ball before, gets the wicket, and it's the one that Sussex would have been desperate for. Ben Mays goes for 109. It's a long old boundary out there, and he picked out the man who makes no mistake. So that's some consolation, some significant consolation for the drop the ball before. Well taken there out on the boundary. Brilliant innings from Ben Mays, a maiden list day century, 109 from 115 balls with 12 fours and 1 6. Well batted young man, as I said earlier. A name I think we'll be hearing a lot about in the years to come.
Absolutely brilliant from Ben Mays. Hear me out though, Ollie Kirtley is playing 3D chess out there. He deliberately thought, well, I'll tell you what, we don't want this wicket. We want the bloke at the other end. So I'm going to drop this chance, and then we're going to get the bloke at the other end out next ball. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, well, both openers gone, with the small matter of 214 runs between them. But they are back in the pavilion, or not in the pavilion, the first floor of the Aerotron indoor school here at Hove, where the dressing rooms are located.
I've taken a hat-trick in the indoor school at Hove, but it was a very rubbish hat-trick as a kid.
Email in if you'd like to hear off-air about Andrew's hat-trick in the indoor school.
Please don't. I've mentioned it so many times.
So the new batter in a change to the publicised order is Tom Prest. So Jake Lehman, the standing captain for Hampshire, just dropping himself down the order. We said there might be a bit of a shuffle given the position Hampshire in. I got a bit of stick on the stream, Andrew, for suggesting that if Sussex could take a couple of quick wickets, they'll feel like they have something of a chance in this match. But I do think, especially after you've had the batters sitting in the dressing room for a long time, if you can get rid of your two set, I mean, Hampshire clearly going to get a decent total here, but might not be the mammoth out-of-sight total if Sussex could take another couple of quick wickets.
And I think that's possibly been demonstrated by how Ollie Robinson's come back in, and he's only got 3 overs to bowl. You would have thought he might have, I suppose he might not bowl the very death overs, but he's certainly coming in now at a point where the two set batters are back in the hutch, and all right, Albert went big in 1 over, didn't he, to get himself you know, that score is basically off the back of 3 or 4 deliveries. He's still relatively new.
Yeah, I think Jack Carson realises that if they're going to restrict Hampshire to something that isn't mammoth, need to strike again quickly, just to get a sense of things not going quite as well as they were for Hampshire. Be interesting if our producer Jack at some point can show us the worm, which gives you an idea of how the run rate has progressed.
Look at that.
And it's a pretty even line, if you know what I mean. It's kind of been 6 and over throughout, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, what's interesting actually is that if they were to go at the start of this over,
that illustrates it well. Sorry, Andrew.
If they were to go from the start of this over with 11 to go, if they were to go at the current rate, then their total would be 324. So they're looking at 320s, obviously very much as a minimum. But that shows you the challenge that Sussex will still have to face, whatever happens really, unless they were to run through this Hampshire lineup very cheaply.
Plenty of batting to come, though. Sussex would have to do very, very well indeed, I think, to keep it to that total. But
that's what I mean, is that you're looking at that basically as the bare minimum on the basis of the current run rate. It's coming down all the time though, because Ollie Robinson's only conceded 1 from the first 4 balls of this over. But you're looking at, look at his economy rate there, 4.7. Only Jack Carson 5.2, keeping it below. Oh, and Kirtley as well, 6.14, keeping it below the overall rate. Has been those support bowlers, unfortunately, that have taken a bit of a tap.
Yeah, credit to Ollie Kirtley there. You look at those figures in the context of the game, they're not too bad at all. And of course, picked up that first professional wicket as well. So let us know if you're tuning in on the live stream, as if you can hear this, you are. Whether you, what do you think is the maximum score Hampshire could get to still give Sussex a chance at chasing? We saw 333 or 334 successfully chased by Worcestershire on Friday.
In my experience, there will be plenty of comments to the effect from Sussex supporters on this chat, probably rightly in the looking at recent history, that will say Hampshire almost probably already have enough. That tends to be the theme when you ask that question around this time. But we'll see how many comments we get to that effect. But 256 for 2 with 10 overs to go. If you take another, well, even if you say 10 and over, 356. It's not perhaps as many as Hampshire might have expected. I mean, Wasp is saying 358, so again, we're looking at 10 and over. Earlier, we were looking at 370, that sort of figure, so it's... You'd say they want 340, wouldn't you, minimum? Yeah. But even that is going to require 7.5 and over for the final 10.
So Stayson continues. First over of power play 3, extra man out in the deep. Use of the feet again by Toby out, and that is a glorious shot. 1 bounce for brilliant use of the feet in the crease. Superb batting. Yep. Just chose exactly where he wanted to put it and executed it perfectly.
Yeah, gave himself room. A little gentle lob out to the long off boundary.
Bit of a conference between Stayson and his captain, as well as Sussex's county championship captain, Ollie Robinson. And that's going to lead to a change in the field with Ollie Carton coming up from 3rd and Joe Johnson, the sub-fielder, heading out to deep mid-wicket. So maybe we'll be looking at some pace-offs, bouncers, something like that. Well, that I think was the idea, but Albert went, well, I still want to target that short boundary, so I'll flip things around. In the end, he only gets 1. So yeah, I think that might be the plan certainly for Albert, is to say, well, if you want to play these shots, you're going to have to target the long boundaries, because I'm going to make sure there's no pace on the ball, and you're going to have to engineer it to what is a long boundary on the onside when a right-hander is batting at this end. Field changes though for Prest with that third coming back in. Obviously he's new to the crease. Happy for now just to bring Toby Albert, who started very nicely indeed, back to face the bowling. He's got 29 off 18. Hampshire 262 for 2.
Yeah, Hampshire be very happy with that first boundary off the first ball, because if they can do that, if they can just get a boundary off each over and then manipulate the ball into the gaps, then they'll be looking at 8s, 9s and over.
There we go, targeting that leg side line is Oosthuizen, and successful, because whilst Albert looked to play a big shot, sent it out to the man on that deep mid-wicket, deep square leg boundary, and it's only a single. So that's, I think, that conversation that Nantes Oosthuizen had with Jack Carson and Ollie Robinson about his field, proving fruitful at the moment. And even more fruitful now, because he's cleaned up Tom Prest. He goes for 2. One that kept low, I think. Certainly Tom Prest was looking to play a cut shot or run it down to third. I don't know if he got something on it to play on. Nope, just kept a little low, and Nantes Oosthuizen has a second wicket, and he'll be delighted with that.
Far too close to him to play that shot, and Oosthuizen's celebration. I know that Sussex have got a lot of work to do, but as a sort of just a clench of the fist, and then looked slightly half embarrassed. But as you said, which I did think he might have played on, but no, good ball that from Oosthuizen. Not suggesting he should run laps of the ground, but
perhaps we can see that replay again, because I still can't decide whether it's played on or not. Here it is, super slow.
No, it cuts back, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. How slow can we get that replay, producer Jack? Here we go, this should help us. Yeah, that's just jagged back. Bit of movement off the seam from Nantes Oosthuizen.
Oh, and some good footwork, well, sort of good footwork from John Simpson afterwards. Have a look at this. There we go.
Well,
then he decided he didn't want to kick a cricket ball that much.
So, having been 225 without loss, Hampshire are now 263 for 3 as Sussex belatedly get a foothold in this game. But will that mammoth partnership for Hampshire at the start of the innings be where the game was won? Hampshire have a bit of work to do in the final 9.1 overs of the innings to make sure they don't squander that good start. So here he is, Hampshire's standing captain, Jake Lehman, standing in for Nick Gubbins, who's on paternity leave. So we still wait to see Ashutosh Sharma, who, of course, is notoriously a powerful finisher when he plays in the Indian Premier League. Let us know on the stream chat, Hampshire fans, whether you'd have promoted Ashutosh Sharma or whether you feel like you want to see a few more overs before he comes in. 263 for 3 off 41.
Ollie Kirtley's going to come back into the attack.
A bowling change and returning to the C8.
9 overs to go. Kirtley 1 for 43 from his 7. Just very quickly round the other Group B matches at Derby. Middlesex 260 for 4 in the 45th. At Darlington, Durham 87 for 4 in the 13th. That's in a day-nighter there, I think. And at Cardiff, Worcestershire 210 for 4 in the 42nd against Glamorgan. Ooh, that's rather random all round. Curtly's not impressed with the wide given because of the shot that was played. He came right across, but it is well wide of the crease.
Yeah, I can see Curtly's frustration because Albert is taking a stance outside the blue line by the end, but it was almost off the cut strip.
Yeah.
But then I'm not sure what else Curtly's meant to do.
That is sliced away, but will land safe. They half thought about a second, but only be a single. 265 for 3. Albert on to 31 from 20. Handy little cameo. How many balls do you need to face before it stops becoming a cameo? What's the maximum number of balls in a cameo? It's a rhetorical question, Sam, because I know you do have a mouthful of apple at the moment.
Question. And the runs are important as well, because if you made 18 off 30, that's not a cameo, I don't think. But if you made 30 off 18, that would be, or even, I'd say 30 is kind of the maximum runs you can have for a cameo.
Okay. Yeah, you couldn't have. Could you have a half-century cameo? I suppose you could if you made it off a 25 or something.
You see, that's where I think the runs become more. I think your classic cameo is a 30 off something like 20 balls.
But then, does it also depend a little bit on the format?
Of course, yeah.
Cameo in Test cricket.
Of course, I thought we were talking this day.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, no, I'm sort of just generally, really, in a cricket terminology. Another wide. Curtly will be called for that one beyond those blue tram lines. He's trying to bowl, deliberately trying to bowl wide, but then that is the gamble, isn't it? That is the risk you're taking, that you will be wided.
Certainly got good genes when it comes to bowling wide Yorkers.
Yes.
Or in just Yorkers full stop.
Yeah.
Plenty of toes crushed by Ollie's dad.
And he had a magical Test summer, didn't he? 2003 was it, against South Africa? That has gone all the way, is it? Or is it one bounce four? It's one bounce four, just inside the rope. The worst possible angle for us to see it from the commentary box, just to crane our necks to that boundary rope. Hang on, I don't know, you know. I'd like to see that again, producer Jack, who is getting a lot of name checks.
Four.
Just. Thank you, umpire Sam. Again, looking to go wide. And again, dispatched for 4. Albert is having one of those cameos. This, by any definition, I think, is a cameo. 39 off 22. And I tell you what, sorry Sam to interrupt, I know that partnership, this is exactly why that partnership existed, or what it was meant for, is to build a platform for this sort of innings, and it could be this sort of innings that does prove the difference between the two sides. You can't have one without the other, possibly, but...
No, well, the danger when you have a big opening stand is that you kind of fall away afterwards. You do need someone to come and actually take advantage of it, and that's exactly what Toby Albert's doing, and... if he had gone cheaply, and then you start to think, oh, Hampshire probably sold themselves short, but 39 off 22 is exactly what Mays and Orr would have been hoping those that followed him would be able to produce. I'd say this is less a cameo, now more of a significant contribution, Andrew.
Oh, God, where those two lines are drawn. It's a conversation for another time. 12 off this over so far with 2 balls to go. Make that 13 with 1. It's the sort of over Hampshire really need in this final power play. This 10 overs right at the back end. Albert 40 from 23. Lehman just watching at the other end the destruction in this over.
Continuing his good form, Toby Albert, his third innings of 40 or more out of 3.
And now Lehman gets a chance to face and gets a single, takes him on to 2. Hampshire 277 for 3, 8 overs remaining. So another, if you add another sort of 60 or 70 onto that, then you are looking at 340 around that sort of mark.
It's a good setup there. Brought their own shade. It seems like the gentleman's hogging much of it, though.
Yes. She might be about to make that inquiry, I think.
Good to see lots of youngsters in amongst the, well, lots of different ages represented there, from young to old, which is great to see down here at the county ground. Oosthuizen, the man with 2 of the 3 wickets into his 8th over. Jake Lehman on strike. Jake Lehman actually played second 11 cricket for Sussex back in 2015. 2 T20s and a second 11 championship game. Of course, playing as a local player thanks to a British passport. So an Australian, but not one of Hampshire's overseas players. Leading run scorer for Hampshire in the tournament before today. And a brilliant shot down the ground. Straight as you like. 6 runs to Jake Lehman. Fantastic use of the feet. Great swing of the arms, fast bat speed. And if you drew a straight line from the stumps to the boundary, that ball would have followed it pretty much all the way. Okay, it's James Kirtley, the Sussex bowling coach, who does the ball retrieving there at the Cromwell Road end. So, as you were saying, Andrew, that boundary early in and over puts all the pressure onto the bowling side, doesn't it?
Absolutely does.
Jack Carson having a chat with Nantes Oosthuizen. Pulled, but only out to the man at deep square leg, so it'll be a single.
Any response to your question about what Hampshire would be wanting from here, or what Sussex can defend or attack from here, or whatever the word is? Sorry, my brain's gone completely. You asked a question on the stream earlier, didn't you? Of what is the maximum total that?
Didn't get many answers to that. I think people are thinking if Hampshire don't get 350, they'll be disappointed. Again, giving himself space on that onside, but it does mean that the much larger of the 2 boundaries comes into play. It's good bowling from Oosthuizen, who falls over, and I don't think with any serious damage, maybe a little graze to the knee. But yeah, I think that's what Carson was saying, was to the right-handed Albert, those slower ball bouncers give you some protection on the onside. It's good bowling again from Oosthuizen, who follows Lehman, who is clearly keen to use all of his crease laterally. And that'll be just the 1 leg by. So after that maximum, controversially termed maximum, off the first ball of the over, just the 2 singles and a leg by to follow. Can Oosthuizen avoid further damage in the rest of this over? The authority on cameos on the stream is Wiggles.
Sorry.
Says the max number of balls in a cameo is 15, full stop. Wow, he's picked that up beautifully, has Toby Albert, and that has gone all the way for 6. It was one of those slower ball, wide balls that asked the batter to do all the work, and Toby Albert was very happy to oblige, got right underneath that and has sent that all the way for 6. He moves on to 47 from his 25 balls. A very, very important contribution from Hampshire's number 3, following on from the platform set by Mays and Orr at the top of the order. That'll be 6 more. 54. Toby Albert from just 26 balls, sending Hampshire towards 300 and towards a big, big total here at the county ground. .53 off 26 balls. Scorers obviously missed the signal from the umpire, but that definitely went for 6, no doubt about that. Hampshire 298 for 3, and there it is. 53 off 26 balls to finish the over. Very expensive over from Oosthuizen. 5 4s, 3 6s, and 26 balls for Toby Albert.
You're on. I saw you ferreting about on Cricket Archive earlier. I don't know whether it's got the list of the fastest list A 50s for Hampshire. I imagine James Vince might have one of them, but 26 balls is decent.
Yeah, whichever way you look at it. I don't have that particular stat.
Ollie Kirtley. Good ball that. Hurrying up the batter.
A long stare from Jake Lehman saying, why wasn't that a wide? And that's because he's probably got a point.
Yeah.
Thought it was going maybe just passing over a leg stump, and I think that's what James Treadwell said, thought as well, but no wide given, which should be a relief to Ollie Kirtley. Yeah,
perhaps makes up for the one that he didn't think should be wided before.
Yeah.
Got a good bustle, hasn't he, about him, Ollie Kirtley? That has gone a long way, right down the ground. Another 6 to the Toby Albert collection. He moves on to 59, and Hampshire move past 300. What a brilliant shot that was. It's the 55th time that Hampshire have passed 300 in List A cricket, and the 3rd time this year.
Well, that obviously not what Ollie Kirtley wants to see off his own bowling, but particularly when he dropped Albert early in his innings. It was Albert he dropped, wasn't it?
And that, to the delight of the visiting supporters, is 6 more. To borrow a phrase from 1981, don't bother looking for that one, let alone chasing it. It's gone straight into the hospitality tent and out again.
Yeah, attempted slower ball from Kirtley, just doesn't get the length right, so it was right in the slot for Albert to free his arms. What do you do here as a bowler, Andrew?
Well, you try and cramp them for room, would be my suggestion now. They've tried the dangling it outside off stump. But I would say try and, again, as you pointed out earlier, try and make them do the work. But even then, that's failed. This is coming our way, and that's going to be another 6. That's a
almost
slam
smashed the
right
window.
into our window.
And the expression on Ollie Robinson's face, who's the man who's been sent to go and fetch that ball, says it all. Despondent. And any concern that Hampshire might have had about squandering a
There you go.
fantastic start is being put to bed by this brilliant innings from Toby Albert.
317 for 3. 666. 50 partnership in 18 balls. Albert 71 from 29. We are moving away from cameo here. Although I would dispute it as being 15 balls, but never mind. Up in the air. Is this going to be 6 more? That's going to hit our window, or it's going to come right in front of our window. Albert has 6 more. We have 4 sixes in an over. What an over that is for Hampshire. What a brilliant, destructive bit of hitting from Toby Albert. And with those last 2 sixes, I was beginning to think it was personal, Sam.
Yeah, certainly coming straight for us, and Ollie Kirtley not quite executing things the way he wanted to, but I have to say I don't think it really would have mattered where he was putting the ball. Toby Albert was determined to take that on. Now, I'm reliably informed by Daniel Peacock on Strong, the fastest 100 for Hampshire in list A cricket is 42 balls. Shahid Afridi, apparently. That is very much within Toby Albert's sights here. He has 77 off 30, so at his current strike rate, he'd beat that record. So we'll see. That, of course, is if Daniel is right. Hopefully you are, Daniel. 42 balls, apparently.
Yep, August 2017.
Now, that's in T20 cricket. But which I think might be what Daniel's referring to. So hold fire on that. If we do have any, has another wide as bold. If we do have any Hampshire historians on the stream, if you know what the list A fastest 100 for your county is, do let us know. Good from Ibrahim, who bowls to his field there. Ibrahim in bowls, and that's massive. But there is a man under it, massive in terms of height, and well taken. That looked like it was going all the way again, but it had, most of its force sent it skywards rather than towards the boundary. So Lehman goes, trying to emulate his partner Albert, goes for 10 off 10. Hampshire 3-2-4 for 4. Yeah, that went to way above those floodlights, but it didn't have the distance. Well, much needed wicket for Sussex, but still more hard-hitting batting to come with this next man. This is Ashutosh Sharma, who is yet to fire for Hampshire in this year's One Day Cup, the overseas player from India. But anyone who watches the IPL will know that he's well capable of hitting the ball a very long way. Delhi capitals his team in that competition. So if there's ever a time for Ashutosh Sharma to show what he can do with the bat for Hampshire, this is it, with 5.4 overs remaining, 324 for 4 on the board. A little bit of interference on the line. I think we had that Arundel, Andrew. It's back to haunt us. Maybe it was the balls crashing into the commentary box have dislodged a wire somewhere or something like that. But Andrew's doing a bit of DIY on the commentary setup here. So Ashutosh Sharma to face his first ball, with a reputation preceding him of being someone who can finish an innings in style. Let's have a look at that first one. We've lost Andrew temporarily on the comms due to these technical issues. Try blowing into the socket. I always find that helps, Andrew. So just me at the moment here on the live stream from Hove. 3-2-4 for 4. Sharma watchful early doors, just giving himself a few balls to work things out.
Let's see if that works for me. I don't think it does. I think I'm still off mic at the moment.
And happy to get down the other end is Sharma, give the final ball of the over to Toby Albert with that ridiculous strike rate. 77 off 30. So for Albert, the 5 men out are a deep cover, a deep point, a long off, a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and then 3 men behind the wicket, backward point, 45, sort of like a deep gully, fly slip, and then a man on the 45 on the onside as well. And Toby Albert very cleverly decides that a single is the best outcome off that last delivery, because it means he'll have the strike for the next over. 45 overs gone, 326 for 4. Toby Albert dropped on 6 by Dan Ibrahim. Tough caught and bowled chance, but a chance nonetheless. Certainly capitalised on that. The easier chance that was dropped was Ollie Kirtley dropping a catch, but that didn't cost Sussex too much. But the drop of Albert certainly I'm wrong. It was Albert who was dropped twice. Ibrahim on 6, and then Kirtley dropped him on 21. So very costly drops. Thank you very much to Wes Spearman, the Hampshire media officer, who kindly jogged my memory after it had passed me by in amongst all the 6 hitting. So still down to 1 microphone here, I'm afraid. If you're wondering why I'm doing all the talking, Andrew is desperately trying to reconfigure his headset. We'll see if we can sort that out at worst in the interval. But for now, just me. So Ollie Robinson bowling his penultimate over. Does mean someone will have to bowl the 50th from this to sea end. Robinson, unless Robinson bowls 1 now and comes back at the very end, but this is his 9th over. Sharma on strike, swinging, and his feet coming off the ground as he does. That was an extravagant shot with lots going on. In the end, no run though. Murmur around the county ground as we have a momentary pause in the pyrotechnics. Not a game you want to take your eye off in the stands, not least because the ball could be coming your way. That's over the head of Jack Carson. That'll be 4 runs for Ashutosh Sharma, who opens his boundary account down the ground, getting in on the action. Well bowled by Ollie Robinson, that wide Yorker that is so in vogue for death bowling in limited over cricket. Well executed by the England seamer. Two centurions already in this Hampshire innings. Mays and Orr. Toby Albert will fancy making it 3. It should be remarkable when you look at the scorecard. 3-3-1 for 4. 2 centurions, a guy on 78 not out. Certainly doing the bulk of the work. Sharma, apart from that boundary, not really having much success in getting it away, although does manage to time that one, but only out to Tom Haynes on the cow corner boundary. Single, and Sussex won't be too upset about that because it means that Sharma keeps the strike for the next over. Sharma just stretching his back out there. I don't know if some discomfort, but keep an eye on that. Shadows lengthening over there in the hospitality area. 4 overs remaining. Hampshire 332 for 4. Dan Ibrahim is going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. Sharma on strike. Sharma slaps that out to the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary, who has a nasty little moment where his legs don't do what he wants them to do, but in the end, Nantasusteisen out there is okay. Oh my word, a remarkable incident there where Toby Albert then chases the ball. Now I think because that's landed off the cut strip, it's instantly a dead ball, and that's what Nigel Long is signalling. I think if the ball is bowled off the cut strip, it's a no ball, isn't it? So Nigel Long and James Treadwell are just exploring that now. Let's see what's going to happen here. No signal yet. Have seen that before from cricketers, I think, before the rule was changed. Dead ball is the conclusion. Now, we've had some technical problems here on the stream, so perhaps producer Jake, are you hearing me come through? Because Andrew has done some fiddling around. Sorry to those listening. Just let me know, producer Jake. Well bowled, Dan Ibrahim. Keeps that to 1. Yeah, Paul on the stream suggesting he thought it was a no ball as well if the ball landed off the cut strip. But in the end, Nigel Long signalled it as a dead ball. I'm not going to challenge a man of Nigel Long's experience, that's for sure. A couple of people are saying that should have been a no ball. But anyway, in the end, it was a dead ball. Maybe Nigel Long felt some sympathy for Dan Ibrahim and Sussex, given that they are being put to the sword here. That'll be a wide ball, no doubt about that. Am I down? So I am told that I am coming through on the comms, so depending on your point of view, good news. And good news for Hampshire, as Ashutosh Sharma hits his second boundary. He moves to 11 from 10. 7 off the first 3 legal deliveries of this over. Sharma clearly someone who likes to give himself room and swing hard. Clarification from Wiggles. Only a no ball if it reaches the other end, having pitched off the cut strip, otherwise a dead ball. Thank you, Wiggles. Sharma getting underneath that, not with much force, which means that they'll only get a single.
This mic is not working at all.
Yeah, talking of wiggles, Andrew's been doing plenty of wiggling of the cables on our commentary setup, which sadly, one half of which is not playing ball, so just down to one microphone at the moment. And Albert looks to lap that over the keeper's head, where you can be assured there won't be a fielder. And Dan Ibrahim just running back to his mark because he's got an eye on that cut-off time. Sussex will need to bowl their final, or the next 13 balls in 9 minutes. And that's going to take a bit of extra time out because that has gone all the way for 6. A huge boundary down there, absolutely enormous boundary, but it was not enough to contain Toby Albert, who moves to 85 from 35 deliveries. And we are trying to work out the fastest list A century for Hampshire. I think Toby Albert is in the hunt for it. 3, 4, 6 for 4 with 3 overs remaining. Hampshire will be eyeing up something around the, even as many as 380 from here.
It's certainly not 49 balls or fewer because I've got a list of 49 in all cricket and it actually got on it, so 49.
Yeah, Andrew off mic telling me that it's at the very fastest would be 49 balls as an existing record, because he's got the list of fastest list A centuries, and the last person on that list did it off 49 balls, and there's no one above him who's playing for Hampshire. So Toby Albert very much in line for the fastest list A century for Hampshire. Ollie Robinson bowling his final over. Sharma sends that high. There's a man under it. It's Jack Carson. Takes the catch. Sharma goes. Well bowled, Ollie Robinson. I don't quite know what Sharma is hanging around for, whether he feels that Carson stepped on the rope, but I can assure him he didn't. Clean catch. And Sharma goes for 12. Moments of aggression. A couple of boundaries. Certainly that's his trademark, isn't it? That clear the back leg, clear the front leg and get underneath it. Sharma was desperate for someone to back him up that had not been a clean catch, but was clean by about 6 foot. So he has to depart. Hampshire 3, 4, 6 for 5. You feel that the remaining batters for the visitors would do well just to get Toby Albert on strike as much as possible. He's the man that has most successfully been able to get hold of the bowling, as you can tell from his score. Don't forget that Toby Albert was dropped twice, once on 6, tough court bowl chance, and then a very straightforward chance when Ollie Kirtley dropped Toby Albert on 21. So Ollie Robinson picks up his first wicket, but he's been excellent. When the run rate for the innings as a whole is 7.3 and you're going at under 4 and over, you know you've done a good job. Andrew Neil is the new batter who has played some decent cameos. We've been discussing what constitutes a cameo. Andrew Neil's innings so far in this One Day Cup, certainly in that category. So we are still down to one headset, I'm afraid, here. So just one commentator at the moment. Tell you what, Andrew, I'll do this over. You can do the 49th and I'll do the 50th. We'll share headsets and then we'll see if we can fix our equipment straight in times at Sussex, as you may have read about in the press. Hopefully there's enough money to afford a new commentary setup. Great stuff from Ollie Robinson. Those wide Yorkers outside the off stump. And crucially, gets Toby Albert off strike. Plenty of chat on the stream about whether that ball that slipped out of Ibrahim's hand should have been a no ball rather than a dead ball. But surprise, surprise, I think the conclusion was that Nigel Long was right and you'd expect nothing less from a man of his experience. Another single. Superb final over so far from Ollie Robinson. There it is, that's the delivery we were talking about, which Toby Albert then decided he was going to try and whack the boundary. Nearly got himself caught out, which would have been amusing. But I think whatever had happened, Nigel Long's call a dead ball would have been the outcome. Brilliant from Ollie Robinson, because he gets rid of Toby Albert. There will be no fastest list A century for Hampshire from Toby Albert, but my word, he's played a hand in this game there. Obviously that brilliant opening partnership between Mays and Orr, but it needed someone to capitalise on it, and that is exactly what Toby Albert has done. Caught behind for 86 off a quite ludicrous 37 balls, 5 fours and an incredible 8 sixes. Well batted, Toby Albert. And talk about ramming home an advantage. Toby Albert now with scores in his 3 innings so far in this year's One Day Cup of 86 today, 46 against Glamorgan in Hampshire's last match, and then 89 against Durham. So he has been quite something since his introduction into this year's One Day Cup. Ali Orr, of course, was a Sussex old boy who had a successful return to Hove today, and we'll get another erstwhile Sussex man in the form of Ben Brown, former club captain here, academy product, and with 13 balls remaining to make his mark on this match against his former team. He won't be doing that because he's carved that straight to Ollie Carter at point. A 3-wicket over for Ollie Robinson to go with just 3 runs from it. Just what Sussex would have wanted in their 48th over. Robinson finishing with very, very respectable figures given the size of Hampshire's total. He finishes with 3 for 46 from his 10 overs. Well bowled, Ollie Robinson, in amongst all the carnage. Well worth commending a fine bowling performance from Ollie Robinson. So as I say, we're down to 1 microphone here at Hove. So for the next over, you'll be hearing from Andrew Rayburn.
Yes, thank you, Sam. And 3 wickets for the cost of 3 runs, as Sam rightly pointed out, is exactly what Sussex might have wanted at this stage of proceedings. Having said that, of course, they are very much still up against it in terms of their target. 349 for 7, 2 overs remaining. Run rate is 7.3. So a bit more of that, and Hampshire will be looking at 360, 370. Yes, found nothing from Hampshire in the list A hundreds underneath 49 balls, but or 50. But it's irrelevant anyway. The Albert back in the hutch. There'll be at least one here. They won't get the second. So 350 up for Hampshire. Their highest score against Sussex is 355 in 2019. So even with Ollie Robinson's intervention a moment ago, that is very much in their sights. That is going to fall between the two. There's going to be a quick running, 2 runs. Aerial. And 4 more. So that does take Hampshire beyond their highest List A score against Sussex, setting a new record. I did have a moment ago their list of all-time List A scores, but I managed to lose that somewhere along the line. Well, it's brutal batting at the back end from Hampshire. 1, 2, 4, 6, gradually going up through the gears in this over. A clean strike that. Twelfth and 3, Jack is on. .396 is Hampshire's highest ever List A score. And we are going to see 6 of the best again, are we? Yes, we are. 19 from 5 deliveries in this over. Big swing of the bat. Daniel Ibrahim taking some tap late on here. 6 more to add to this imposing Hampshire total. .368 for 7. I'm just going to refer, if I can, Sam, to that list again. This is putting them 3rd, isn't it? Speared away. That'll be 2 more. Good tumbling stop. 370 for 7 at the end of the 49th. And we are just 2 runs away from this being, I believe, assuming that is in List A cricket, must be, mustn't it? Yes. From the 2nd highest Hampshire total in List A history. And I'll pass you back to Sam.
So the final over will be bowled by Ollie Kirtley, and way to look at this from his point of view is what a great opportunity, making your way in the game to show a bit of mettle execute your skills. He's got 1 for 82 from his 9 overs, so he has been expensive, but he's got a chance to catch the eye of the management here at Sussex. Andrew Neil, 3 off 3. Just the one. They'll be looking for 2, but Ollie Robinson makes sure that is only 1. Eddie Jack, now this is a cameo. Talking about what constitutes a cameo, well, coming in at number 9 and hitting 20 off 5 with 5 balls to go, that's a cameo. So it is Eddie Jack on strike, who will obviously be looking forward to playing his key role with the ball, but for now, doing a bit with the bat as well. And that cameo comes to an end with Jack Carson taking a catch. Eddie Jack goes for 20 off 6 balls. Very handy contribution from your number 9, with Hampshire now equaling their 2nd highest ever List A score. We'll go through Sussex's highest successful chases at the start of Sussex's innings. Needless to say, this would be a record highest chase. So, despite conceding 371 runs, Sussex have taken 8 wickets. Those wickets falling at 225, 253, 263, 324. That was the partnership between Lehman and Albert. 346, 349, 349, and 371. In at number 10 is Hampshire's veteran, Kyle Abbott. 4 balls remaining. Good stuff from Ollie Kirtley so far. We said that he had a chance here to show some mettle, show off his skills at the death, and so far doing that nicely with the first 2 balls of this final over of the innings. That'll be a wide. 20 wides, or 20 wides in total now in the innings, which is more than Sussex would have wanted. Kirtley trying to hit that blue line outside your stump, doing better this time. Really nice Yorker on that blue line, keeping Abbott to 1. Such a fine margin, a real test of a bowler's skill. Get it wrong in either line or length, you're in danger of either being called a wide or turning it into a half volley. Such an effective delivery at the death if you can bowl that wide Yorker inside that blue line. Didn't quite get that one right, Kirtley, but it won't go all the way because that's a sloppy bit of fielding from Ollie Robinson, and he won't mind me saying that because a man of his experience will know that he has let himself and his team down there, really. Just took a little bobble to give Ollie Robinson his dues, but Ollie Kirtley be frustrated that that's gone for 4. Should have only really been 1, at most 2. And he's been punished now with 6. Costly mistake down on the boundary. Kirtley doesn't get that right. The ball afterwards, full toss in Neil's arc, and he's playing his own cameo now with 14 off 6. One ball to come, and what was a very good over from Kirtley with a wicket and 3 runs off the first 3 balls has turned into a productive one for Hampshire, who now have 13 off the final over. Andrew Neil will be eyeing up that straight boundary again. What has Kirtley got? High up in the air, the pace was off. Johnson's underneath it. Johnson takes the catch. In his short Sussex career so far, Joe Johnson has been superb in the field, but that was pretty regulation catch once he covered the ground to get there. So Ollie Kirtley gets the consolation of a third wicket, but he has gone for 95 runs. But I think you have to say that he bowled that final over pretty well, despite the 2 boundaries, one of which shouldn't have been a boundary. So 383 for 9 is Hampshire's total. It is their second highest score in List A cricket ever, beating the previously second placed 371 for 4 against Glamorgan at Southampton in 1975, and 13 runs behind the 396 for 5 they made against Kent at Beckenham in 2022. So that gives you an idea of the size of the achievement from Hampshire. On that day at Beckenham, Tom Prest made 181 of 138 balls. He wasn't able to contribute today, but 3 people who did were Ben Mays and Ali Orr, the opening batters with centuries each. Ben Mays with his first List A 100, Ali Orr with 100 against his former county, and then Toby Albert with a quite sensational 86 off just 37 balls for a long time threatening to get the fastest ever List A 100 for Hampshire. Wally Robertson, by far the pick of Sussex's bowlers, going at just 4.6 and over, picking up 3 wickets as well. Sensational from him, even if his fielding did slightly let him down at the end. 3 wickets for Ollie Kirtley, 3 expensive wickets, but plenty of positives for him. 2 wickets for Nantes Oosthuizen and 1 for Dan Ibrahim, but not a bowling card that most Sussex bowlers will be particularly keen to revisit. A batting card, however, that certainly Messrs Mays, Orr and Albert, and indeed Eddie Jack with his 6-ball 20, will look over lovingly for years to come. Hampshire 383 for 9. Sussex will require a record List A chase in their history to take the points here. Half an hour between innings, and then we'll be back for that chase, hopefully with some repairs made to our commentary equipment, because at the moment we are down to 1 microphone, but we'll see what we can do over the next half an hour. We'll be back for Sussex's chase then. fine. The dog will shout at you, but you'll be fine. So hopefully Jack doesn't mind dogs. All in the name of bringing you two voices on the Sussex live stream. One without loss after the first over, 383 more runs to win for Sussex. Over to you, Andrea, as I share our one microphone.
Yes, indeed. Here I am. I know. You thought you got rid of me. Eddie Jack is going to come on from the other end. The other benefit of only one person being on at any one time is it does allow for Sam to eat his chips. I've just been devouring mine. People are saying now that they can't hear anything on the stream, which would be surprising. I mean, I can hear myself through the headset. Let us know on the chat if you can hear us. Okay. I'm sure that the club would have alerted us if they couldn't hear us, because they're obviously listening to our commentary, because they can put up things like the worm, for example, that will show us the comparison between the two. Yep, we do have information that we can be heard, which is a good thing. Score predictor becomes the win predictor, of course. Win and score predictor Wasp, 7% for Sussex, which is wow. That suggests that on a sort of simulation basis, 7 times out of 100, Sussex would go on to win. That sounds quite generous from this position, I would say. But anyhow, as Sam pointed out, Sussex have a lot of batting to do. 384 the target. Hampshire making their second highest list A score. Couple of centuries up top. Ali Orr returning to haunt his former club. Charlie Tier has both of the Sussex runs in this innings so far. Just a little bit of organisation in the field from Jack. Results in fielder going into mid-wicket, and then the man at deep backward square leg going to more of a fine leg position. Yeah, Sussex have it all to do, as we just said. Ali Orr, 105 from 105 balls. Ben Mays, 109 from 115. Toby Albert, 86 from 37 balls. They did the damage in the top 3. And then Eddie Jack made 20 from 6. He's bowling now, and that's driven up to Kyle Abbott down in the fielding. Three wickets apiece for Ollie Robinson and Ollie Kirtley. 2 for Nance Oosthuizen, and then 1 for Dan Ibrahim. 383 for 9, the Hampshire total. That's in the air, but not timed. It will plug as a result. They'll get a couple. And Tom Haynes will get off the mark. Crawley-born Tom Haynes. Played his first match in this tournament on Friday for this year with 40 against Worcestershire. Made his list A debut against Lancashire in July 2021, did Tom Haynes. Charlie Tier, the man on strike. Born in Chichester. Drives and beats the dive of the fielder, and that is a classical boundary for Charlie Tier. Lovely drive down the ground. And one of those that looks even better when it beats the dive of the fielder. He made 118 against Durham earlier in the competition. He holds Sussex's 7th highest List A score when he scored 159 against Northamptonshire last August. And has played 20 ODIs for Scotland, so he knows his way around this format for certain. I have been eating into Sam's over because he took a phone call from producer Jack, so maybe Mission Impossible has become Mission Possible. I can just imagine Jack in all black. That's going to be 4 more. Cutaway, and Charlie Tier is starting to warm to his task. Oh, that one just... Oh, hello. They're going to come through for a single. That's slightly sloppy. The throw wasn't good either. The shot wasn't brilliant. All round, not wonderful cricket. And at the end of it all, Sussex have an extra run. Not the worst bit of cricket we've seen today. That ball that came out of the back of the hand. Who was that? That was Dan Ibrahim, yes. Oh, that's a good one from Haynes and from Abbott, and not a brilliant shot from Haynes. So beating the bat to end the 3rd over, a couple of boundaries in there. Sussex Sharks moving on to 13 without loss as they chase 384.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, I'm conscious that I think we missed, there was no audio for the first part of the first over today. So if you are wondering why we are going one voice to another, we are currently only with one microphone. The good news is producer Jack has managed to break into my house and get the microphone. So he's on his way with microphone number 2, replacement microphone. So should be back to normal, hopefully before too long. Talking of producer Jacks and microphone Jacks, we've also got Eddie Jack here, bowling his 2nd over, which starts fruitfully for Sussex. A thick outside edge for Charlie Tier, and he moves on to 15. Eddie Jack playing his 2nd game of this year's One Day Cup. Took 2 for 31 in the win against Glamorgan. Very promising young cricketer, another very promising cricketer coming through at Hampshire. Hasn't been playing for Hampshire until that previous game because he's part of the My London squad, the Oval-based 100 team, but they've let him come and have a couple of games at the business end of the group stage of the One Day Cup. Certainly made an impact with the bat today. Tom Harris asks, can't you and Andrew cuddle up a bit and share? Thanks for the suggestion, Tom. Andrew and I taking this rare opportunity of 6 balls off every other over to eat our chips, and in Andrew's case, I think, what was it, a chili hot dog? First real sign of aggression from Charlie Tier, capitalising on those fielding restrictions by going over the top of the ring. Doesn't get all of it, but enough of it to bring up another boundary for him. That is Charlie Tier's 4th boundary as he moves on to 19, 4 fours. It's going to take something remarkable from one of these Sussex batters if they are to get close. Charlie Tier starting with intent. He is, of course, Sussex's leading run scorer with 253 runs from his 6 innings so far. He'll have 4 more. Bat involved there. James Treadwell, the umpire, signalling 4 runs, and the man in the peach-coloured T-shirt doing the fielding. Cut him in half there, but they all count. They're going to need, I was going to say, a bit of luck, a lot of luck, if they're going to get anywhere close. So Charlie Tier won't mind that. Wasp up to 11%. Wasp might have been buzzing around the Thatchers at the interval. Uppish, but short of the Hampshire standing captain, Jake Lehman. 12 off the over. Productive one. Productive last couple of overs for Sussex as they move on for 25 without loss off 4 overs.
A lot of work to be done, as I keep saying. From a Sussex perspective, 384 is the target, as you can see on your screen. Charlie Tier is doing the bulk of the work. 23 off 16, Haynes 2 from 8. It's Haynes facing now. Ooh, went for a big swing. Tom Haynes does have a couple of centuries in this format, so he's wanting to be making it a 3rd here if he can help Sussex to somewhere close to that target, because Sam said it's going to need something big from one of these batters. It might even need 2 or 3 going quite big. As we saw that top 3 from Hampshire prove so productive. He hasn't got all of that, so he'll pick up just a single actually in the end. But Hampshire's total of 383. In fact, I'm looking at it, I think, just make sure I'm double checking, yes, 300 of them were scored by the top 3. So that tells you that the bulk of the work was done by them, and also, to be fair, by Sussex bowling at times, because there were 20 wides in there. could argue that Hampshire just need to be more disciplined with their bowling lines than Sussex, and they will win because Sussex have to make those extra 24 extras up with the bat otherwise, and Hampshire of course had those extra balls to play with, 3 overs worth virtually. Haynes trying to force that one through the offside. Again, didn't get much of it. The stop means they only get 1. One thing Sussex won't be scared of, they won't be scared of the required run rate, really. They'll appreciate that they'll want a boundary, at least 1 boundary and over, but if they don't get it, they'll be confident of getting 2 in the next over, especially in the power play. They just want to keep wickets in hand and make sure that they can keep batters in at the crease for as long as possible, because I think it is difficult to start. Once you get going, you can really motor, especially with these fielding restrictions. End of the 5th, there's the worm. 28 without loss. Look at that acceleration. Was it over 42 to 45? Sharp incline.
Yes, that's what a platform will do for you. Allow someone to come in and go hard from ball 1, and that's exactly what Toby Albert did. 8 sixes, 6 of them in consecutive balls. Consecutive balls faced by Toby Albert. He hit all 6 of them for 6. Jack continues. He's into his 3rd over, honing in on the top of Tom Haynes' off stump, who is yet to get going with 4 off 13. As Andrew said, make sure you got wickets in hand so you can understand Haynes' watchfulness at the start, but that required rate already nearly up at 8 and over. It won't take many quiet periods in this innings for that to surge, so that is a concern as well, whilst batters aren't finding their flow. Tom Haynes is put out of his misery by Eddie Jack, caught behind by Ben Brown. Never really got going. He goes for 4 off 14 and Sussex lose an early wicket.
Tom Haynes was caught by Ben Brown for 4.
Feeling the pressure, scoreboard pressure, not keen not to let too many dot balls pass by, and Tom Haynes looked to take advantage of that short boundary on his offside as a left-hander. Could only get a nick through to Ben Brown, another former Sussex man doing his best to inflict some pain on
Sussex Sharks, wearing number 11. Please welcome
his former club after Ali Orr's century. Ollie Carter in at number 3. Again, someone who was only playing their first game of the competition in the last match for Sussex, which was here at Hove against Worcestershire. He looked in decent touch for a man that hadn't played in the tournament so far. Only made 22 runs, but they came off 24 balls. Sussex requiring another 356 runs to win. Eddie Jack just tweaking his field, sending his fine leg into more of a long leg position, or even a deep backward square. full and played nicely by Ollie Carter, who will get off the mark from his first ball with a boundary. It's there to be driven from Eddie Jack. Half volley, which Ollie Carter lent into. Eddie Jack, the tall right armour. Another full delivery, another drive, this time though picking out the man at cover. And there's no run. That's Andrew Neal does the fielding. Great to have lots of Sussex supporters, of course, but also lots of Hampshire supporters tuning in as well. I think so far our most distant viewer was in Nîmes in southwest France. So if you're further away than that, let us know. Friday night we had people from Cape Cod in the USA. We had people in Spain. So let us know where you're listening or where you're watching from today. Plenty of people from Sussex and Hampshire, of course. Had our friend from Chard in Somerset. Great to have you here with us at Hove. Good comeback from Eddie Jack after being hit for that 4. Just that 4 from the over. The Sharks 32 for 1 off 6.
Thank you to our sponsors for this match, Aerotron. Run rate required, dead on 8. Sam said that can creep up, but what I would say is that there were fears about that at Arundel. And in the end, they managed to win that one, but this is a much tougher ask. Would be the highest successful run chase in white ball history for Sussex, and they can ill afford to lose early wickets. They've lost one. Charlie Tier is going to be a crucial factor in this, you would fancy. He's someone who can go big, certainly once he gets in. Oof. Good bowling that from Kyle Abbott. Well, Sussex already have a couple of very heavy defeats in this competition. And although the game on Friday was a relatively close run affair, with Worcestershire winning by 4 wickets with 10 balls to spare. Earlier, Sussex last Sunday were beaten by 188 runs, and then here against Yorkshire 184 runs, and those are the 2 heaviest defeats I think in Sussex's list A history. That is going to go away for 4. Charlie Tier knows it. Doesn't stretch his legs too much. It's a lovely little shot this from Tier, which we're not going to get to see the replay of. It's going to create my own stat. Good running there. The Yorkshire defeat was the 6th heaviest defeat by runs. So now goes down to 7th. But of course they were beaten by Durham in 2023 by 198 runs. We want to make a far better fist of it today. End of the 7th over, 38 for 1.
Proper Sunday out for those four. Bit of pizza, some liquid refreshment, top up the tan. Watch Sussex chase their highest ever list day total. That's what they'll be hoping if they are Sussex fans. Consolation if not of a lovely day out at this most picturesque of county grounds. Eddie Jacks bowling his 4th over. Lovely atmosphere in between innings. Chance to take a very short stroll whilst we were trying to sort out some of our technical issues, which I can assure you are certainly closer than they were to being resolved, because producer Jack is back on the road on the A27, probably taking the coast road actually from Shoreham to Hove, but he's got a microphone and an XLR cable in his hands, so fingers crossed we'll be back up to our full complement of microphones before too long. That required run rate now over 8, and Wasp has lost its enthusiasm for Sussex's chances down to 2%. That wicket was obviously something that affected that, but equally I think it's probably a more realistic chance now as Ollie Carter forcefully pushes outside the off stump. So can't make contact with the ball. Ollie Carter was of course carded to bat at 4, but those of you who were with us during the Hampshire innings will have seen that rather nasty injury that George Thomas suffered fielding on the boundary, as Eddie Jack is on the money again. That's 4 dot balls to start this 8th over. Yeah, it looked like a knee injury to Thomas's left leg. He had to be helped around the outfield, and we didn't see him return. So that's another factor that Sussex might have to contend with. See if we can get an update on George Thomas, if only out of concern for his well-being, because it looked really nasty. He was in some serious pain. He did manage to hobble off himself, which is a good sign. I think that's going down leg side. Eddie Jack doesn't think so, but James Treadwell, the umpire, the man that matters, did. Big news. Producer Jack is in the house, or not in my house anymore, back in this building. And we're back in business with the microphone. Well done, producer Jack. The only problem is we're missing Andrew Rayburn. He's disappeared. So for now, still just me. But we do have a second microphone. So well done, producer Jack, who raced along the coast road, contended with a dog and 2 cats. Eight overs gone. 38 for 1. 346 required at 8.2 runs per over. No bowling changes yet. Carl Abbott's going to continue. Certainly some bronzed skin in that shot there. What a summer it's been. Hopefully everyone's got plenty of factor 50 on.
There we are. Hello, Sam.
You're back.
I am.
Charlie Tier pushes that past Eddie Jack. It's a long old chase for the big fast bowler, but he does get there, but not without Sussex taking 3 runs.
How am I sounding on this?
You sound fantastic, and certainly better than you did before you had a microphone. So, well done, Andrew.
Well, no, well done, Jack. Jack's the hero of the hour. I wasn't actually in the room when he came back. I was too busy trying to find out about George Thomas. The media staff here are going to make some inquiries about George Thomas. Of course, it might be that if he is fit to bat, of course he can't bat above 7. So,
yeah, that's a good point. In any case, not out there. That's up in the air. This should be taken, and is Tom Prest takes the catch. Ollie Carter looking to force the issue with that run rate climbing all the time. Gets a top edge, steepling catch, but a simple catch for Tom Prest and Sussex. 41 for 2. Wasn't quite bouncer length from Abbott, but it got bigger than Ollie Carter expected, having taken a couple of steps down the track. Did have a bit of hang time, but it was never really going to prove anything other than a simple catch for Tom Prest. Ollie Carter goes for 4 off 10 balls, and Sussex in all sorts of bother.
yeah, it's clearly not the start that Sussex would have wanted, but it is, however, the start that Hampshire would have hoped for in terms of obviously that what that score does for the team batting second. It puts the pressure on. It makes them go for things they wouldn't otherwise do so. So I'm just umming and ahhing slightly while I get my levels on my mic correct, because it's a slightly different setup now, and I want to make sure that I'm not too loud or too quiet.
Yeah, scoreboard pressure, as you say, Andrew, and you have to say tight lines from Hampshire as well. They've given no freebies really so far. Sussex conscious that they have this huge mountain to climb and not being given any footholds on that ascent by the visiting side, so they're somewhat scrabbling, and a couple of batters already falling down the precipice.
Jack Leaning, new man in. I can't remember now in the midst of all this whose over it is.
Oh, will you take this one? This was your end, Andrew.
Leaning off the mark straight away. And they're going to try and come back for a quick second. Leaning called for it.
Be interesting to see how Leaning approaches the innings, because in the 2 innings that we've seen together at Arundel, and two innings that the last 2 home innings is a way to put it. For Jack Leaning, he's played that anchor role and reasonably successfully, but this is not an innings where you can afford to take too much time.
He's going to let that one go through. Got up on him a little bit. Abbott getting more out of this pitch in terms of pace and bounce than others have.
Leaning with 59 off 74 balls in the win against Essex. Played the perfect innings for the situation. And then 50 from 64 balls against Worcestershire. those balls and runs will need to be closer together in this innings.
And without wanting to put it all on one person, Sam, how important do you think Charlie Tier's presence is?
Well, he's the only person to make a century for Sussex so far this campaign. 118 off 112 in the defeat up at Durham. There is, of course, the subplot with Charlie Tier, a man who is out of contract at the end of this season. I think he's currently in discussions with Sussex about his future. Certainly done plenty to stake a decent claim for being worth an extension in this competition. Also scored some runs in the Championship when he's been given the opportunity this year. So plenty riding on this innings for Tier, result or otherwise. So unchanged so far, the bowlers for Hampshire at both ends. Eddie Jack into his 5th, Kyle Abbott with 5 at his end. Flicked off the legs by Charlie Tier, who was making good progress. 37 off 26 for the Scot. Scottish international, of course. Yeah, making very good progress. So a lot riding on Charlie Tier, as you say, Andrew. That's gone straight up in the air. It's going to be a bit of a chase for whoever is coming round there, and he won't get there. Bit of luck for Charlie Tier. Top edge, which, in contrast to Ollie Carter's dismissal, had a bit more on it in terms of distance rather than just height. So he gets away with that, 2 runs.
Yeah, as you said earlier, Sussex are going to require a bit of good fortune throughout this innings, and there may be a slice of it.
And they'll have to run well as well. Just a single there, something that Mays and Orr did really well. Turn 1s into 2s. 50 up in the 10th over. 50 for 2. Charlie Tier has 40 of those 50 runs. So 3 balls left of the first power play. Hampshire was 63 without loss at the end of their first 10 overs.
That says a lot, doesn't it?
They were also 225 without loss, which says even more. A wide ball, which Sussex will gladly accept, having been pretty generous themselves. Yeah, 225 was that opening partnership between Ali Orr and Ben Mays. That came in 35.3 overs. Pretty decent crowd here now at the county ground. Certainly filled up as the day's gone on. Well run. Quick single out to Kyle Abbott, who's right on the edge of the 30-yard circle, just in case one of these 2 Sussex batters mistimes an attempt to go over the top. give himself every opportunity of taking a catch. Does mean, though, that they can come through for a single. Yeah, lots of children walking around in the interval. Lots of friends and families, and really nice scene. They'll be hoping that this game has some competitiveness left in it. 10 overs gone, and at the end of power play 1, Sussex Sharks are 52 for 2, requiring a further 332 runs for victory.
Yes. From 40 overs, as you can see on your screen, that is how the picture looks for this match. Hampshire 383 for 9, centuries for Mays and Orr, and 86 off 37 for Toby Albert. We were looking up the record books to look at fastest centuries in List A cricket, but it didn't come off for him. Charlie Tier is on 40 not out from 29. He's going to need something around him, as well as a big score of his own. Jack Leaning currently in with him on 3 not out, and Andrew Neil is going to come on to bowl.
Yeah, he's been a useful part of this Hampshire One Day Cup side for a couple of seasons now. Andrew Neil, leading wicket taker last year with 14. Just the 2 wickets for the slow left armour this year.
Both against Essex.
Essex and Yorkshire, his 2 wickets. Of course, only play a team once.
I'm very confused.
You said both against Essex.
Yes, he took 2 for 62 against Essex.
Yeah, 2 more against Yorkshire. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, I see. He's taken 2 wickets twice.
Yes, 4 wickets so far. Did I say 2?
I think that's what confused me.
Sorry, 4 wickets in total. 2 lots of 2.
Yes. 2 for 62 against Essex, 2 for 32 against Yorkshire. And of course, very handy with the bat as well.
And he'll have been encouraged by Jack Carson's performance. Obviously, an off spinner, Jack Carson, and Neil, a slow left armour. There was plenty of turn, not quick turn, but turn nonetheless. Did beat the bat a few times, made it hard to score off.
Yes, and I think obviously he's come on immediately after the power play fielding restrictions, so being introduced at the earliest opportunity really for a slow bowler in an ideal world for a captain, and that probably says a lot about what that pitch is doing. And maybe understanding the fact that Sussex are going to have to try and play some expansive shots, and that's easier with pace on.
Neil, a tall man, so he'd hope to extract a bit of bounce with this 5 and a bit overall ball.
Oh, got through that pretty quick, just 4 runs off it, and at the end of the 11th, Sussex are 56 for 2.
And we're going to get another change at the C end. A new ball at each end, as you'll be familiar with by now in the One Day Cup. Part of the new List A regulations, where you get 2 new balls for the first 34 overs, and then the fielding side choose which one they want to finish with after that. Ollie Williams is coming into the attack, another young Hampshire cricketer. And Hampshire viewers can let us know about Ollie Williams.
He's 19. Born in Salisbury. This is his 5th match. Made his debut, professional debut against Yorkshire. Picked up a wicket at Scarborough. He's gone on to Oh, you were going to say something?
No. Was that this year?
Yes.
So this is his second appearance of the.
No, hang on. No, he's played more than that. So he's played. So this is his 5th match, but he picked up
this campaign.
Of this campaign.
Okay.
Of his career.
And all have come this year.
All have come this year.
Got you.
Taken 3 wickets at 68 so far. 1 against Yorkshire, 1 against Middlesex, 1 against Worcestershire. Wicketless in his last outing against Essex.
Just about cut off down there on the 3rd boundary, and thanks to Charlie Tier's athleticism and fitness, that dive on the boundary saves just the 1 run. 3 for Charlie Tier, who moves on to 43 off 32.
The wickets he's taken: Will Luxton for Yorkshire, Ben Geddes for Middlesex, Matt Waite for Worcestershire.
Another quick single. Yeah, another academy product. I'm reading here. Hampshire doing a great job of producing young cricketers. Signed from that Hampshire Academy at the start of this competition. Shout for caught behind, but James Trevor not interested. Must have flicked the pad because wasn't given as a wide, so did hit something, but crucially for Jack Leaning, nothing resembling a bat or a glove. Quite timed by Leaning. Man out there as well to do the fielding, so that'll keep it to 2, but good running again from this pair. Said it earlier, but they're going to have to run as well as they're going to have to hit boundaries if Sussex are going to get anywhere close to this total. That required run rate now up at 8.41 runs per over. The Wasp giving Sussex now 1% chance.
Well, it is ridiculous when you think about how long Sussex have been batting for. 12 overs nearly, and they still need more than 300 runs.
More than 320 runs, yeah. Good first over from Ollie Williams, which sends the required rate up a little bit more. 63 for 2 after 12. There you go, a pretty well populated Cow Corner stand. Youngsters, some more experienced spectators as well. Not sure what that flag is. Is that the Isle of Wight flag? Perhaps a Hampshire viewer can let us know what that flag is. That looks like the outline of the Isle of Wight. If so, good to see some Isle of Wight residents making the trip across the channel or across the Solent.
Oh, good turn there. Neil inched it briefly. Charlie Tier on 44. Much rests on him, you fancy? A lot rests on this partnership. Sussex need a platform, just as Hampshire's openers set one for their side. That is going to run down towards the boundary. It won't be 4. Good work there by Williams.
Diving, so you don't have to chase and go again.
Oh, definitely. Oh, earlier, yeah. I lean over and
Sorry,
fall.
boys, I've break my head, but that's it.
Half-hearted appeal. Man patrolling that shorter boundary to the offside. Leaning just prods down a potentially troublesome part of the pitch. Again, another single to the boundary rider, and at the end of that over, 4 from it. 67 for 2 at the end of the 13th.
So here's a fun game for the viewers at home to play along with, Andrew. Obviously, Ali Orr and Ben Brown, two former Sussex players playing for Hampshire. Finn Hudson-Prentice on his way there at the end of the summer. Trying to think of players that have come the other way, Hampshire to Sussex. Two off the top of my head are Danny Briggs and Tom Alsop.
I was going to say Tom Alsop. That's the first name that sprung to my mind. Mason Crane had a loan spell at Sussex.
Did, yeah. How many can you think of on the chat? One for Sussex and Hampshire followers to play along with. That'll be a wide.
You'd think the pathway would be quite prolific, really, one way and t'other, because of the proximity of the two counties.
Exactly, yeah. Wouldn't have to necessarily have to move house. I think, like you said, Ali Orr still with his main residence in Sussex, having moved over to play for Hampshire. Looking for 2, but wisely deciding against it, a leg by there. Racking my brains though for others. Uppish, but thick outside edge. Clear of any fielder until it reaches Andrew Neil. Not Andrew Neil, who's that down there? Eddie Jack on the third boundary. At TX200AA on the chat says, you have to feel a bit sorry for Sussex. First they get a points deduction, then they only win 1 match. Not sure if that's said with a glint in the eye. Yeah, it's not been a happy white ball season for Sussex, that's for sure. At the moment, Leading and Tier only really able to pick up these singles, and that rate fast racing towards 9 and over, 8.58 required and over now.
Hampshire's total of 383 for 9 equals the highest total for the competition this season. Lancashire made 383 for 4 against Leicestershire.
Another wide.
Leicestershire gave it a good go though. They got to 362 for 8. What runs that day at Grace Road? If you went along there, you saw, what's that, 745 runs and 12 wickets.
Yeah, notoriously high scoring one day wicket there, isn't it? Thick outside edge from Charlie Tier will take him to his third 50 of this year's Metrobank One Day Cup. This one coming up from just 40 balls. That's exactly the kind of innings Sussex require. They'll need him to keep going though. 52 or 40 balls with 8 fours. Charlie Tier salutes an appreciative Hove crowd who are desperate for someone to at least take this game deep. He doesn't bring it up in any great style, but happily will take those runs. You've got to ride your luck when you're chasing a big total. Charlie Tier with a century. And then now 250s. His century, of course, coming against Durham in the defeat at Chester Street. And then 73 off 72 balls against Essex at Arundel in Sussex's only win to date in this year's One Day Cup. Paul asks, in response to at TX200AA, mention of the points deduction. What was the points deduction for? And the Seafordian sums it up with for being skin, which is the long and short of it.
Yeah, and the independent review into it all, which was published this week. Well,
yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. Or was it yesterday? Was it Friday?
Released yesterday. Yeah.
And Sussex have released that on their website, and yes, it doesn't paint a pretty picture of part of the in terms of its verdict on the governance of the club, but Sussex have vowed to change the way they go about things.
Yeah,
under new management, of course, under new chairmanship.
Yeah, and the interim chief executive who has had to take some tough decisions. Yeah, it's been tough times down here at Sussex.
Those points deductions were half the points for a victory in each competition. Inside out, goes big. Oh, don't know what that's hit. You could hear the clang.
Shipping container that houses the Singer Bar.
That has taken a bit of a pounding.
Really nice shot, wasn't it? Use the feet, giving himself that room to free the arms. And then boink.
There it is, right at the top. And the man in front did not flinch.
So if you're buying a pint of Singer, make sure you don't open the can too quickly, because it might have been shaken up a bit there.
Cut away, that will be a single, takes Charlie Tier on to 60. Meanwhile, junior partner Jack Leaney's on 12 from 17 balls. At the end of this over, I'll give a fairly depressing, another depressing stat from a Sussex perspective, which you can pass comment, Mr. Keir.
Jack Leaning doing exactly the right thing, conscious that Charlie Tier is in fine flow, so try and get him on the strike as much as possible. Eight off the over, still below what they need. One ball to come.
Nine from it then. Yep, they need a lot more of that if they're to move that wasp predictor. And there you can see the worm is ever so slightly beginning to turn, but it's going to need to take a sharp left in a minute if Sussex are to keep up with this. Now, I mentioned about that depressing stat of the 16 highest scores in this season's competition. Just double check my maths here. 5 have been conceded by Sussex, or have been scored against Sussex, depending on what way you want to look at it. So 16 of the highest innings in this competition, including today's, and 5 of them have been against Sussex.
Yeah, on the surface, not a great reflection on Sussex's bowling so far this campaign. One thing you would say is that there's been a conscious decision to play some young seamers, because I think Paul Farbrace very much conscious that he's going to not be able to rely on the names he's been relying on so far in his tenure here, so it's time to blood some youngsters. Already know that Henry Crocombe and Finn Hudson-Prentice are on their way in terms of those that bowl for Sussex. So he'll have learned a lot about people like Toby Munt, Freddie Price, Ollie Kirtley, who we saw bowling today, Troy Henry. Couple of dots to start the over. Just send that rate creeping back up. Does feel a little deja vu in the post-COVID years here at Sussex, where the club were forced to cut their spending after a year without the income they would have expected, and that was when we saw a lot of players leave and a lot of youngsters who've now gone on to form important part of the side play their first games, as Charlie Tier brings up another boundary.
Yeah, I think it's important that that Sussex fans do remember that yes, there were too many youngsters all in one team when they were struggling in Division 2 and didn't win a county championship game for a year. I'm not suggesting that would happen again, but some of them went on to become important figures. James Coles, of course. Henry Crocombe. Absolutely. Charlie Tier is doing well here.
Jack Carson, obviously.
Jack Carson's another, yeah. So even if their initial performances might not necessarily mark them out to be future superstars, just the experience will enable them to up their game.
Good comeback after that boundary. A couple of dots from Oliver Williams, who has been a little expensive so far, but can afford to be with the runs required.
Jack Leaney made the point in an interview after the Arundel match that this competition still has a number of very experienced cricketers in it, and these youngsters are playing against them and with them.
Well, apart from the boundary, 5 dots for Oliver Williams, which will suit Hampshire down to the ground. Some Hampshire shirts in the crowd, heading east across the border. Refusing to sit on a good old Sussex by the Sea deck chair. The discomfort of the foldable plastic chair to avoid contact with the martlets for those two Hampshire fans.
Is the outsized deck chair still around at the other end of the ground by the ice cream van? I don't think it is. Have Sussex had to sell it?
I think I've seen it. I don't know where it is. Yeah, that's one of those, well, exactly like you described it, sort of a, what do you reckon?
Oh,
there it is.
There it is.
Hey.
It's by the singer. Oh, there, it's over there.
No wonder they didn't want to show that shot, though.
Mind you, they've already had a cricket ball come their way, so...
A couple of bare torsos for us to all enjoy.
Well, there'll be some viewers out there who'll have enjoyed it, probably. Just dragged down slightly and only a single in the end. Tier on 66, leaning on 14.
Interesting that Jake Lehman has very much decided that pace off is a avenue he wants to go down here. 3 spinners used so far.
Pressed to the latest of them.
Just the as that turns down the leg side, given as a wide. Just the 2 wickets for Press so far this campaign.
Tickle around the corner. They're going to run the first one hard. I think that's what is required at the very least, even if it is only going to be 1. Run the first one hard, put the pressure on the throw, have a little quick decision when you get to the other end. Are you going to come back for a second? On that occasion, no, but at least if you run the first one hard, you've given yourself the option. Tier goes aerial and will get himself 4 runs, an important boundary. Sussex need a boundary, an over at minimum.
He's very strong in that area, Charlie Tier. We've seen it previously where he uses his feet and targets the onside. Be interesting to have a look at his wagon wheel thus far, maybe at the end of this over, see where his runs have come from so far, but certainly someone who likes to exploit that onside, use the feet to enable him to do that.
1 more ball left in this over. And there's going to be a single which will keep Tier on strike. Sussex Sharks 99 for 2 at the end of the 17th. Tier on 71, leaning on 15. Target is 384.
Wonder if we can see Charlie Tier's wagon wheel on the screen. Producer Jack, if you caught your breath after running up my stairs. Yeah, so definitely an onside bias. Particularly in terms of those boundaries, although he did play that lovely lofted extra cover drive for 6. Of course, things slightly skewed by the fact that players are eyeing up that short boundary, which is now on Charlie Tier's onside. Pick up another run down there, just a single this time. James Booker tuning in, Hampshire fan, as the 100 comes up in the 18th over. Most of that work being done by Charlie Tier, who has 71 of those 100 runs. James, a Hampshire fan, but he's currently on a cruise ship balcony in Livorno, Italy. And he makes the very good point that Hampshire not only will be desperate to win this game to keep their chances alive, as that's a lovely shot by Jack Leaning. Pure class from the experienced campaigner. Just leaning on that and letting the Hove slope do the rest. He makes the point that given where they are in the table, a big bump to their net run rate could be very handy. And when you post 383, you're giving yourself a chance, aren't you, of a big jump in your net run rate. That's a really good point by James, who doing some good thinking on his balcony on that cruise ship. If that beats Lehman, that'll be 4, and it does. 4 more for Jack Leaning. Classical driving from the former Kent man, from the other side of Sussex to today's opponents. Back-to-back boundaries. Lovely on drive, followed by a classical cover drive. He moves on to 23 off 23, and just starting to get going. Commitment when you're on your cruise ship, tuning into the live stream. Good on you, James. Another drive, this time more of a square drive and just 1 run, because there is that man covering out there on the cover boundary. Who's the man without a number on their shirt? I've forgotten. Ben Mays, of course.
Yes.
Seen enough of the back of his shirt today when he was at the non-striker's end or plundering runs.
Although he's listed on this scorecard as 21.
Well, he's definitely got a squad number. I think Hampshire just weren't expecting to have him back from the 100,
No,
so
but
haven't got round to printing the shirt. One ball remaining in this, the 18th over. 10 off it so far. Sussex would love to finish it with another boundary just to add a skyscraper to that Manhattan chart.
I'd have printed the shirt at the start of the campaign. If he doesn't use it, just give it to him.
Every penny counts. That's the kind of
know,
profligate spending that got Sussex into so much trouble.
I know.
Can't waste shirts.
God, they should never have put me in charge of the finances here, should they?
Well, they will get a boundary off the last ball to make it 14 off the over. Charlie Tier this time joining Jack Leaning with the textbook example demonstration of a drive down the ground. Glorious. So an expensive over for Hampshire, and one that knocks a number off the first decimal place of Sussex's required run rate, which is down to 8.5 when rounded to one decimal place. So that's good news.
Yes, if I understood any of it, I'd agree.
It's below 8.5, whereas it was rounded up to 8.6. So see if Wasp has jumped up.
Yes, the 3% I saw
Yeah,
just
there
now.
you go. Yeah, and the worm
is turning,
tickling the tummy of the other worm.
Prest continues, 9 runs for his first over. It's going to get a single conceded there. Charlie Tier. Oh, it's Leaning, was it? Yes, Leaning took the single. 25 for him from a runner ball. Charlie Tier on 76. Tier will be eyeing up that ice cream van, not to get some ice cream, but to launch a ball into it.
At 1414 Yorks on the chat, questions why Sussex played a day-night game, given their lack of money in terms of electricity bills, which made me think perhaps they should have started it at 11 o'clock in the night and signed up to one of those tariffs that gives you, a discounted off-peak rate.
I mean, the serious answer, I suppose, that may not be even a serious question, but don't forget Sussex did, of course, not use their floodlights for championship matches.
Yeah.
The last couple of years. And I suppose the whatever the cost is of the electricity is presumably they would like to offset it for the number of people coming through the gate at a more friendly hour.
Definitely worth trying because, like you say, Friday nights and the T20s here at Hove are often the most popular choice. In reality, the crowd actually thinned in the second half of that game. I just wonder if the audience profile is one that prefers a day game in the One Day Cup. Definitely fewer people here in the second half, but still, got to try these things.
And the fact is that even though Sussex's spending choices in the last couple of years, which have been criticised in that report, it's not our judgment, it's certainly a matter of written fact now and recorded fact. It's just also a fact that smaller counties do not have many pennies to rub together outside of the test grounds, and I don't think I'm making a controversial statement in that. I think certainly counties like Derbyshire and Leicestershire and a few others would say the same.
Yeah, there is this money from the sale of 100 teams, but of course that's ring-fenced for capital expenditure. Which you can see the rationale of it. You don't want teams to just go and splurge on players and then be in the same situation. So that's for things. These should be only allowing counties to use
sustainable money.
Things like facilities.
But it's a one-off windfall.
Andrew Neil switching ends now. And Charlie Tier sweeping, looking to beat Ali Orr, who does a great job down on the square leg boundary. Yeah, but if you invest a one-off payment in something that then produces long-term returns, then it can be something that sustains you. That'll be the challenge for these smaller counties, is how can they use that money to, what they say, you've got to sort of have money to make money.
Speculate to accumulate.
Speculate to accumulate is the far more, maybe not speculate, but certainly invest. Speculate is probably not what the ECB want these smaller counties to do.
But I suppose the response to that is that the test grounds and their counties, with the exception of Middlesex for obvious reasons, are getting that
wide from Neil, which leading looks to smash through that gap between extra cover and conventional cover, but he can't do that. Goes over the top this time, just about clears the fielder there, who was Tom Prest.
Yeah, the test grounds, they're receiving that sort of sustainable money, through all the time, if you like, and even if you invest, I mean, investments can go wrong quite clearly, but even if you invest in your stadium or your youth cricket policy or whatever, you're not going to catch up with the finances of those bigger counties.
I think that's right, and that's what's upset people, isn't it? Full and turn from Neil as Tier looks to sweep him. Good over for Hampshire, 2 good overs in a row after that expensive one, and Charlie Tier was lucky that did turn, because it was otherwise on course for his off stump. Yeah, he's on 81 from 65. Brilliant innings from him so far, outscoring both the Centurions for Hampshire at this stage. So whilst he's there, Sussex will feel they have something resembling a chance, however small that chance may be. But he's going to have to play one of the all-time great knocks, you feel. Nicely executed as I steal Andrews over from Jack Leaning.
No, that was a bit unlucky, really, Leaning to pick out the fielder from there. I've noticed we're both moving around with our microphones on, which is causing some noises, which we shouldn't be doing necessarily, but apologise for that. As flicks round the corner by Leaning, moves on to 28, 122 for 2. The run rate, a run a ball. Run rate required, 8.83, and Wasp has gone down to 2% now. Those 2 tight overs you were talking about, Sam, has just brought that down again. But as much as these mathematical kind of formulas and whatever, take away from, what as a, you sort of think, well, we know this as a cricket fan. We know this is a big it just sums it up, doesn't it? It just really crystallises it for you that backs away Leaning. It just crystallises how difficult this task is, that in any 100 given scenarios from here, Sussex only win twice.
According to Wasp.
According to Wasp, and its mathematical model. But the point is that, we are looking at, as you pointed out earlier, something of cricket historical proportions, and this day cricket has been happening for 60 years. Remind me, I don't know if you've still got it to hand, Sam, of the highest total Sussex have ever chased.
It was last year. We were here.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, that game. Sam, the Sean Hunt winning against Lancashire, but I can't remember what the actual target was.
They were chasing 339 to win,
That's it.
And Sean Hunt 6 took them to 342. Tom Clark, obviously not playing today.
Aerial, safe.
Yeah, that was not far away from the end of Charlie Tier and another major blow to the home side. Yeah, Tom Clark not playing, made 139 off 109 balls. Tom Haynes already out, made 90 off 101. What that does show you from those two individual scores is that if you can get 100, it doesn't need to be 150 off 70 balls. You just need to get a big 100.
Yes. Or as Hampshire proved, 200s, if you like.
Yeah, with a third person scoring at a 220 strike rate for his 80. Easy, right?
Yeah.
Well, that man is just in front of us here, in front of the commentary position at the C end, and that is where Andrew Neil will be continuing, having bowled one over from this end after switching. More of that slow turn, which Tier just waits on and bats out into the offside. Charlie Tier making a very compelling case for Sussex to keep him on the staff, if indeed he wants to. Don't know if he'll be getting other offers, certainly putting himself in the shop window.
He is, yeah. I mean, obviously, there is obviously, we don't know any different, but there is speculation obviously around John Simpson's future and whether Charlie Tier might end up succeeding him as wicketkeeper in all formats.
Ollie Carter, another man who I think is out of contract at the end of this year. He's another keeper. Whether he gets retained remains to be seen. Uncertain times for those Sussex players out of contract.
Well, as far as we know, of course, some of them may already know their futures. Paul Farbrace did say on commentary, he was with BBC Radio Sussex, and did say some weeks ago that, is it 7 or 8 players, can't remember now, 7 players were definitely told that they'd be leaving, and we haven't heard all 7 of those yet. Those will be announced, I imagine, once they've all got new clubs, because the signing clubs want to announce them.
Oh. Well bowled, Andrew Neil. Another tight over, just 3 runs from it, and we are now in the 9 runs per over plus territory if Sussex are going to chase this down. 88-run partnership off 82 balls. Sussex's plight doesn't seem to be ruining their day out there.
I noticed the cameras haven't picked out your significant other yet.
No, good to have the family down here enjoying the cricket. You saw, Andrew, that when it turned out we were going to have to go and fetch my mic, my wife quickly ruled out any prospect of her going to do that for us, so quite right too. Not her job to save the Sussex live stream. That's why producer Jack had to go and break and enter my house. I gave him the key.
I hope he did it in the proper Mission Impossible way, though, and dangled from a wire. And
he did knock something off the shelf, but I'll let him off that, apparently.
Was it the dog? He could have blamed the dog.
No, very honest, producer Jack. Good on him for making that trip to save our dual commentary.
That is going to be 4 more. Just beats those 2 fielders chasing it as they converge in front of the steps up to the dressing rooms. Good swipe from leaning that.
Much needed boundary.
Need a few more of those, do Sussex. Many more. They're going to get at least 1. They're going to run it hard and think about a second. Oh, but a slip from Charlie Tier rules that one out.
Thank you to Martin on the chat. Points out that he's just deleted his helpful comment, so maybe it wasn't right. It did say Ollie Carter signed a contract extension. Yeah, here we go. Carter signed a 2-year contract extension in May 25, so has another year. Thank you very much, Martin. So Ollie Carter, contract till the end of 27. Appreciate those corrections. Don't want to give the wrong information, so thank you very much to Martin.
Leaning will take another single. Eight off this over so far. They need another couple off this ball to eat into that required rate. And they're going to get more than that. They're going to get 4. Good invention from Charlie Tier and picking the gap with a reverse. And it brings up the 100 partnership of 88 balls between Tier and Leaning. 58 of 48 for Tier, and Leaning's contribution obviously 36 and 40. And in the end, 12 off that over.
Yep. Just keeping Sussex in the hunt here. An interesting comparison. 23 overs of the Hampshire innings. 134 for naught. So Sussex actually ahead in terms of runs. Just shows you what a contribution it was from Toby Albert and to a lesser extent Eddie Jack. But it also shows if you can lay a platform, then you just never know. Stay with us. Andrew Neil into his 6th over now. 3 from the Cromwell Road end and now 2.1 from the sea end. Uppish, but wide of the man at extra cover. Another single. Two men posted out at long off and long on, alongside the 2 boundary riders. Short boundary straight when the bowling is from this end, so whilst Sussex will be tempted, there are those men waiting should you get it wrong. A lot of acreage over Cow Corner where scoring opportunities might come, but of course with the left armour turning it away from the right-handed batter, you are of course in danger of playing against the spin and not quite executing your shot. Well played, Charlie Tier, pushing into the onside just to keep that run rate ticking over, but it is only 3 from the over. Sorry, 2 from the over so far, with 1 ball to come. So Andrew Neil impressing with 26 runs only from his 5.5 overs. Very good over from Andrew Neil, who is bowling very tidily indeed. Good stuff from the slow left armour. 143 for 2 after 24. Sussex requiring a further 241 runs to win from the remaining 26 overs. 9.27 runs per over, the required rate.
It's going to become a sort of T20 style chase, isn't it, from 30 overs onwards? We'll just have to see what position Sussex are in at that stage. You're going to get at least one here. They're going to go. They half thought about the second. Maybe a wide.
Sixth wide of the innings.
So 239 required for Sussex. If they could knock that 39 off in the next 5 overs, that would give them a sort of T20 style 200 to win, but starting at 0 for 2, if you like.
And without a power play, as it were.
Yeah. So it shows the challenge, but it wouldn't be insurmountable necessarily. But they could do without tight overs like this. Hampshire have been brilliant.
Yeah, good comeback from Prest, who went for a few in his last over, didn't he?
That'll be a single, but just 3 runs from that over. Excellent over, and at the halfway mark, Sussex Sharks are 146 for 2, chasing 384 to win, so another 138 needed as the players take drinks.
I've been handed a note by our colleagues in the operations office for those spectators that would like to come onto the field after the day's play, that you are welcome to do so for about half an hour. So once again, if you'd like to come onto the field after the game, you're welcome to do so. Once again, a quick reminder to please stay hydrated. And if you're seeking for long periods to stand up between those to support blood circulation. And for those who have disposable bottles and like to refill them, we do have not a variety, but a number of water fountains around the ground, mainly outside the indoor school, at the northeast bar, behind the main scoreboard and behind the cow corner shark stand in the southwest corner of the stadium.
$238 to win off 25 overs is what confronts Sussex here in this Metrobank One Day Cup match. Hampshire earlier making 383 for 9 in their 50 overs. Players have taken their drinks and about to get back underway here. Andrew Neil resuming at the sea end. It's been impressive so far, has the tall, slow left armour. Leading can't time that. He's got 38 off 49. Charlie Tier feels like he's been on 93 or around 93 for a while now. Could do with getting a bit more of the strike. And he will get the strike, thanks to a sharp single, which a direct hit may have complicated. But in the end, Jack Leaning comes through. Charlie Tier on 93 off 77 balls. Looking to score his second century of this year's Metro Bank One Day Cup. Bit of a chase for Eddie Jack. She completes. Charlie Tier comes back for 2. .6 runs per over the required rate.
Yeah, no, all good.
And the score ticker is frozen. You'll see on the bottom there. Hopefully that'll update itself soon. Yeah, there we go. And that brings up the 150 for Sussex. 150 for 2 off 25.4.
So you're definitely going through this.
Really good stuff from Andrew Neil. Very impressed. Using his height well, making it hard for batters to get underneath him. Another over goes by. A little bit behind on that ticker. Some scoreboard issues, I think, as well in the ground, so all connected, but there we go. 151 for 2 after 26.
It's been a very good partnership between these two so far. A sweep from Leaning. They're going to come back for a comfortable 2.
Yeah, that's a productive area if Jack Leaning can play that sweep shot to press, because there is a lot of gap, and if you can run 2s, that'll do a lot of good for your run rate.
And that will do even better for it. Hits the boundary rope, flies over the advertising hoardings. Reverse sweep. After the conventional sweep, Kyle Abbott clambers over and goes looking for the ball in amongst the, well, between the media centre and the hospitality area.
Yeah, and as he went to fetch the ball, I don't know if you heard it on the effects mic.
I wasn't going to point it out, but
the helpful comment from a spectator: "Don't get injured." Well, depends if you're supporting Sussex or Hampshire.
I imagine those in the hospitality might be predominantly Sussex.
Oh, and maybe they do want him to get injured. But
could be a whatever you do. It's like that. Yeah. Nice fast bowler you've got there. It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
Great running.
Funnily enough, brings me back to a story about the dripping pan at Lewis FC. I once had a player on loan from Crawley Town who went to get the ball back over from the other side of the perimeter fence and broke his ankle.
Yeah, fraught with danger. Jordan Henderson, of course, in the World Cup, Football World Cup, falling over a hoarding. Lots of people there giving their opinion on the two batters' approach to this chase on the chat.
There is that sweep again. This time it's going to be a bit firmer, so it's only going to produce a single. Now Leaning on 49 and Tier on 97. Both approaching landmarks. Jack Leaning 49 not out. And he'll go to a half century from 56 balls. 4 fours. Measured so far from him. As you talked about earlier, Sam, the sort of glue around which the innings is being constructed. But Sussex need to build a bit quicker.
Yeah, well, that's the debate in the chat is, are Sussex leaving themselves too much to do? But you can't, you've got to be in it to be able to go, unless you're Toby Albert, or you've got to be in to go big, or know that you've got a platform to build upon, which is exactly what Hampshire did as Neil starts his 8th over.
Yeah, there's still batting to come, obviously. I mean, George Thomas is the issue. We don't know whether he's fit to bat or whether he just has to come in below 7. But, John Simpson, Dan Ibrahim, Jack Carson has made a sort of name for himself a little bit as a player who can go big in chases. But you really need batters who are in to help you go big towards the end.
Especially when you're chasing. You can chance your arm batting first, can't you? And if it comes off, it comes off. But there's that looming scoreboard pressure to go from ball 1 when there's an equation in your head. And the reason I brought up those, various comments on the approach of these two batters, all of which very welcome. Great to have you on the chat. Some critical, some suggesting this is exactly the way to do it. But it did make me laugh at Matty Norman 6 in response to those critical of Tier and Leading's approach said, if they hit every ball for 6, they would win easily. Why don't they just do that? With his tongue firmly in his cheek. That made me laugh, Matty. Ooh, and I think he's got outside the line there.
Yeah. No problem there, I would imagine. We'll look at the replay.
Yeah.
Well outside the line.
And missing off stump as well.
Yeah.
Andrew Neil has bowled so well, particularly to his field with Charlie Tier on 98 off 84 balls.
Cut away, but it will only be a single. So, is it your over? Beg your pardon.
Goes to 99.
Switching in to Cromwell Road End, heading Jack.
Paul thinks there's nothing wrong with how they're going about this. If they need 100 odd and haven't lost any more wickets with, I don't know what he's saying, 100 off or how many, I don't know, but he's saying they're in with a shout. They need 100 odd without losing any more wickets, but without that crucial third part of the equation. Anyway, Charlie Tier is a crucial man.
Charlie Tier is on 99. And that will be a wide. Nothing on that. I always love the way that, I'm not sure it necessarily happened particularly this time, no, but sometimes wicket keepers in particular like to appeal, don't they, just to kind of say to the umpire, well, I heard something. You must have hit something. Can't be a wide.
Yeah, obligatory appeal for the leg side delivery.
Yeah.
But even Ben Brown there wasn't giving it too much.
Tier on 99. Thought he was going to guide that through the offside, but nope. They've closed ranks there pretty quickly. seagulls starting to swarm now with people eating. You can hear them on the effects mic. Jack continues. Charlie Tier has 99. He prods that out into the offside.
Good stuff from Eddie Jack, who's been reintroduced into the attack. One thing Jack Lehman will be pleased, Jake Lehman will be pleased about is that he's managed to get those overs out of Tom Prest. Too much damage. He's gone at 7s. But that's him and Oliver Williams have bowled 10 overs between them. So if you see them as your combined 5th bowler, he can now look at Abbott.
99 for Tier, drives it down the ground, going to come through for a single, is he? Oh, there's a complete mess up at the other end. He might be run out. No, he's not. And that was a farcical 20 seconds of cricket all round. There was not a run there, and I don't suppose he'd have taken one had it not been on 99. Leaning had no interest in it. He wasn't even looking when Tier was halfway down the pitch. Then the throw came in. It wasn't a great throw from Lehman, and then Brown couldn't throw down the stumps anyway.
No one came out of that particular passage of play with any great credit. The throw, the run.
And yet it's not the weirdest bit of cricket we've seen today.
Ibrahim's?
Yes.
Yeah. My word, that would have been fairly terminal, you think, for Sussex's hopes.
And Charlie Tier hooks it round the corner for 4 and gets himself to another century in this format, in this competition. He is anchoring Sussex's attempt to charge down a mammoth Hampshire total. 100 from 89 balls, and everything that the Sharks want to do this afternoon depends on him.
Yep, brilliant innings from Charlie Tier. 89 balls for that 100. Which, fastest century we've seen today. Not the fastest innings, but the fastest of the 3 centuries.
And another couple to add to Charlie Tier and Sussex Sharks total. 105 now for him, 173 for 2.
It's like we've been a little slow on picking up. Am I right in saying that Ashutosh Sharma is not out there and hasn't been at all? Because obviously he has been a fairly important figure with the ball for Hampshire so far this campaign. He did look like he was struggling with his back when he batted, so I don't know if that's stopped him taking the field, but I can't see him. Can you?
I can't either. I'll also look out for a sub-fielder.
Yeah, just as I was saying, Jake Lehman's juggled his bowl as well by getting that sort of 5th bowler out of Williams and Prest. It suddenly struck me, well, hang on, why haven't we seen Ashutosh Sharma? Of course, the leading wicket taker for Hampshire so far this campaign. He hasn't bowled, and yeah, tell you why he hasn't bowled is because he hasn't been on the pitch. So that's an interesting thing to note, and sorry that it's taken us so long to note that. So he is going to have to get more overs out of Williams and Prest, and it'll be Williams who bowls now. This could be a really crucial passage of play here. How will Sussex take on young Ollie Williams? We had some interaction with Wes Spearman, the Hampshire media man, earlier on. I wonder if he has an update on Ashutosh Sharma, if he's still tuning in. Because he is not, unless I have got this totally wrong, which I don't think I have, he is not out there, and I don't think he has been since the start of the innings. There was a moment where he held his bat back during his short innings. So let's see if Wes is listening and gets in touch with us with an update.
I thought I saw a number 19 shirt out there, which might belong to Middleton, who would be a sub-fielder.
Okay, yeah. Well, we were slow on the uptake there. Always a good reminder to make sure everyone's present and correct at the start of an innings. So yes, a little interesting development in terms of coming to our attention. That's a lovely shot from Charlie Tier. Slaps into the LED scoreboard for 6.
I tell you what, that scoreboard does take some tap at times, particularly with T20 cricket.
Absolutely, yeah. Although the pixels staying intact after that one. Charlie Tier almost sending the ball straight into his own name on that scoreboard.
That would be an effort, wouldn't it?
111 off 93, and you do wonder if Williams is someone that Tier and Leaning feel like they're going to target. They'll have been aware, even if we weren't, that Sharma wasn't out there. And Williams, of course, a young man with 4 list day appearances to his name so far, 5th today. Although, has Tier just picked out the man? He has! Ollie Williams wins the battle. Toby Albert takes the catch. And how big a moment is this in the match?
They all know it as well. The Hampshire fielders writing to congratulate Williams. Obviously a young man, as you say. It's not his first wicket, unlike Kirtley earlier, but they've all run to him. But they know how important that wicket is. Charlie Tier had done so well.
The moment he hit it, Charlie Tier knew he hadn't got enough. And it was a good diving catch in the end by Toby Albert, who's having a good old day. Well, Tier clearly had decided that Williams was a bowler to target if Sussex were going to have any hope. They needed to take on someone, and the inexperienced seamer was the man they chose, looking to hit him for back-to-back 6s. Instead, it brings Tier's downfall, but a fine innings from someone who has had a fine tournament. Charlie Tier, 111 from 94 balls, 13 fours, 2 6s, is on his way, and with it, any slim hopes of Sussex victory? Well, we shall see, but certainly have just got a lot trickier for the home side, having lost their centurion. Well done, Ollie Williams. Held his nerve.
Yep, and we're looking now at heading towards that sort of last 20 over period that I was mentioning, as you say, like T20 but without the power play advantages, and
Please welcome John Simpson.
beginning at 0 for 3. So it would be a real challenge. But John Simpson comes in, very experienced cricketer. He's captained England in this format, of course, but briefly.
Yeah, what's that? COVID series.
COVID
against Ireland,
series, yeah. West Indies, I think, was it?
Okay.
And might have done both. But as Sam pointed out earlier, that we are looking at something that's, I mean, you can say what you like about how these two, or the previous two, had paced their partnership, but something that has never been done, this target by Sussex in this format. So
Good captaincy from Lehman. Juggled his resources even with a bowler down well.
good
Simpson
shot.
off the mark straight away with a lovely drive, languid drive through cover for 4. Statement of intent. Well, there's no two ways about it really. John Simpson can't spend too much time working things out, needs to get going from the get-go. Pressure on Jack Leading as well to start upping his rate as the established man. Interesting to see what the conversation is between him and Simpson in terms of the roles they're going to play. Really, they both need to start playing like it's the start of the T20, as you say, Andrew. Pushed out into the offside again, but this time just for 1 as Orr does the fielding. So 12 runs off the over, but crucially the wicket of Charlie Tier for 111. Some people think that's an unlucky number. What it was for Charlie Tier today. There we are, the worm on the screen. Pretty even in terms of runs, but look at that acceleration. in the dark blue line between overs 41 and 45, or that's when Toby Albert, the manager, took the catch, came in and blasted his way to 86 off just 37 balls. Sussex are going to need someone to do something similar like that if they're to have any chance. And remember, no Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's looked the most likely to play innings like that so far. He did that on Friday against Worcestershire, but he won't have the opportunity to do that against his next employer, the club he's moving to.
And it's funny, if Sussex were batting first, you'd say 185 for 3 after 30 overs. They've given themselves a good platform for a good total. Now they like that, and Simpson has gone. He's been given out, caught behind. He's trudging off. He's not so happy with that, I don't suppose, but he's been given out. It's in the book. He's been caught behind from only his third delivery, I think. He
doesn't like it at all. I have to say, Eddie Jack's appeal was a little perfunctory. But Nigel Long didn't hesitate.
Bit of glove on it as it went by.
John
Simpson will be in danger of an invite into the match referee's room, I think. Certainly expressed through the medium of not walking off for ages his unhappiness, his displeasure with the decision, but certainly was close to the glove on the replay. So all that matters is that Nigel Long has given that out.
Incoming batter for the Sussex Sharks, wearing number 40. Please welcome Dan Ibrahim.
Dan Ibrahim next in. A reminder that George Thomas is yet to appear. He did go off injured in Hampshire's innings when he injured himself in the outfield, twisted his ankle, and as a result did something to his knee. He did walk off unaided, but don't think he reappeared for the rest of the innings, so he will not be able to bat above 7. He might be the next man in, but we shall wait and see. It depends on how he's...
It looked like an injury where, well, who knows, but it didn't look good, did it?
No.
Got to give some credit to Jake Lehman for his captaincy in the last couple of overs, brought Ollie Williams into the attack, and that got that wicket, which broke that big partnership. And then realising that now was the time to really put the boot on the throat, as it were, bringing back Eddie Jack, who has been excellent so far, with before this over 1 for 35, now 2 for 35, taking another crucial wicket. So good captaincy from Hampshire's stand-in leader.
Now it's all about Jack Leaney being the senior man and trying to, as you mentioned, Sam, trying to up that rate of scoring of his own, and Sussex need 199.
Yeah, the run rate over 10 and over now. You have to say that we're getting into the territory of miracles now. In a chase of this magnitude, everything has to go right, doesn't it? Well, not quite everything, but pretty much everything. And when Sussex lost those 2 relatively early wickets, that could have been Sussex's cue to collapse in a heap. But credit to Leaning and Tier, they kept believing. But just when they looked to inject that extra bit of pace, target a bowler.
That's a cracking shot, that, from Dan Ibrahim. That'll make him feel $1 million. Short and wide, and put away.
Yes, it's an interesting comparison you made, Andrew, about a T20 innings needing 200 off 20 overs. Tier and Leaning were still there and had started to take on the bowling, and you start to think, hang on a minute, it's so hard to just come in and get going from the start, especially with those fielders spread, or 4 fielders outside the ring. No 6-over power play in those 20 overs, of course. Your chance for your 2 fielders out of the ring was the first 10.
Ah, they're up there. Right, sorry, yes. You can see on your screen there the Sussex flag hanging, and they're right up in one of the flats overlooking the ground, and I've spotted them.
Yeah, if you're a Sussex fan, that's a great place to live, isn't it?
Probably got a collection of balls in their front room as well.
Well, Williams continuing from the C end. That absolutely crucial wicket of Charlie Tier after having been hit for 6 the ball before. And a new batter in Dan Ibrahim to bowl against. You never see anyone, so there's a few blocks of flats overlooking the ground here. Obviously that penthouse flat, and there's another one. I was about to say, you never see people in that block of flats at the Cromwell Road end really watching, but there are a few on that top level. Nicely timed by Ibrahim, but it'll be cut off by Ben Mays. One of the 3 centurions in this match so far. Charlie Tier, of course, the highest scoring of the 3.
It's going to be that Toby Albert innings, though, isn't it? That's going to end up proving the difference between the 2 sides. Because if they got him early, then you're looking at taking, another 60 runs off. Not 60, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely, and he really did make the most of that platform. Worth mentioning that he was, of course, dropped twice. Once on 6, very tough caught and bowled chance. Once on 21, a much easier chance by Ollie Kirtley. So how important will those 2 drops prove to be?
Did you say 21 for the second time round? Yeah, he went on to add another 65. And of course, Hampshire didn't only have 1 wicket in hand by the end, so get rid of Albert. I know they would have had more, the remaining batters would have more time in the game, but
wide ball signalled by umpire Treadwell.
But yeah, take 60 runs off that Hampshire innings, and Sussex are well in this game.
Plenty of cliches springing to mind about catches and matches.
It's always helpful when they rhyme, isn't it?
Ollie Williams just pulling out of his approach to the wicket there. He's got 3 men out in the deep on the onside. Of course, is the short boundary with the current setup. Toby Albert at long on, a deep forward square and a fine leg. And it is that fine leg who will do the fielding here. And Dan Ibrahim limping between wickets, hamstring is where the hand of Ibrahim goes. That's not something that Sussex will want to see. Just trying to stretch it out.
Is that something he's just done, or is it something that? Is that something he's just done, or is it something that he might have picked up while bowling? I don't know. But he definitely, as you saw, he hobbled.
Yeah, doesn't look comfortable, that's for sure. And then forced to turn on his heels. Still fiddling with that hamstring. Six off the over so far. Run rate required now at 10.35.
And for the genuine all-rounders, the One Day Cup really does, mean a lot of cricket packed in quite tightly.
Just a single off the final ball. 197 for 4 off 32. Yeah, Ibrahim missed the last game.
That's true.
So, but I don't know if that's because he had this. You're absolutely right, but I just don't know whether that was a precaution because of some existing issue or whether that was a selection choice. But whichever way, he's struggling at the moment. As we see the balcony of the Sussex dressing room adorned with the logo of our match sponsor today, Aerotron. Big thank you to Aerotron for their support, not just today but over the years. Big supporter for Sussex cricket. And if you do ever need any aircraft product support, then they're your people. Got a plane, Andrew?
Got to have. Not yet, anyway. Kyle Abbott returns. He's been doing some stretching in front of us, and he's now conceded a boundary first off.
Glorious shot.
Very good shot from Leaning, and it takes Sussex Sharks past 200. And after 32 overs, that would look like a reasonable position if they were batting first. But as it is, they require another 183 for victory. That'll be a single. Apologies for any sort of, or a couple of runs actually. Any sort of clicking you may hear occasionally. It's we'll let you into the commentary box one more time because the previous mic was on a headset, which means you can move your head freely and your body, and it sort of all stays with you. But I'm carrying a mic now, so every time I move,
I haven't really noticed it. I wouldn't worry too much. It's good to have you.
Well, it's good to not share a headset for every over and be able to actually talk to each other.
So by way of comparison, 32.3 overs in the Hampshire innings, they were 207 for naught, so that's quite a big factor, is that naught versus Sussex's 4 with potentially George Thomas not able to bat. But run-wise, it's not a big difference. It does mean they need someone to play the Toby Albert role, which was pretty spectacular.
Yep, and that might well prove the difference between the two sides. Have you had any interest in the whole Sussex-Hampshire pipeline question from some time ago?
Almost none.
Right.
Which suggests there aren't that many to think of, right?
Yeah. Or they prefer the fish puns.
Yeah. Know your audience, as they say. Yeah, we were discussing cricketers that have made their way from Hampshire to Sussex. We came up with Briggs and Allsoppers, two currently on the Sussex staff, but we were struggling to think of many others from the past. So if you're tuning in and are thinking, oh, what about player X, then keen to hear from you.
Down to third man. End of the over, 8 from it. Even that is not enough for Sussex. Could just about read from that angle Sam's screen and a couple of suggestions. And I'm now falling over, sorry. Billy Taylor, Joe Gatting, interesting shout. But this is from Hampshire to Sussex, isn't it? You're talking about specifically.
Yeah, because the reason we started talking about it was because of Ali Orr and Ben Brown being back at Hove, having played for Sussex. But we were trying to think of people who'd gone the other way, Hampshire to Sussex. Danielle mentions Jack Campbell. And that is a great shout from Danielle, because I had forgotten about Jack Campbell. Okay, 4 games for Sussex in the One Day Cup. After moving, that was at the start of the 2024 season. In the 2024 season, having moved from Hampshire. Great shout, Danielle. Knew someone on the. Oh, it's Daniel. Daniel Leavesley, I think, or Danielle Avesley. Whether it's Daniel or Daniel, you've done brilliantly in plucking Jack Campbell out. He did briefly appear for Sussex, having played for Hampshire before. Danny Briggs is mentioned, obviously already got him. Reece Topley, good shout. Reece Topley, Hants to Sussex, yeah. Before moving on to Surrey, knew our viewers would have some answers. Yeah, Banjo Johnny mentions Mason Crane. We did mention him earlier as well, on loan at Sussex. Guess that counts. Now at Glamorgan. And that'll be 4 runs for Dan Ibrahim, who is scoring his runs now at above a run a ball. 16 or 14 for the all-rounder, who seems to have got over his hamstring issues for now.
Yeah, they can be sort of pesky things that come and go. Tightness.
98 balls remaining, 173 runs to win. Can't quite get hold of that. You can see what Ibrahim was trying to do. Target that cow corner boundary, but he hits it straight to Andrew Neil, which I guess is the English version of Andre Nell.
Now that I like.
Can't help but think of the journalist Andrew Neil whenever I talk about Andrew Neil playing cricket. Different physiques, the two men. Slower ball, which Ibrahim gets a top edge on. Safely finds its way down to fine leg for a single. 8 off the over, 7 off the over. 2-1-2 for 4 off 34. The point at which to become one. In terms of balls?
Yes. I didn't expect you to sing it, that's all.
So yeah, the fielding side getting to choose which of the 2 balls they've been using thus far that they're going to continue with for the final 16 overs of the innings.
And that conversation is happening right now.
So I feel like there aren't that many who've gone Hampshire to Sussex, based on, got a couple more there, didn't we? Thanks to our contributors on the live stream, but if anyone can think of any more, let us know.
Which, as I say, feels odd.
Ollie Robinson, of course.
Yeah, well.
Did make first team appearance for Hampshire before going to Yorkshire and then coming to Sussex.
But that's not direct, is it? That's what we were looking at, I think.
I'll take it.
Okay.
People who've played previously for Hampshire, but I see what you're saying, yeah. That came from Jack on the chat. Thank you, Jack.
'Cause I think we were sort of making the point, weren't we, that because of the proximity of the two counties, that we're surprised that there weren't more direct transfers between the two. Who knows? We may see a wider pipeline between Kent and Sussex with the new head coach due to arrive, starting work in October.
Yeah, Joey Everson already making the move east to west.
Strikes me as the Finn Hudson-Prentice replacement.
Yeah, do you know what? Jack Leaning just pulled up and grabbed his hamstring as well. So not what you need. He's now stretching that out.
I suppose part of it is, as I mentioned earlier, they need to take the first run very quickly, and perhaps it's not quite so physically easy to do as it looks, or sometimes they make it look. And actually, you can get a little bit tight. Good ball.
Intensity of the game has just dropped a bit, hasn't it? Whilst Tier and Leaning were there, you felt that Hampshire had to be, very engaged. And I'm not saying they're not now, but there is a sense of things being a little less intense now.
Yeah. Ooh, a little charge down the wicket from Ibrahim, but they're going to come back for two, and they're going to make it just.
Would have been tight, I think, if Ben Brown had managed to dislodge the bails. Let's have a look here.
You had to go the long way round Abbott.
I think he'd have been out, Certainly on replay, whether James Trevor would have been able to give it out. At TMWC Limited 126 says CB Fry. I'll have to take his word for that. Did he come from Hampshire to Sussex?
Well, we know he's got a name on a bus. Brings us full circle. I mean, CB Fry, a very well-known, multi-talented sports person.
Went from Sussex to Hampshire. So not the way we were looking for, but still interesting. Via London County. 100 franchise.
What's the name of a pub? Good crack on that, but that's going to go straight to the fielder. That's a shame. From a Sussex perspective, you hear those really well-timed shots that sound like a gunshot, and normally they end up thudding into the advertising hoardings. Not on this occasion. End of the 35th, 218 for 4.
15 overs remaining, 166 runs required. Small matter of 11.07 of those runs each over. Top deck of the Spenkarma Pavilion, still populated by the sun seekers out on the front there. That's the one thing about a day at Hove, regardless of what you were hoping for in the cricket or what happens in the cricket. When the weather's like this and it's warm, you can hear the seagulls and the sea breeze, keeps you cool. It's a pretty nice place to be, so I don't think anyone will say they haven't had a good day out, whatever happens here. Quick single. Lehman would have had Ibrahim in some trouble with a direct hit. I should say Leaning in trouble with a direct hit. In the end, a single. And those hamstrings holding up at the moment. Yeah, well run. He'd have been home. So Williams now in his 8th over. 1 for 61. So expensive. But he does, of course, have the wicket of Charlie Tier. Crucial intervention. pulled out to Ali Orr, one of the two men supervising that mid-wicket boundary.
There's going to be a number of maximums required. They're going to need to go big quite soon.
We'll run again, but just a single.
Okay.
13 balls since the last boundary. We can't afford too many periods of boundary-free cricket. Steve Oxford 4150 on the chat. Martin Thursfield, Hants to Sussex 1997. Great job, Steve. One bounce to Ali Orr. Just another single. 5 singles from the over so far. 4 singles from the over so far. The scoreboard is so quick here at Sussex. I was waiting for another one to be added. No, 4 balls gone. 4 singles. Banjo Johnny, when we reference CB Fry going from Hampshire to Sussex via London County, says, assume not the London and County, which is a Wetherspoons in Eastbourne. You did say it sounded like a pub.
Yeah, I know the London and County in Eastbourne.
I should have known.
One of 2 Wetherspoons pubs in Eastbourne.
What's the other one called?
Cornfield Terrace, I think.
Don't think he played for either Hampshire or Sussex.
No.
Six singles off the over. It's good running from Sussex, but it's not enough. That run rate jumps up another couple of points after the decimal place. 11.4 required now, 160 off 84. We're getting close to 2 runs a ball required.
Yeah, and it would be 2 runs a ball, every ball for 14 overs. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Some empty glasses there, need refilling.
The bowling change and returning to bowl at the Cromwell Road end, Tom Prest.
Tom Prest, who has switched ends a couple of times, I think.
After 36 overs, Hampshire were 225 for 1. So 1 run ahead of where Sussex are now, but crucially with 3 wickets left, and that was just when Toby Albert started to get going.
So one of these 2 or both need to tee off, basically.
Yeah, and it's a lot harder when you've got the pressure of a big target.
Mm-hmm. We're seeing a lot of these very easy singles because Hampshire are quite happy to let Sussex do that.
Yeah, it's hard to. I have to say, I've been impressed with Jake Lehman as a captain. Not many shots that Sussex have played that you think, oh, maybe they should have had a man there. He set his field to his bowlers very well indeed.
Almost got himself into a knots. Jack Leaning.
Jack Leaning will be feeling that it's kind of now or never, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. He's tried a couple of times the reverse sweep, missed both times. Every dot is strangling the shark. Brings it out again, gets it over the fielder. And third time lucky, gets a boundary. Kyle Abbott making the jump. Wow, sort of getting both feet off the ground.
Yeah, first boundary in over 3 overs in terms of balls. Much needed.
That's in the air and has fallen short. Just 6 off the over. 154 required to win from 78 balls. The picture is looking grim for Sussex, even though the worm is relatively tight. It's what happened in the final 12 overs or so. You can see there that Manhattan for Hampshire, very imposing. Was that weird Ollie Robinson over that in the middle of it all, where 3 wickets fell for just 3 runs? But
yeah, and let's not forget that even when Albert went, Eddie Jackman came in and smoted 20 off 6 or 20 off 5 before getting out on his 6th ball. How important will that be as well? Andrew Neil replaces Ollie Williams. He's bowled so well, Andrew Neil, just using his height, taking the pace off, making it so hard for Sussex's batters to hit the ball, time the ball. He has none for 36 from 8.1, which in the context of a high-scoring game is exceptional. That'll help, though. I think that's gone for 6. And so I think, well, 4 has come up on the scoreboard, and the scoreboard was right. James Treadwell signals that was 4. Very close to making it all the way across the rope. And yes, 1 bounce 4. Ali Orr signalled that. 50 partnership between Dan Ibrahim and Jack Leaning, 43 balls.
if they were to get it, their next 50 partnership needs to come off at 25.
Well, let's work that out. 50, let's say 50 off 24, so that would take them to 40. How many overs is that? 4 overs. Would take them to 40.
42.
41.3.
Oh, sorry, if you were going to take it to the end.
Yeah, 41.3 plus 50 would have been 285, so they'd still need 100 off 8 overs, or 8.5 overs. Yeah, wouldn't be unheard of. But yeah, your point stands.
It's going to need something like Craig Overton's innings for Somerset in the T20, but sort of multiplied by 2.
Yeah, it's the length of time you've got to do it for, isn't it? Oh, that'll be a wide, and more than one of them, because that is racing up the hill, but it is fielded by Eddie Jack. But Sussex will add an extra couple to their total. 3 wides to finish the over.
That was strange.
Ben Brown just left it. I think he was assuming Jack Leaning. Well, the frustration from Andrew Neil is that Jack Leaning jumped over to the offside, thereby, in theory, moving the blue line, but it was still pretty wide, right? It was almost outside that white line.
That's...
Why is that not a wide if the one before was?
Good question.
That's not the most consistent of umpiring from James Treadwell.
Because that's outside. That's outside the blue line. That's wider.
No, that's the first one.
No, it's
not.
not.
No, it's not. Yeah, that makes no sense whatsoever. Good point. Don't quite understand what's happened there. In the grand scheme of things, it probably will be totally irrelevant.
And probably cancels each other out, because you did say that the
Yeah, but that's not how you should be umpiring.
Oh no, it's not how you should be umpiring, but the end result is probably.
Yeah, and Jack Leaning is still saying to Nigel Long, who is saying, well, nothing to do with me, mate.
I was at square leg.
Okay, so
All right. Shot down the ground, lofted, and we'll run up the hill for 4 into the Metro Bank advertising hoardings, the competition sponsor. And Sussex's Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign is coming to an end in the group stage. We know that much. It's the last home game at this one. They've still got to go to Middlesex. But they are looking to try and go out at Hove with a bang, not a whimper. Is it Radlett or Lords, the final one? Should know. They've played a few at Radlett, haven't they?
stand by.
Down the ground, but won't go for 4. Just a single. Oh, again, bit of invention from Leaning. Is he going to get the full merit for it? He is, you know. So a boundary. Little scoop. Had Ben Brown scrambling around on the floor. It's not been his favourite last few minutes, Ben Brown.
A decent couple of overs for Sussex.
250 comes up. This time the reverse doesn't connect.
11 off the previous over, and with 1 ball to go of this one, another 11 off this, the 39th.
But that's still below the required rate, so it's just keeping it in check rather than actually bringing it down.
Radlett, for those wondering, is where Sussex will finish their one-day cup campaign.
Forced away into the leg side. They're going to think about a second. Well, they're going to comfortably get the second. So, productive. 13 off the over. Will bring the rate down slightly. But 11 overs to play with, and they need 130 to win.
Yeah, an unofficial drinks break for these batters who have now been together since John Simpson was dismissed for 5 in the 31st over. Well, 11.8 runs per over required from the final 11. Don't forget, at the end of this over, Sussex will have to contend with a 5th fielder outside the 30-yard circle. Andrew Neil will be bowling his final over. He's been excellent. The Worms still sticking together. But you could just see in a couple of overs' time, that is when Toby Albert really went berserk.
And it's a shame, really, isn't it, from a Sussex point of view and from the perspective of the match, because without that, this would be a close one.
Squirts that past the man at point, who's Ollie Williams, but it'll be cut off by Ben Mays. Dan Ibrahim gets back for 2. He moves into the 40s, 40 off 31. Moving from cameo to important contribution, significant contribution territory, although how significant we shall see. Hits that nicely. Prest will have to cover some ground to cut it off. He does, and another 2. So Sussex up with the rate so far in this over. They need about 2 a ball. That's exactly what they've got off the first 2 balls of Neil's 10th and final over. Boundary will save the legs a little bit. up-ish from Ibrahim, but no one anywhere near that. Behind the rate again.
That's just, that just shows how difficult it is.
Yeah, boundaries have not been that easy to come for of late. There was a couple of good overs, but even with them, Sussex weren't getting up to the 12 or so they need. Andrew Neil will be desperate to get out of his final over without conceding a boundary, and he can say that really has. People will talk about the innings of Albert quite rightly, and indeed the hundreds from Mays and Orr to set that up, but a bowler going at less than run a ball in a chase like this is extremely important. A wide ball there, which means Neil will still have 2 to bowl.
Those economy rates of Abbott, Jack and Neil are fabulous.
Yeah, match winning, you would have thought. And actually looking through the economy rates of the Hampshire bowlers so far this campaign, they have been excellent. Abbott 4.84 before today. Neil 5.42. Jack 3.44 from his one game. And the over finishes, and the run rate required goes over to a ball for the first time. Very well bowled, Andrew Neil. He finishes his 10 overs with figures of 0 for 55.
So that completes the second power play. 10 overs remaining in the Sussex innings. The Sharks moving on to 263 for 4. At the same stage, Hampshire with 256 for 2.
You'll just heard there from the PA announcer, Sussex are ahead in terms of runs. At Errol 161 on the chat on the stream says it seems like a flat pitch. I think Sussex are still in this. 10 overs and a further 121 runs to win. It would be, well, we've seen some good games together, Andrew. If Sussex get there or get close, we'll add another.
Well, they're holding back the star man, aren't they? Jack Carson is the man who needs to come in, because he's been the spearhead for a couple of those.
Great thing about 50 over cricket, I mean, Sussex are clearly way behind in this game, but there's part of you that just wonders.
Yeah, there's not much of a part of me that wonders.
No. But it's a part.
It's why everybody's still here. That's the thing.
Yeah, the Thatchers and the sunshine. And
Yeah,
the
that does help too. Ooh. It's going to be a wide. It's another strange bit of cricket, really, all round. Back to Way, followed him. Ben Brown couldn't gather it.
Yeah, Ollie Williams back into the attack, this time at the Cromwell Road end.
Slower one. And... oh, no, not stopped. Thought it was going to be. Made good ground, Jack. Had a lot of effort to put in.
That was a strange period where that ball was in the air, where I thought, out,
Yes.
6, 1,
Yes.
4.
Yeah, it could have been anything, couldn't it?
I'd like to have a stopwatch on how long that was in the air for.
Well, he definitely sort of clothed it a bit, didn't he? And
Got the end result though.
They're going to run the first one hard. They're going to have time to come back for the second. They are. So 50 for Dan Ibrahim off of 36 balls. 5 fours. Good nap hand from him.
Yeah, well, he's put himself into a position to do something Albert-like. Not going quite at that rate at the moment, but a good 50.
Connected well with that. But there's 2 men out there and one of them scoops it in. Moves on to 51, Dan Ibrahim. Nine off this over, 2 balls to come. So Sussex still need a boundary from somewhere in this over to keep up with that rate. Not going to get it there, I don't think. They will pick up a couple.
That keeps them in touch, doesn't it? That's exactly... was that 12 off the over? Yes.
11, I think, with 1 to come.
One to come, yeah. So, well, the equation is exactly 2 a ball from here, so they are just about keeping up with that required rate. Got to do it for 9 more overs.
And try and shave bits off here if you can. But they have kept up with it for this 1 over. 12 from it. They need to do that another 9 more times.
Yeah, Williams has been expensive. I can see Carl Abbott warming up. His final overs will be crucial. I'm not sure what that sound is. I think it's on our effects mic.
Yeah, it might well be.
Prime viewing on those flats.
Yeah, it's at the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Tell you when those balconies are busy is when Sussex host concerts. Residents seem to be more interested in Elton John than they are in John Simpson.
I like that. I like what we did there.
I couldn't think of any Eltons who've played for Sussex.
No, that would be tricky.
Think of an Elton that's played professional cricket. Elton Chibingura, who played for Zimbabwe. Well, talking of Carl Abbott, Jake Lehman tossing him the ball with 3 overs remaining.
I don't think he's bowled from this end, has he? Yeah, I think all of Abbott's
Yeah,
overs
right.
came from the Cromwell Road end.
Well, his 3 overs are going to be, you'd think, 3 of the harder overs to score 2 runs a ball off. Carl Abbott's such an experienced campaigner, doesn't give you anything for free. But Sir Jake Lehman knows that he has this ace card up his sleeve, and he's turning to it now just to see if he can put this to bed without it getting silly from his point of view.
I mean, if Sussex do get within, say, I don't know, 30 needed off the last 2, somehow, Hampshire might be a little nervy. And that's when suddenly...
Oh, definitely. I think Sussex would bite your hand off to be in that position.
But suddenly captains can make strange decisions, and...
There's a short boundary as well, of course, and bowlers start to feel the pressure. Long way, though, to get to that point, to that position. But you're right, Sussex will be thinking about taking it deep. Jake Lehman will cut that off. Just the 1 run. Brings Dan Ibrahim onto strike, which is no bad thing if you're a Sussex supporter. He's the man who is motoring along with 51 off 37.
But to get to 30 off the last 2, I'm working it out, they'd need to score at 10 and over for the next 7, which is not impossible.
Oh, this is the thing about 50 over cricket. If you can take it deep, that's the phrase people use, isn't it? Taking it deep. And Jack Leaning was a master of that at Arundel. A hockey shot into the onside from Dan Ibrahim, but he only get 1 due to the astute field placings of Abbott and his captain Lehman. Good coverage there on the mid-wicket boundary. So just 2 off the first 2 balls of Abbott's return here at the sea end. If he bowls 3 overs to type, then it's game over. So such an important... Can Sussex somehow take Abbott for some extra runs? At the moment, no. It's just 3 singles to start. Abbott bowling a very good length wide of the off stump. So that ideal delivery that seamers look for at the end of an innings, the wide Yorker. So even without their leading wicket taker, Ashutosh Sharma, who has not been on the field during this fielding innings, Hampshire have managed to juggle their resources pretty well. That might evade Andrew Neil. No, he will get there, and so will Sussex for 2 runs, although Dan Ibrahim didn't have a bat to run in coming back for the 2 because he dropped that at the other end.
And now got the strange sight of Jack Leaning with 2 bats. Yeah, I don't wonder whether he missed out on that delivery, do you think, a little bit? He got it on the full, didn't he? And
I suppose any squarer, then he might have sent it straight to the man at conventional square leg. Not a huge amount of gaps on that onside with the field that Lehman has in place. He's trying to do the same thing there, but almost Q ends that. A dot ball, and the rate now 12.7 and over required. 49 balls remaining, 104 to win. Desperate need of a boundary. But Carl Abbott is not the man you're looking for generosity when it comes to boundaries.
Not at all.
Another full toss, which Ibrahim can't fully get hold of. It's almost like he was trying to overhit that. He'd have waited for it and maybe played it down the ground. Might have brought him more success, but in the end, in the context, crucial over from Carl Abbott. And nothing less than you'd expect from such a seasoned campaigner, such a skillful bowler.
A bowling change and returning to the Cromwell road end, Tom Prest.
Tom Prest will return. He's got 2 overs to bowl. Just sorting out his field. So Ibrahim is on 55. He attempts to go big and falls victim to a catch in the deep. 5 down now, Sussex. The last rights being called on this innings and on this match as Dan Ibrahim is out for 55.
Scoreboard pressure telling Dan Ibrahim playing a decent innings with 55 off 42 balls. He needed that gap between runs and balls to be even bigger. Some decent ground covered by Andrew Neil, who's had a good game in the field. And we are going to see George Thomas featuring Ollie Carter.
Yes, so we're going to get a runner.
Incoming batter wearing number 64, George Thomas, alongside of his runner, Ollie Carter.
Yeah, if you weren't with us earlier, George Thomas suffering what looked like a nasty injury out on the boundary when he went over on, looked like his ankle, but then it was his knee, his left knee that he was holding, and he didn't play any further part in Sussex's fielding innings. He's going to come and have a swing of the bat.
Yep, and a number 3 batter coming in is the umpire's just sorting out the practicalities of the runner and the rules and everything else.
Yeah, telling him which side to go. I think James Treadwell was saying, well, better for you to be over on that side, even though it's the offside, because I think maybe because of the position of the sun in the sky, and who knows. Anyway, that's where it is. Very deep. So on the 30-yard circle, isn't it?
I mean, I'm not suggesting Sussex would obviously, just sort of on their balcony just be tossing things away, but does the presence of Thomas with a runner suggest that they think,
No, I think they think Thomas is someone who can hit a long ball.
That's what I'm saying, is, do they think, well, if they thought the game was over, would they just say, well, do you know what, we'll just protect him a bit?
You never know what's going to happen, do you?
I mean, from the evidence of these 3 balls, it's not promising, but
I wonder if at some point between deliveries, producer Jack can get us a picture of where Carter's standing, because I think I've worked out why he's standing there.
Well, irrelevant now, because Thomas is out. Bowled. And George Thomas and his runner can wander back as Press takes 2 wickets in an over, which could end up being a double wicket maiden, which would really turn the screw on this one. But as Thomas tries to, I'm not sure what he was trying to do really. He was just beaten with the turn through the gate and bowled. But you were going to take us through the theory of why Carter was where he was.
Well, it's irrelevant, like you say, irrelevant now, but I think the only place there is another line painted for the crease is for some bizarre reason 35 yards away from the the strip we're using, but Ollie Carter never even got a chance to test out that particular patch of ground because George Thomas goes for a duck. I'll tell you one man who will believe Sussex can still win this is Jack Carson. He's the man that's making his way out at number 8. That is a man who never knows he's beaten, but
incoming batter for the Sussex Sharks, wearing number 16 as captain, Jack Carson.
Well, he will swing the bat. We know that, Carson. He's that sort of type.
Yeah. Andrew Reid on the chat saying, why are the commentators saying that Sussex have no chance and are way behind the game? They're ahead of where Hants were and just need someone to do an Albert. Just do an Albert is probably the issue. That was a heck of an innings,
yes.
Andrew. I take your point. To see it happen twice in a game, particularly when the side is chasing, I don't think we said Sussex had no chance either, but I think trying to be even-handed about it, Sussex had little chance.
I mean, I'm going to be a killjoy about it. Sussex have no chance. It wasn't a double wicket maiden, but it was double wicket and 1 run from Prest, who has 2 for 64 from his 9. And at the end of the 43rd, with 7 overs remaining, Sussex still require another 102 runs to win. Clearly, it's not mathematically impossible.
Yeah, 100 required off the final, 102 required off the final 7 overs, which is exactly what Paul on the live stream chat said Sussex could still have a chance with, but he did also say as long as they didn't lose any more wickets. They do now, of course, have 6 wickets down. Jack Leaning is still there, but he's scoring at just under a run of ball, so he'd have to accelerate significantly.
I think the key thing for me, Sam, is would you rather be in a Hampshire position or a Sussex position, and that, or would a Hampshire fan expect to lose it from here?
I think all fans always expect their team to lose it from anywhere, don't they? But anyway, Jack Carson certainly can hit a long ball, but he's got to do it against Kyle Abbott. Let's see what happens. Good bowling from Abbott. That's the other factor to remember, Andrew, is that...
The other Andrew, presumably. I don't know which Andrew.
So, yeah, Andrew on the stream is that Kyle Abbott still has 2 overs to bowl. He's not a man. You can suddenly start hitting for 15, 16, 17 off an over on a regular basis.
Genuine question, though, without wanting to sound defeatist, how close in terms of a defeat would be respectable for Sussex, do you think, given the mammoth total that Hampshire have set them?
Just be one because of the man pressed out there, well timed by Carson. Oh, well, I think Sussex can be reasonably proud of how they've gone about this chase anyway. You know, if you're chasing 384 for victory, if you take it to the last 10 overs and there's debate on the stream that...
No, I agree with you. I just think that obviously, you know, I agree with what you say, but obviously another 6 overs of this and they will take it to a certain figure. And I'm just thinking, you know, is 50 runs respectable? Is 30 runs more respectable? I'm just trying to work out what they'd be disappointed with at this stage. You know, it's an odd thing to say, I know, but...
I genuinely don't think it'll change how they feel about it. It matters to Hampshire because, of course,
yes,
net run rate is a big factor as we work out which 3 teams will be qualifying for the knockouts. Hampshire, with a win, keep themselves in the hunt. A big win helps as well. So they won't be thinking, oh, well, we'll let this peter out. They'll want to finish it off. Kyle Abbott, again, superb. Just 3 singles and a dot off the over.
I suppose then it's more a question for the Sussex fans on the stream. You know, if you end up losing by, 70 runs or whatever, it's probably not so good. But losing by 30 or 40, you may say, well, actually, yeah, we've. I mean, the score in itself off of 50 overs is a good one.
Jack Leaning trying to open up the area behind the keeper, but can't get underneath it because Abbott once again is bang on the money. Look at that. He's hit that same 6 inches squared outside the off stump. Seemingly ball after ball after ball. He's metronomic is a phrase you hear thrown about seamers, but he really is.
Well, you could stick a handkerchief down, couldn't you? And they would all be hitting that.
And what it does do is make it easy to set a field to as Sussex scamper back for 2. Jack Leaning moves into the 90s. That'll be a positive, whatever happens if, even if he doesn't get 100, that Jack Leaning has played a decent innings here. Trying to think whether playing devil's advocate, can you criticise Leaning at all? I don't think so.
No.
Someone had to bat long, and then you needed the cameos and the extraordinary hitting around him.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? And that's why you pick a team as well for white ball cricket that you have to have the different types of stroke makers in your side. You have to have, an England one-day team, for example, needs a Joe Root as much as it does, a Joss Butler or, in the old days, an Owen Morgan. You can't just have, you need the glue, you need the cement in that middle order, and people can play round those sort of players. Doesn't mean Leaning isn't capable of the big shots, but he's built an innings here that he needed perhaps 1 or 2 more to play around him. Carson's doing his best at the moment to try and engineer something, but Sussex, very likely to fall short, but as I've said, this is a good score at this point in the game. If they were batting first, you'd be saying, wow, 288 with 6 overs to go. Add another, 10 and over, you'd take it up towards 340. Oh, wow, that's not... Wow.
Good ball.
Yeah.
I suppose it was closer to being a wide on height than
Height,
it was
yeah.
on, but no, that's a good ball.
Yeah, no, it really is. Let's see the replay to see where it went in terms of the tram line and indeed overhead height.
One thing's for sure from Hampshire's point of view is having Eddie Jack and Ben Mays drop across from the 100.
Spring up.
Certainly adds some real strength to both batting and bowling, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it does. And obviously, you can only go out and execute your plans, bowling and fielding, etc. You can do it. You have got a little bit more control over things when you're batting and batting well. But I just wonder how much Hampshire's players will be aware of that run rate factor. Obviously, they can't do much more than just apply the thumb screws, but will they be aware at this stage of, how important that might be? Certainly the fans are, because you can sit and work it out, but I just wonder whether the players are necessarily thinking about it. They might think about it when it comes to the final game. And that's found the fielder out on the deep square leg boundary. Jack Leaning falls for a valiant 92 off of 94 balls. His innings comes to an end. He was the glue, but unfortunately Sussex have not built enough around him to threaten the Hampshire target, and with 7 wickets down, Hampshire are closing in. But an excellent innings from Jack Leaning, 92.
Yeah, a warm round of applause for Jack Leaning, who would be disappointed not to reach the 3 figures, although players always say 100 is far less satisfying if you're not on the winning side. But yeah, he did his best to hold that innings together, and just for a while, whilst Tier was there was hope for Sussex. So here comes Ollie Robinson to the middle. Yeah, just quickly on that net run rate situation. So Hampshire currently 6th, tied on 12 points with Essex in 5th. Hampshire's net run rate minus 0.248, Essex's plus 0.174. Hampshire win today will take them to 16 points, and they would leapfrog Worcestershire because of net run rate, you would assume.
Well, not a bad way for Robinson to get underway. Backing away, carving it through the covers. 4 runs, but it's the end of the over. End of a successful one for Hampshire again. 7 off it, a wicket fell, 294 for 7. 5 overs remain, 30 balls, 90 to win.
So Essex, in their game against Durham at Darlington, require 35 runs off 13 balls with 3 wickets remaining. So you'd say Durham are favourites there.
Mm-hmm.
So if Hampshire win here today, they would leapfrog Essex. Worcestershire, however, look like they might beat Glamorgan. Glamorgan requiring 43 off 20 with 3 wickets remaining. So Worcestershire would actually go ahead, or would stay ahead of Hampshire. Jack Carson's going to get in on the action with a boundary. So back-to-back 4s at either end of the over. Carl Abbott First ball going for 4 after Eddie Jack's last ball of his previous over. So that would mean after this match, so with 1 game to play, Worcestershire on 20, Durham on 16, Hampshire on 16, Essex on 12. Just turn around the corner for 1. But if Hampshire's net run rate gets a bit of a boost, then that could be really important, because there's all those teams then would be 3 teams on 16 points. 2 teams on 16 points, Durham and Hampshire. Worcestershire on 20. And then Yorkshire also with 20. So they're in the hunt, in short, as we knew they needed to win to be. Another 4. 4 runs for Ollie Robinson, who has now got 8 from 2. Should have come in earlier, Ollie.
Should have opened.
So that's 9 off 3 balls, which is exactly up with the required rate of 18 runs and over.
And 13 off the last 4, because there was the boundary at the end of the last over. And Sussex have gone past 300.
Yeah, 303 for 7 with 33 balls remaining. Sorry. 27, now 26 balls remaining. And needing 80 runs to win.
Well, those massive 6s from Toby Albert, including 4 in a row.
6 in a row.
Well, in 4 in a row in 1 over.
Yeah, sure.
But 6 in that he faced.
He hit 6 balls that he faced in a row for 6. Yeah,
yes.
Sorry, yeah.
But 4 of those consecutively, if you like, when you're watching.
Yeah. And who was that off? Kirtley?
Good question. Ooh.
Yes, Kirtley.
Yes. So, yeah.
Who also dropped him on 21. It's a tough school, professional cricket.
It really is.
Gets away with that. Ollie Robinson a little bit befuddled by the decision not to call that a wide, but he does take a little step over. I think that's a wide.
Yeah, so do I. I don't think he moved that much, and he's reaching for it. I think that's the very definition of a wide, in the sense that a batter trying to play a shot from a conventional position, although he did move slightly.
I think the protestations might have been a little bit more intense if the game was closer. Been a few slightly odd decisions at this end in terms of wide calling, but that won't be the reason why one team
Certainly
loses
not.
or wins.
Prest will bowl his last over. I think that's right. We've got our replay screen away to our right, but the sun is shining. When I looked at it, the sun is shining right in my eyes. What a wonderful shot that is from Carson. Stand and deliver stuff, and that's gone behind the sight screen, I think. Either just in front of it or just behind it.
Well, if Jack Carson can do a Toby Albert and hit 6 of his balls that he faces for 6,
yeah,
game on.
All Jack Carson needs to do is copy something that Garfield Sobers did and we talked about for generations. That's all he needs to do. And even then it might not be enough. That is well stopped, brilliantly stopped on the boundary.
He's had a good day, Ben Mays.
He really has.
First list day 100, and he's been really good patrolling the boundary as well.
Didn't have much room to work with, did he, when he arrived at the ball? And this time just a single. Well, I think, as you mentioned earlier, Sussex can be pleased with the way they've gone about the reply. It's just they probably needed, another 5 more overs would have made it interesting.
Yeah, I guess with any game of cricket, you can look at the big moments, I suppose, not to go on about it, but the drops of Albert, the extra 3 overs that Sussex bowled in wides, or thereabouts. Andrew Neil and Kyle Abbott's bowling. A platform that Mays and Orr created for Hampshire.
Good comeback from Prest. There you can see the worm dropping off, or at least it's staying stable for Sussex, whereas that's the Albert effect, writ large in graphical form.
Yeah, and there's the Manhattan with Hampshire's Manhattan resembling the Dubai skyline, and Sussex is more like the flats here at the county ground Hove. The Burj Khalifa versus the Tate residences. So Eddie Jack, who has 2 overs to bowl, will bowl those final 2 overs, you would assume, from the C end to finish things off. And a nice announcement from the PA announcer here that supporters are going to be allowed to enjoy this evening sunshine on the outfield, which is fantastic. Just to round off what will have been a lovely day for people here. Particularly lovely if you're a Hampshire fan.
And you haven't got far to go home either.
Not too far. Let's hope the A27 plays ball. If you look up premeditated in the dictionary, there'll be an image of Jack Carson switching his hands and looking to reverse paddle that round the corner. Eddie Jack wise to it and just keeping it outside the off stump. Thank you very much to everyone that has tuned in. A few people now are deciding they've had enough. Thank you, Bob, for your kind words.
Oh, hello.
Wow, that's the biggest 6 of the day, I'd say, certainly on that side of the ground. It's quite literally out of the ground from Jack Carson, who can hit a long ball, and he's got hold of all of that. We'll now have a little delay whilst that ball is searched for, but they're actually going to go straight to a spare because I think Nigel Long wants to get home.
And also probably cognizant of the fact that they won't find that ball. It's actually not far from my car, I think, round there.
That'd be a shame, Andrew, if... a bit of fun for Jack Carson at the end here. Seeing if he can boost his already pretty healthy average in this year's One Day Cup. He's got 27 off 15. Do wonder if perhaps he could have come in a little earlier. That'll be a wide.
I think Carson is capable of batting higher in one-day cricket.
Yeah, of course, it's a lot easier to have a swing now, knowing that barring a miracle of all miracles, the game is done.
Yeah, but he has a reputation built in the last couple of years.
It's gone straight up, but it'll be safe as 3 fielders converge, and Ollie Robinson turns down a second run thinking, I fancy having a swing. My turn for a bit of fun. So just a single in the end. Yeah, I mean, Sussex, you were talking about what will they be happy, or what will they feel like they gave it a good go with. Well, they've certainly done that. a little bit more discipline with ball and in the field, and this would have been a really interesting game.
Sort of the reverse to the Yorkshire game. I know they were obviously well beaten in that one, but
That is not out. For a moment I thought Ollie Robinson was in trouble, but he does manage to put the burners on and scramble home to turn 1 into 2 and keep the strike.
But Paul Farbrace was very much critical of the top 6 in that game. But he'll be very pleased with how...
They still believe, Andrew.
They do. Well, yeah, there's Hampshire supporters there. Who,
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, it's Hampshire,
Hampshire,
being yelled in a less than sober voice. That'll be another wide. Another 50 of those, and it might be interesting.
Well, that knocks a whole half a run off the required run rate. It was 24.9. That wide makes it 24.4. Another wide, and they could do it in 4s.
Wow.
Well bowled.
Really well bowled.
Hitting that Yorker length. Something that Sussex weren't able to do as consistently against Albert. Was try and stop him freeing his arms. Shadows lengthening across the county ground. Barely a cloud in the sky as the sun starts its descent for the day. Cloths that straight to Lehman. And Ollie Robinson's fun comes to an end as Eddie Jack picks up his 4th wicket. So he has 4 for 58 and deserved those as well. He's bowled well. Sussex 327 for 8. Robinson goes for 12 off 9.
Ollie Robinson was caught by Jake Lane for 12.
Impressed with Eddie Jack, Andrew. I did see him bowl a few years ago, and he's certainly bulked out. Looks like a much more muscular figure than he did a few years ago, and he's really impressive. You can see why he's been involved with England Lions and things like that.
He's bowled very, very well today, and generally as well. Yeah, I mean, 4 wickets. Can't argue with that. Been a good day for him, been a good day for a lot of the Hampshire players. Nancy Oosthuizen comes out. Number 15 on his shirt. Two overs left in this match. Potentially 2 balls because Sussex are 8 down.
Big thank you to everyone who has contributed on the live stream chat or has been watching along as we reach the final throws of this game. Controversial take from Matt Ellis. He's saying this is over, this game.
He's bucking the trend of some of those people. Well, not over yet.
Well, mathematically. Harris Pilton, meanwhile, also thinks this is over, but communicating it in a different way. Get in, Hampshire.
All right, I feared it might be non-broadcastable, but no, you're all right.
Great to have you tuning in. Sussex or Hampshire or neutral.
Carson has picked that one up, but he's only going to get 2 for it. Bit of a fumble, and they will come back for a second. As we explained, every run scored by Sussex is relevant to Hampshire's final reckoning.
Yeah, my maths nowhere near good enough to start trying to work it out, but I suppose it's not going to be as quite a big a swing in their net run rate as they'd have hoped, Hampshire, but they are still alive in the competition. They came here and certainly did what they need to do in the first instance.
Bunted down the ground. another couple, assuming there isn't a run out. There is. Given out by a very well-placed umpire, and that is wicket number 9 to fall.
Yeah, well, so if they took the final wicket without conceding another run, then that would be a 53-run victory. That's going to be a not insignificant.
Oh, he's well short. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to work out what's the Hampshire rate. The Hampshire rate was just under. Well, it's just over 7.5.
Yeah,
7.5.
I think it was 7.6. What Sussex needed at the start of the innings. Yeah,
and Sussex's is 6.8. So that's.
I'm withdrawing from these calculations, way beyond me, but it'll make a difference.
Well, I assume the net run rate is. It's either going to be 0.8 or it's going to be 0.4 in Hampshire's favour, because it depends on whether you divide. I don't know.
Elsewhere in the group, Middlesex beat Durham. So that's a good thing from Hampshire's point of view. Let's check I'm looking at the right day. I'm not. That is Friday the 7th of August. Excuse me.
No, I think Middlesex did beat Durham today. Oh no, beg your pardon, sorry, no, you're right, Middlesex beat Derbyshire. Durham have beaten Essex.
Tell you what though, this could be good news for Hampshire, because Glamorgan, who looked like they were second favourites against Worcestershire, need 11 off 5 with 2 wickets remaining. So Hampshire fans, keep an eye on that, because if Worcestershire lose, Hampshire will overtake them, you think. Looking at the net run rates, they would both have 16 points.
Now this could be an important delivery. It could be a wicket, which would end the match here and now. But at the moment, Sussex could mathematically win. But and after this, they probably won't be able to. And there we are.
Yep, that required rate now 39 and over.
So with if the remaining deliveries are all legal, Hampshire have won.
So were Durham playing today?
Yes, they beat Essex.
Okay, well
by 20 runs.
Yeah, that's right. So it's not the worst thing, because Essex stay down on 12 points.
And there it is. Hampshire complete a comprehensive victory by 51 runs over Sussex Sharks, whose elimination has already been confirmed, but Hampshire are very much in the hunt for a place in the knockout phase. Sussex gave it a good go with 332 all out, with 7 balls remaining. But those 2 centuries at the top of the order, that fantastic opening stand from Hampshire, Aurum Mays doing the damage. Toby Albert then coming up with an incredible 70-odd, which has basically proven the difference between the two sides. And it just gave Sussex with far too much to do. Your thoughts, Sam Keir?
Yeah, sensational ball striking from Toby Albert. That really was something to behold. Of course, the platform, as you say, set by the 2 Centurions. But Sussex, no shame in their batting performance, because they gave it a good old go, and they were always second favourites, but took it deeper than perhaps people might have expected them to. Charlie Tier with that excellent 100. Jack leaning the glue, as you said. But when you look at that bowling card, 4 wickets for Eddie Jack, but really the contribution of Carl Abbott, who got a little bit of tap in his final over, but otherwise was absolutely superb. Hampshire very much deserved winners here at the County Ground. Fantastic to have you with us for the final time on the Sussex live stream in terms of the One Day Cup. Of course, Adrian Harms will be back with his colleagues from BBC Radio for the championship run-in. That, of course, is still very much a live concern for Sussex. So hopefully you'll be tuning in for that. But to all of you who've been tuning in for the One Day Cup with us, it's been great to have you with us. Great to have you contributing on the live stream to Hampshire. Good luck for the rest of this campaign and the rest of the season. And as the sun sets here on the county ground and spectators start to make their way onto the outfield for a little bit of late evening activity, it's goodbye from me, Sam Keir, and goodbye from